Chapter 401 Pursuit. When Niji and Suzuki were defeated, the third Hokage didn't even blink, but when Yakumo, who possessed both wood release and fire dragon eyes, was defeated in one move, he couldn't hold back. You know, even if facing the B of the Akatsuki organization, Yakumo can still compete for a while. In the Hokage's office, the other people who learned about the battle situation also had different expressions. After hearing that Suzuki, Niji, and Yakumo were defeated and Shinji was chasing alone, Naruto, who had just calmed down, was immediately excited and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Go and save Niji." Jiraiya didn't have time to suppress Naruto at this moment. He was also shocked by the news, because even if it was him, it would be impossible to defeat Yakumo with just one move. From this point alone, it can be judged that the attacker's strength is probably ridiculously strong. Naturally, several advisory elders also came to this conclusion. Danzo was still calm, as if the attack on the village had nothing to do with him. Mitamonen had a dark face and looked worried. Yudin Kohara frowned. At this moment, she was worried about the village and the disciple she had just recruited. If the opponent could seriously injure Yakumo with one blow, then Shinji's pursuit alone would seem very reckless. In just a short while, the third generation had completed the balance and ordered, "Go all out to rescue Hyuga Niji." Yes. Everyone in the office responded in unison. In the Death Forest. Because the Death Forest is not only close to the village, but also has a complex terrain, almost everyone who wants to escape from Konoha will choose to break out from this direction, and Otsutsuki Tonari is no exception. As Shinji shuttled through the forest, he stared at Otsutsuki Tonari in front of him. Humph, just a puppet. Through the pair of white eyes controlled by the Susanoo Nochin, Shinji has seen through that the Otsutsuki Tonari who kidnapped Niji in front was not the real one, but a simulated puppet controlled by the Samsara Eye Chakra. Of course. Even if it is just a puppet, its combat power is actually not much different from that of the real Otsutsuki Tonari. Because the real horror is not Otsutsuki Tonari, but the giant Samsara Eye on the moon. As long as the power of the giant Samsara Eye can be borrowed, even if it is just a puppet, it is equivalent to the giant Samsara Eye spokesperson in the ninja world. The defeat of Yakumo in one move before is an example. And the one who controls this puppet is likely to be the spirit of Otsutsuki Tonari, and it is not wrong to say that it is Otsutsuki Tonari himself. So if it wasn't Niji who was kidnapped, Shinji really didn't want to care. Ninkai is involved in his Samsara Eye plan and is an indispensable part of the plan. He really can't ignore it. At this time, Otsutsuki Tonari in front looked back at Shinji behind him, and seemed to be a little puzzled as to why Shinji dared to chase him alone. Immediately, he stopped and looked at Shinji coldly. Shinji rushed forward without hesitation. Outside the Death Forest. Swish! Suzuki, who was holding on to his wounded body, followed the direction of Shinji's pursuit and came to the outskirts of the Death Forest. After landing, he found that many Konoha ninjas gathered outside the Death Forest at this time, and Haku and Karin, who arrived before him, were also stopped here. And the one who intercepted the scattered ninjas, organized the team, and arranged the defense line was not someone else, but his mentor, the senior ninja Kakashi. So Suzuki rushed to Kakashi. "What's the situation?" Noticing the wound on Sasuke's body, Kakashi said, "Why are you here? We don't need you here, go and treat your wound." Suzuki waved his hand, "I'm fine, where's Shinji?" Boom boom. Before Kakashi could answer, a series of roars came from the depths of the Death Forest, and the night sky became bright and dark under the sky-high flames. Suzuki looked over and said in surprise, "That bastard escaped into the Death Forest? Who fought with him? Was it Shinji?" Kakashi also looked over. It should be. Because except for Shinji who chased him at the beginning, all the Konoha ninjas who came later, such as Haku and Karin, were stopped by him. Because the enemy's strength was very strong, the pursuit of a few scattered people would only increase casualties and was meaningless, so he stopped everyone, formed temporary teams according to their strengths and areas of expertise, and launched a comprehensive roundup of the enemy in the form of team cooperation. After learning that it was Shinji who was fighting the powerful enemy in the Forest of Death, Suzuki said nothing, turned around and prepared to rush into the Death Forest. Kakashi immediately stopped him. "We know nothing about this mysterious enemy, so we must not be reckless," Suzuki said anxiously. "But Shinji?" Kakashi shook his head. "Suzuki, this is a real battle, not a sparring match in the ninja school, sacrifice is inevitable. Shinji is now helping us to hold the enemy back. What we can do is to complete the formation of the team as soon as possible, so that every sacrifice becomes meaningful. Sasuke glanced around. It was discovered that there were many Konoha ninjas at the scene, but there was only Kakashi, and the others were almost all Chunin and Genin, and there were even many who arrived later, such as Haku, Karin, and Shin, who had not even graduated from the ninja school. Seeing this, he instantly understood why Kakashi did not rush to attack. With the opponent's ability to severely injure Yakumo with one blow, ordinary Chunin and Genin would be sent to death even if they chased after him desperately. I'm afraid that only an elite team of Jonin can complete the pursuit and rescue the kidnapped Niji. Swish. 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 Jiraiya, Asuma, Kai, and other Jonin, Anbu, and Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who was protected at the first time, arrived at the scene. Seeing the strong reinforcements arrive, Sasuke was overjoyed and urged, "Let's go." Jiraiya learned about the situation and immediately took over the command and said, "Wait a little longer." Sasuke was anxious, "If you wait any longer, Shinji will be dead." Jiraiya looked into the depths of the Death Forest, where the explosions were still continuing. From the rising flames and the smoke, it can be judged that one of the two warring parties is very good at fire escape ninjutsu, and it is most likely Shinji who went to pursue first. But he still did not order an attack. After a while, Tsunade arrived at the scene. Her first words were, "The opponent seems to have some ability similar to nether release." Yakumo's chakra was instantly sucked away, so we must control the distance and try to avoid physical contact with the opponent. What Jiraiya was waiting for was the first-hand information brought by Tsunade, so he did not hesitate and immediately issued the order to pursue. In an instant, the Konoha ninjas who had been ready for a long time rushed to the Death Forest in the form of a team. "It's just a small favor, please." Chapter 402 Ants. In the Death Forest. Boom. In the flames of the explosion, Shinji's figure penetrated the smoke and dust and retreated violently. As Kakashi expected, the one who was fighting with Otsutsuki Tonari in the Death Forest at this moment was Shinji, who had chased after him one step ahead. Only after the fight did Shinji feel bitter. Although he was facing a simulated puppet controlled by Otsutsuki Tonari, it had reached an extremely strong level in terms of speed and strength. In the original time and space, this puppet was finally destroyed by Naruto. But don't forget that at that time, Naruto successfully sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, pacified the Fourth Ninja World War, and defeated Sasuke, and his own strength reached the quasi-sixth path level. The first person in the ninja world. So being destroyed by Naruto does not mean that this puppet is weak. After jumping out of the range of the explosion and standing firmly on a big tree, Shinji found that Otsutsuki Tonari pounced on him at a very fast speed. Humph! He snorted lightly, formed seals with both hands, and performed the fire escape ninjutsu again. However, Otsutsuki Tonari did not dodge or evade. He just raised his hand, and a huge repulsive force vented from his palm. Boom! In an instant, Shinji on the tree, along with the fire escape he had just released, were all blown away by this sudden repulsive force. For a moment, there were roars and flames. Yes. The reason why even the people outside the Death Forest could clearly see the flames in the sky was not because the battle in the forest was so fierce, but simply because Otsutsuki Tonari used the repulsive force launched by the giant reincarnation eye on the moon to blow Shinji's fire escape away like fireworks. The blown-away fire escape reflected most of the night sky red, so from a distance, it seemed that a terrible battle was going on in the Death Forest. The actual situation was that Shinji, who could not use the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, was suppressed by Otsutsuki Tonari in all directions, and could only barely entangle Otsutsuki Tonari and retreat while fighting. Until they rushed into the Death Forest, Jiraiya and his pursuit team clearly felt the huge roar in the forest ahead and the flickering flames on their faces. Whoosh whoosh! The cyclones that hit them from time to time made them realize the intensity of the battle ahead. Are these residual shock waves? They are so far away, but they can still pass through the forest and form these air currents. Is Uchiha Shinji really the only one in front? Is the attacker really not from the Akatsuki organization this time? The team maintained a strange silence, but everyone's heart was filled with surprise and doubt. Emotions such as entanglement, hesitation, and fear began to grow in people's hearts. Not to mention the ordinary ninjas in the team, even the leaders Jiraiya and Tsunade had gloomy faces and looked extremely solemn. The three ninjas have all experienced the baptism of several ninja world wars. In terms of vision and experience, they are far from being comparable to the new generation of ninjas. Because of this, Jiraiya and Tsunade can roughly judge the intensity of the battle from the size of the area affected by the battle in front. Although they don't know why Shinji can entangle the enemy for so long, the horror of the enemy is beyond words. In the team, Kakashi looked back at Sasuke behind him. Because it was in progress, it was not convenient for him to ask Sasuke to leave first, so he could only hint with his eyes, asking Sasuke to stay away from the battle later and not to be reckless. Sasuke turned a deaf ear to it and continued to stare at the sky-high flames in the forest in front. Ah! After sighing helplessly, Kakashi glanced at the end of the team and found the ninja school students who followed secretly. These little ghosts! His face suddenly sank. Before setting off, he had clearly emphasized that these ninja school students were not allowed to participate in the pursuit, because this actual combat was extremely dangerous, and even he might die in the battle, so he didn't want these ninja school students who represented the future of the village to die here in a muddle. Just seeing the determined eyes of those children, he knew it was too late to stop them at this time, so he could only pray that this pursuit would be smoother and there would not be too many casualties. Boom! Using the speed up of the breathing method again, Shinji barely escaped the sudden attack of Otsutsuki Tonari and hid behind a big tree in a panic. Hoo! While panting heavily, he thought about countermeasures. The opponent is now just a puppet. Even if it is destroyed, Otsutsuki Tonari's spirit inside can return to the moon safely under the protection of the giant reincarnation eye, so there is no need to fight to the death, just save Niji. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his body was caught by a huge suction force, as if he had completely lost gravity. Not only him, but also the big tree where he was hiding was captured by the suction force, and the whole tree was pulled out. Tisk! Being sucked into the air by the invisible force, Shinji spat lightly. He always used his pupil power to crush his opponents, but today, he was crushed by Otsutsuki Tonari's pupil technique. However, knowing Otsutsuki Tonari's methods, he did not panic, but began to calmly think about how to get out. Otsutsuki Tonari had obviously gradually lost his patience in the previous chase. Floating in the air, he held the unconscious Niji in one hand and raised the other hand to control the suction to absorb Shinji. His eyes were cold. I'm tired of boring hide and seek, it's time to end it all. Shinji grinned, I'm having fun. What, you can't play anymore? Otsutsuki Tonari's face sank, looking down at Shinji with a condescending look, his tone gradually colder, and, you irritated me. Shinji also put away his smile and said lightly, hehe, this is just the beginning. No matter how you shout, ants are just ants after all. Otsutsuki Tonari, with an arrogant face, suddenly retracted his raised hand. Swish! Instantly, Shinji felt that the control exerted on him suddenly increased many times, and then his whole body flew towards Otsutsuki Tonari as Otsutsuki Tonari retracted his arm. He had nowhere to lean on in the air, and he couldn't resist the suction at all. In just a moment, he came in front of Otsutsuki Tonari. At this time, Otsutsuki Tonari stretched out his retracted arm again, wanting to do the same as before to Yakumo, and drain all the chakra from Shinji's body. Seeing that Otsutsuki Tonari's arm was about to press on his chest, Shinji's face was stern. If he didn't take action, the next moment, all the chakra in his body would be drained, and then he would be at the mercy of others. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it. Chapter 403 You are late. Stop. Jiraiya suddenly stopped and ordered the team to stop moving forward. Everyone stopped as ordered, with confusion on their faces, but soon they knew why Jiraiya wanted to stop everyone. The battle ahead seems to be over. Yeah, the explosions and flames are gone. The chakra fluctuations have also subsided. Obviously, the reason why Jiraiya called for everyone to stop was that the battle ahead, which had just been fierce, had become silent at this moment. There is often only one explanation for this situation. That is, the fierce battle ahead has already been decided. Damn it! Damn it! Is it still a step too late? Sasuke gritted his teeth, his expression twisted and hideous. He had personally experienced the enemy's strength, so in his opinion, if the battle was over, it must be that Shinji was defeated. And given the intensity of the battle just now, if he lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sasuke's abnormality attracted Kakashi's attention. He found that Sasuke suddenly had an extremely cold aura, and the 3 megatama on the Sharingan in his eye sockets were also spinning rapidly. He was startled and warned, Sasuke, calm down. Suzuki stared at the front with red eyes and roared in a low voice, "I will kill that guy. I must kill him." The classmates who followed him were also excited. Especially Bai, who was full of regret at this time. He regretted not forcibly breaking through Kakashi's obstruction and going to support Shinji. If he had reinforced in time, even if he could not defeat the powerful enemy, he should have been able to save Shinji. Karin looked apprehensive, closing her eyes and sensing the front. However, in the area of the battle ahead, the powerful Samsara Eye chakra was scattered everywhere, and the Samsara Eye chakra was different from other chakras. It was not only extremely powerful, but also had the ability to absorb other chakras. Therefore, whether it was the perception of ninjutsu or the Byakugan of several Hyuga clan members in the team, they could not see the details of the forest ahead in a short time. "Shinji, you must not get into trouble." Shin held the bell magic weapon in both hands, her eyes full of worry. Because she had never seen Otsutsuki Tonari and did not know how powerful he was, she was not as pessimistic as Suzuki. After all, in her eyes, Shinji was the undefeated head of the ninja school. Most of the other classmates were like Shin. They knew that Shinji's situation might not be good, but they subconsciously didn't want to, or they didn't dare to believe that Shinji would die. In this way, everyone's eyes were all fixed on the forest in front of them that suddenly became quiet, as if there was some terrifying beast hiding there. At this time, Jiraiya said to Tsunade, "Wait a minute, I'll go first." Tsunade snorted coldly, "Humph, that guy hurt Yakumo, I can't let him off easily." Jiraiya smiled bitterly helplessly. He knew that he couldn't persuade Tsunade, so he had to secretly make up his mind to protect everyone around him. Just then, a gentle sound of footsteps suddenly came from the forest in front. Everyone's face was stern. At this time, the person walking out of the forest was undoubtedly the winner of the previous battle. And this winner obviously couldn't be Uchiha Shinji, who was still studying at the ninja school. "Here they come. Is that guy? Everyone get ready." So, everyone was ready for the battle. Experienced Jonins were fine, most of them could keep their minds steady, but some Chunins and Genins were different. Some of them reached into the ninja tool bags on their waists, groping for the tools, some slowly raised their hands, preparing to make seals, and some clenched their kunao with bulging veins. The battle was about to break out, and Kakashi couldn't help but tell Suzuki, "Don't be impulsive later." Suzuki, with his chakra surging and Megatama flying in his eyes, couldn't hold back any longer. He said with a murderous look on his face, "Just don't get in my way." At this time, Kakashi couldn't say anything more, he could only uncover the forehead protector covering his left eye and look in the direction of the footsteps. Haku, Karin, Shin and other classmates also stared at the forest ahead. They guessed the owner of the footsteps after realizing it, and it was most likely the mysterious enemy who had just attacked the village and severely damaged Yakumo. At this moment, the entire pursuit team fell into an unprecedented killing, and even Naruto, who was always noisy, silently put on the tailed beast coat. The footsteps in the distance were still coming slowly. It was like a drumbeat, gently hitting the hearts of every Konoha ninja present. And the dark forest in front was like a hotbed of fear, and like a black hole, attracting everyone's attention. In the dark shadows, the figure with footsteps finally appeared. There was an immediate commotion in the pursuit team, and some ninjas couldn't help but use ninjutsu to launch a preemptive offensive. But Jiraiya and Tsunade at the front of the team still didn't issue an attack order, so everyone could only suppress their tension and anxiety. At this moment, several Hyuga clan members who opened their Byakugan suddenly changed their expressions, as if they had seen something incredible. At the same time, Karin also suddenly opened her eyes, with a look of joy on her face. The figure who made the footsteps was still moving forward slowly. As he walked out of the shadows step by step, the people in the pursuit team could see his appearance clearly. This? How is it possible? Is it Shinji? Everyone changed color, with surprise and confusion on their faces. Because the one who walked out of the shadows was not the terrifying enemy they expected, but Uchiha Shinji, who was carrying the unconscious Niji in one hand and a head in the other. Then, everyone's eyes focused on the head in Shinji's hand. After seeing the face of the head clearly, Tsunade, who had just met Otsutsuki Sharon, and Suzuki, who had suffered a great loss, all shrank their pupils. Because the head in Shinji's hand was not someone else's, but the mysterious enemy who had attacked the village and severely injured Yakumo. At this moment, the arrogant enemy had his head cut off and was casually held in Shinji's hand with his eyes closed. The scene in front of him also surprised Shinji. He smiled weakly, you are late. Shin was the first to rush through the crowd and ran to Shinji. While looking Shinji up and down to confirm whether Shinji was injured, he asked curiously, Shinji, you defeated that guy. Shinji threw the head of the simulated puppet of Otsutsuki Tonari to the ground. Well, this guy is a bit tricky. It took me a lot of effort to deal with him. Husband. The second update is here. Please vote for recommendation and monthly votes. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 404 The Meaning of Being the Chief. Looking at the head rolling on the ground, everyone, including Jiraiya and Tsunade, had expressions of surprise and doubt on their faces. No way? The winner is actually Uchiha Shinji? Is it solved? Everyone's faces were filled with surprise, doubt, and even relief. How? How is it possible? Sasuke stood there in a daze. In his opinion, it was incredible that Shinji could fight with the mysterious enemy for so long. After all, Yakumo was so strong that he was severely injured by the mysterious enemy before he could block a single move. So he never expected that Shinji would be the winner in the end, and not only won, but also killed his opponent and even cut off his head. Shiro and Karin were also surprised. Of course, compared with surprise, the joy in their eyes was even more difficult to conceal. Hey! Tsunade suddenly exclaimed. Jiraiya asked, what's wrong? Tsunade squatted in front of the head of the simulated puppet of Otsutsuki Tonari on the ground and said, it's just a puppet. What? Everyone looked at the puppet on the ground. Because the light in the Death Forest at night was very dim, everyone could only rely on the mottled moonlight penetrating through the treetops to barely see things. It was already very difficult to roughly distinguish the appearance of the head in Shinji's hand. In addition, the puppet of Otsutsuki Tonari was almost indistinguishable from the real thing, so now after Tsunade's reminder, everyone realized that the head on the ground was wrong. Shinji said, after solving that guy, I found out that it was a puppet. The body is in the forest. You can slowly look for it. Tsunade frowned. She has seen a lot of puppets, but when she fought before, she really didn't realize that the other party was just a puppet, and the doubts in her heart became stronger. Jiraiya asked, where is the puppeteer? Shinji shrugged, indicating that he didn't find the puppeteer. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade. Tsunade nodded slightly, we didn't realize that this was a puppet just now. Her implication was obvious. If they couldn't even identify the puppet, they certainly couldn't find the so-called puppeteer. Shinji handed Niji over to the Hyuga clan members who came up to him and yawned, that's right, I'll leave Niji to you. I'll go back and rest first. After saying that, Shinji, who looked exhausted, ignored everyone's suspicious eyes and walked through the crowd and left. The exhaustion on his face was not a disguise. Although he won the last battle with Tonari Otsutsuki, it was not easy. At that time, Tonari Otsutsuki first controlled him with a huge suction of the giant reincarnation eye, and then prepared to use the giant reincarnation eye to forcibly extract chakra to kill him instantly. In such a critical moment, Shinji actually had few choices. Victory and defeat, only a thought away. At this critical moment, Shinji chose to activate the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. But he did not use Susanoo to confront Tonari Otsutsuki head-on, but lowered his head and closed his eyes to cover up his use of Susanoo. He used the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, secretly activated the Naobi to connect with Niji, who was held by Otsutsuki Tonari and fainted, and then activated the Katsuzu to extract the chakra from Niji. When activating the Katsuzu, he played a trick and deliberately delayed the time for the chakra to be transferred to himself. Then, as soon as he finished all this, he was captured by Otsutsuki Tonari, and all his chakra was extracted without surprise. As the chakra was completely drained, Shinji personally experienced the irresistible weakness, and the whole person fell into a trance, as if he would faint in the next moment. After succeeding, Otsutsuki Tonari let down all his guard. After all, as long as the chakra is drained, even the strongest enemy will also become fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. At this time, the chakra of Niji extracted by Huojin flowed into Shinji's body, allowing Shinji, who was about to faint, to regain his consciousness. Instant. Shinji opened his eyes, and under the surprised eyes of Otsutsuki Tonari, he shook his wrist, and the special spider silk wrapped around his wrist, which was sharper than steel wire, immediately wrapped around Otsutsuki Tonari's neck. Clang! Accompanied by a golden sound, the head of Otsutsuki Tonari's simulated puppet fell to the ground. Shinji completed the counterattack. With the destruction of Otsutsuki Tonari's simulated puppet, Otsutsuki Tonari's spirit inside disappeared in the blink of an eye under the protection of the giant reincarnation eye. Without the maintenance of the giant reincarnation eye, the Otsutsuki Tonari, the chakra of Shinji that Tsutsuki Tonari had just extracted, dissipated instantly, mixed with the Samsara eye chakra, and filled the entire forest. This is why neither Keirin's Kagura heart nor the Byakugan of several Hyuga clan members could see through this battlefield. Although Shinji won in the end, the feeling of having his chakra drained out was not pleasant. Although he had arranged first, the chakra of Niji extracted by Hwajin replenished his body in time, allowing him to avoid the crisis of total failure of body functions due to chakra depletion and life-threatening danger, but his own condition was inevitably terrible. So when he walked through the crowd and left, everyone could clearly see the fatigue and weakness on his face. However, this not only did not make people underestimate him, but on the contrary it gave everyone a real feeling. If Shinji really solved the mysterious enemy so easily, everyone would really feel unacceptable. Shin glared at Suzuki at this time. "Humph, we worried for nothing." Suzuki murmured, But that guy is really strong. How could Shinji defeat him alone?" Shin pouted, "What's impossible?" Suzuki still tried to explain, but Yakumo was defeated by that guy. "So what?" Shin put his hands on his waist and said proudly, "Yakumo couldn't beat Shinji in the first place." "Hey, do you understand the meaning of the chief? Shinji is the chief of our ninja school." After hearing what Shin said, Suzuki was speechless and disappointed. Originally, he thought that even if he lost his life, he would help Shinji get revenge. Unexpectedly, Shinji solved the mysterious enemy alone. He couldn't help but secretly worry, is the gap between me and Shinji so big? Damn, it's obviously me who awakened the Sharingan. The Konoha ninjas on the side also looked at each other, is the chief of the ninja school so strong? Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other and saw strange expressions in each other's eyes. During the high-level meeting today, they were still puzzled and indifferent about the fact that Utane Kohara went to the ninja school to recruit Uchiha Shinji as an advisory elder. And now, they are already a little worried. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it. Chapter 405 Investigation and Summons. For the talent shown by Uchiha Shinji, Tsunade and Jiraiya are not blind to these strong men. It's just that. First, Shinji is from the Uchiha clan, and the mysterious Mangekyo Uchiha that appeared in large numbers in the Akatsuki organization made them instinctively fear and beware of Uchiha. Second, Shinji has not yet awakened the Sharingan. For an Uchiha, no matter how good his ninjutsu and taijutsu are, they cannot compare to the eye technique. This is why Shinji suppressed Suzuki in all aspects of the ninja school, but Kakashi and others were more optimistic about Suzuki. Because the Sharingan is the reason why everyone fears the Uchiha. An Uchiha without the Sharingan is at best an ordinary ninja who is good at fire escape. These two reasons made them ignore Shinji. However, Shinji's recent series of performances made them begin to reflect on whether they had made a mistake in dealing with Shinji. If Shinji's previous victory over Yakumo could be attributed to the fact that Yakumo had just mastered the wood escape and was not proficient in its use, then Shinji's victory over the mysterious and powerful enemy at this time was a record that could not be ignored. Now, Shinji has become a disciple of Kohara Udadan and joined the advisory elders. It is hard to say whether he will compete with the new generation of their faction in the future. Jiraiya retracted his thoughts and said, "Let's investigate the attacker first." Tsunade nodded. Obviously, it is their top priority to investigate the identity of the attacker and the purpose of attacking Konoha and kidnapping Niji. After a while, several Anbu found the body of Otsutsuki Tonari's simulated puppet and brought it over. After combining the head and body of the simulated puppet, Tsunade was amazed while checking it. What a superb craftsmanship! Compared with this puppet, those puppets of Sand Village are simply shoddy toys. Jiraiya still frowned, but where is the puppeteer? Did he escape? Tsunade shook his head. In terms of puppets, neither she nor Jiraiya are experts, so they need to take the remains of the puppet back and let the intelligence team disassemble and analyze it. At this time, Kakashi turned back from the battlefield where Shinji and Otsutsuki Tonari were fighting in front of him. "I have seen the battlefield in front of me. It is hard to imagine how Shinji won." "Over there?" Jiraiya asked, "What happened over there?" Kakashi said, "Until now, there is still a lot of chakra in the air over there. The performance of ninjutsu in that area will be seriously disturbed." After that, Kakashi looked at the remains of the puppet on the ground and asked, is that the Byakugan in the eye socket? Tsunade shook her head. No, it's just a white gem that looks like Byakugan. Decoration. Kakashi was a little confused. Tsunade was also unsure, maybe. They didn't know that the white crystal in the eye socket of the simulated puppet was a special crystal that could accept chakra. Once Otsutsuki Tonari's spirit controlled the puppet and obtained the crystal of the reincarnation eye chakra, it could achieve an effect similar to the Byakugan. After surveying the battlefield, Jiraiya and Tsunade left a few patrol teams, took the puppet wreckage, and led the team back to the village. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others reported the results of the pursuit to the third generation who was in charge of the village and the advisory elders. When he learned that Shinji defeated the mysterious enemy alone, even the experienced third generation could not hide the surprise on his face. The advisory elders on the side also had different expressions. Denzo had a dark face, and his expression was as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. He had long since made no secret of his murderous intentions towards Uchiha Shinji, and he had also sent root ninjas to assassinate Shinji, so he and Shinji the grudge between Uchiha and Uchiha could not be resolved. Therefore, the stronger Shinji is, the more embarrassing his situation is. Midamanen looked at Yuta and Kohara beside him, and seemed to understand why this old friend was willing to spend his political capital to recruit Uchiha Shinji. Yuta and Kohara did not show it on the surface, but she was a little proud in her heart. The new generation of Kurama Yakumo and Uchiha Sasuke, who were recruited by the third generation, were defeated by the mysterious and powerful enemy, while Uchiha Shinji, who she recruited, solved the powerful enemy alone. This not only shows how powerful Shinji is, but also confirms her vision of people. Although she chose Shinji out of helplessness, reality gave her a surprise, turning her helpless move into a stroke of genius. The third generation glanced at several consultant elders in the office, suppressed the hidden worries in his heart, and turned to Tsunade and others and asked, "Have you investigated the other party's identity?" Tsunade shook her head, "Not yet. But judging from the other party's attempt to kidnap Hyuga Niji, the other party should be targeting the Hyuga clan." The third generation nodded slightly. "Call Hayashi over." "Yes." The Anbu standing by responded and disappeared on the spot. Hyuga main family mansion. Ninkai, who woke up, said to Hayashi, "I'm sorry." Hayashi shook his head, "It's none of your business. I was careless. I didn't expect the Otsutsuki branch to be so bold and dared to sneak into the village and launch an attack." Ninkai was a little sad. He thought he had made great progress recently, but he didn't expect to be defeated by the mysterious boy of the Otsutsuki branch in a face-to-face encounter. Swish! At this time, an Anbu came to the courtyard of the mansion. "Hayashi, Lord Hokage summoned you." Hayashi stood up and said, "Got it." After the Anbu left, Niji asked with some concern, "Sir, Lord Hokage summoned you, is it because of this incident?" Hayashi was also worried. "Well, summoning me at this time must be because of the Otsutsuki branch. This time the other party is coming for our Hyuga clan, and it can't be hidden from anyone." Niji was a little entangled, then. Hayashi interrupted Niji, "You can't tell the village yet, otherwise, you will not be able to hide the fact that you cooperated with Akatsuki to go to the moon. At that time, not only will you be punished for colluding with Akatsuki, but our Hayashi clan will also be suspected by the village." Niji was afraid of being punished by the village, but he was more worried that the Otsutsuki branch would launch a world-destroying campaign, so he said, "What about the conspiracy of the Otsutsuki branch? They want to destroy the entire ninja world." Hayashi waved his hand, "Let me think about it again, think about it again." In Shinji's apartment. After washing up, Shinji fell headfirst onto the bed. Otsutsuki Tonari suffered a loss this time, so he shouldn't dare to attack the Hyuga clan easily again, right? Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up and pondered, "We can't always passively take the beating, we have to find a way to check and balance the Otsutsuki branch." After fighting with Otsutsuki Tonari this time, he couldn't forget the giant reincarnation eye on the moon, because the giant reincarnation eye was so powerful and fascinating. "It's just a small favor, please help." Chapter 406 Return to the Kingdom of the Moon. The next day, the entire Konoha was still busy rebuilding. Otsutsuki Tonari extracted Yakumo's chakra, and the attack he launched almost destroyed an entire block. The final statistics of casualties reached hundreds of people, which was the most serious loss of personnel in the village after the Nine Tails Rebellion and the extermination of the Uchiha clan. So even though the attack was over and the attacker was killed, the streets were still talking about it. The discussion in the ninja school was even more intense. Because the mysterious attacker easily defeated the geniuses of the ninja school, such as Niji, Yakumo, and Suzuki, but died dramatically at the hands of Shinji in the end. Not only did it make Shinji, the chief of the ninja school, more worthy of his reputation, but it also added a bit of legendary color to Shinji. After all, chasing the mysterious enemy alone and killing him in one battle, such an achievement is worth bragging about no matter who it falls on. On the playground, Shin pestered Shinji and asked, "Shinji, tell me quickly, how did you defeat that guy yesterday?" All the classmates gathered around, and even Suzuki pretended to be indifferent and came over. Shinji smiled, "I won yesterday by luck. That guy underestimated me and gave me an opportunity. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to defeat him." "It is so," Suzuki said secretly. Ya asked, "I heard that guy has a pair of white eyes. Is it true?" "Actually, I think so." After a pause, Shinji said, "I defeated just a simulated puppet, so it does look like it has a pair of white eyes, but it should not be real." "So it was just a puppet. What about the puppeteer? Did he jump away? Is he from Tsunagakure?" The classmates who were not at the scene last night whispered. Shinji took the opportunity to squeeze out of the crowd. Because of the political resources of Koharu Udaten, he also got the news of the village's investigation of the attack last night. The appearance of Otsutsuki Tonori's simulated puppet and his attempt to kidnap Niji showed that this attack was likely aimed at the Hyuga clan, so that night the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, was secretly summoned by the third Hokage. As for the results of the meeting, he also learned some. Hayashi not only denied that the attack had anything to do with the Hyuga clan, but also covered up the information that Tonori Otsutsuki was from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and he was clueless. Shinji could understand why Hayashi was like this. The Uchiha clan was exterminated not long ago. As the head of the Hyuga clan, he obviously didn't want to put the Hyuga clan in the same danger as the Uchiha clan. So instead of telling everything and being monitored and hostile by the village, it was better to deny it. Anyway, there were several mysterious Mangeki Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization, so it was not surprising to have one or two mysterious enemies with Byakugan. Moreover, it was finally confirmed that the attacker was just a puppet, and his eyes were not real Byakugan. At night, Shinji returned to his apartment early. It was not a good experience to have all the chakra sucked out at once. Even for him, it would take a few days of recuperation to fully recover, so he was already afraid of his previous choice. In fact, in the final battle with Otsutsuki Tonori, he could choose to activate the Byakugan controlled by the Susanoo Sun Tonker and stimulate the Byakugan chakra to resist the chakra extraction of the giant Samsara Eye. But at that time, he felt that even if he blocked Otsutsuki Tonori's chakra extraction, he would still face a tough battle, so it was better to take risks and let Otsutsuki Tonori succeed, let Otsutsuki Tonori relax his vigilance, and then unexpectedly solve the opponent. Although the ending was as he wished, Otsutsuki Tonori really relaxed his vigilance after extracting his chakra, giving him the opportunity to sneak attack. But now thinking about it, the choice at that time was still too risky, that is, Otsutsuki Tonori was inexperienced. If he had replaced him with an experienced person, he might have died. It was not until the third day that Shinji completely recovered and his spirit got rid of the weakness. And the first thing he did after recovery was to sneak out of the village and secretly rush to the illusionary passage connected to the moon in the moon country. The Otsutsuki on the moon were too restless, and he needed to understand the situation in order to prepare for possible attacks later. Outside the passage, he used his Byakugan to observe for a day and found that at least at this end of the passage, the Otsutsuki branch had no guards. The Otsutsuki branch should know that I sneaked into the moon from this passage last time, and they should not let it go. Shinji did not act in a hurry, but pondered. Why not send Ito over? She is a spirit and is good at illusion. Maybe she can pass through the passage quietly and sneak into the moon again. Thinking of this, he shook his head again and drove the idea out of his mind. In the ninja world, spirits do have unparalleled reconnaissance capabilities, but facing the Otsutsuki branch with a giant reincarnation eye, spirits are not so useful. If Ito is sent rashly, it is likely to be a death sentence. Let the shadow clone go first. Shinji formed seals with his hands, activated the shadow clone technique, and sent the shadow clone out. After a while, he found that he had lost contact with the shadow clone, but what surprised him was that the shadow clone did not send back any information. There are generally only two possibilities for this situation. Either the shadow clone was quickly solved without any reaction, or the shadow clone was solved by some special means, and even the chakra could not escape back. If it was the former, Shinji should have received some fragmentary information, but he did not receive any information, so he was more inclined to the latter. That is, his shadow clone was solved by some special means, and even the chakra could not escape back. Shinji was not in a hurry, but ambushed and waited quietly around. His behavior just now should have alerted the enemy, so the Otsutsuki branch guarding the illusion channel would most likely come out of the illusion channel to investigate. However, he waited for a whole day, but no one came out of the illusion channel to investigate, not even a puppet. Could it be that the Otsutsuki branch arranged some kind of trigger trap in the illusion channel instead of guards? That's right. In the last battle on the moon, I showed my strength at the level of the Mangeki Sharingan. The other party should know my strength. If the guards sent here are too weak, it will be meaningless. But if they are too strong, they should not be able to spare so many people. Suddenly, Shinji had this guess. After making this guess, he immediately activated the shadow clone technique, splitting out 3 shadow clones, and then told them to explore carefully, and sent the 3 shadow clones to the illusion channel. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 407 Smuggling. After a long time, a fragmented memory appeared in the mind of Shinji, who was guarding outside the illusion channel. So that's it. After reading this fragmented memory, he suddenly realized. As he analyzed before, the Otsutsuki branch did not arrange any clan members to guard this illusion passage, but set up a seal trap in the illusion passage. The seal was just a light curtain, and as thin as a cicada's wing. It was not noticeable in the colorful illusion passage. As long as it was touched lightly, it would be sealed instantly. Even Shinji's shadow clone had no ability to resist. The reason why he could receive this incomplete memory this time was entirely because the last of the 3 shadow clones saw that the 2 shadow clones exploring the way in front were sealed, and instantly released its own shadow clone state, so that a ray of chakra escaped from the gap of the seal. I didn't expect the Otsutsuki branch to be so straightforward. Using the seal method directly close this passage. Shinji sighed secretly. Obviously, the only sealing technique that can maintain such a terrifying strength is the giant reincarnation eye on the moon. And the move of the Otsutsuki branch undoubtedly shows that they have no intention of continuing to attack the ninja world and the Hyuga clan. This is originally a good thing for Shinji. At least he can be quiet for a while and no longer have to worry about attacks from the moon. But turning around and thinking carefully, the Otsutsuki branch's move to retreat to the moon also shows their weakness. Otsutsuki Tonari is probably only 2 or 3 years older than me now, and he still lacks strength and experience. There are probably not many other members of the Otsutsuki branch left. Even if there are a few, most of them are old, weak, and sick. If I can sneak through the illusion passage, they will definitely not be prepared. Soon, a bold idea came to Shinji's mind. With the trust of the Otsutsuki branch in the giant Samsara Eye, they would never have thought that someone could get through the seal set by the giant Samsara Eye, so as long as Shinji could successfully sneak across, he could attack the Otsutsuki branch on the moon, where there were already few people. And as long as he succeeded, the giant Samsara Eye would be at his fingertips. When he thought of the giant Samsara Eye, Shinji was very excited, but he also knew that all this was based on the premise that he could sneak across the moon quietly. Otherwise, everything was just fantasy. So, he gathered his thoughts and seriously thought about the method of sealing the trap in the other party's illusion channel. That sealing trap was probably maintained by the giant Samsara Eye. And the giant Samsara Eye is a treasure of the 6 paths level. Its chakra level is so high that I am afraid no one in the current ninja world can match it, so it is absolutely impossible to force it. Shinji's idea was that as long as he opened a small hole in the seal trap, he could sneak in quietly. The simplest and most effective way to fight against the seal technique was to use the seal technique as well. A few days later, Shinji's original body also entered the illusion channel. After a large number of shadow clones cleared the mines, he already knew the approximate triggering area of the seal trap in the channel. Then, he began to try to use the 4-symbol seal he mastered to fight against the thin seal trap in the channel. 4-symbol seal. With a light shout from him, the ink-colored seal technique swam out from between his fingers and attacked the thin curtain in front. After a while, the ink-colored seal technique drilled into the thin curtain like a snake. Hwalala! In an instant, a ripple appeared on the thin curtain. And in this ripple, the ink-colored seal techniques of the four-symbol seal were quickly washed away and disappeared. Shinji's face darkened, and he quickly retreated dozens of meters. The attempt failed. Although it was also a sealing technique, his four-symbol seal was vulnerable to the sealing trap maintained by the giant reincarnation eye. It only lasted for 1 or 2 breaths before it was completely cleared. The gap is so big. Shinji was a little discouraged. Such a gap immediately extinguished his confidence. After thinking about it for a while, he decisively turned around and left the illusion channel. He did not give up, but prepared to call people. Although his sealing skills could not shake the sealing trap in the channel, it did not mean that he had no other way. A few days later, Karin, dressed in Akatsuki, came to the Kingdom of the Moon. Shinji, also dressed in Akatsuki, met Karin and first confirmed Karin's arrangements in Konoha. After learning that Karin had left a shadow clone, he said no more and led Karin directly to the illusion channel. Pointing forward, Shinji asked, "Do you see the thin curtain ahead?" The eternal Mangeki Sharingan in Karin's eyes is the best in the ninja world, so in terms of insight, it is not inferior to Shinji, who also controls a pair of Byakugan. He instantly discovered the thin seal trap. After observing carefully for a while, Karin asked, "My lord, what do you need me to do?" Shinji said, "I need you to use the sealing technique to fight against the thin curtain and create a gap for me to pass through." Karin didn't hesitate and really started to try. Like Shinji, Karin also chose the four-symbol seal. As she formed a seal, the ink-colored sealing technique moved flexibly in the passage and quickly drilled into the thin curtain. Hwalala! Like the situation Shinji encountered before, the sealing technique of the four-symbol seal aroused a violent reaction from the light curtain as soon as it entered the thin curtain, and then the ink-colored technique was worn away. The only difference is that Karin's four-symbol seal lasted for about 5 or 6 breaths. This time is obviously not enough, because no one can judge whether there is another thin curtain behind this thin curtain. After all, compared with Shinji's current level, the chakra of the giant reincarnation eye on the moon can be regarded as endless. Maintaining one more seal trap will not be a big burden for a treasure of the level of the giant reincarnation eye. Ah! Shinji sighed lightly. If even Karin's seal can't open a small hole in the light curtain, if that were the case, then Shinji would have to give up. As if she didn't want to see Shinji disappointed, Karin gritted her teeth and mobilized her chakra again. But this time she didn't choose the four-symbol seal, but chose another seal she had mastered not long ago, the Vajra seal. Instantly, several chains shining with golden light were projected from her body and flew towards the light curtain in front. As ripples emerged, the golden chains shook up and down in the thin curtain, as if an invisible force was tearing it apart. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 408 Infiltration and Arrogance. Shinji's eyes suddenly became stern, and his face under the mask showed an extremely surprised expression. Like the sealing technique of the four-symbol seal, the chains of the Vajra seal were squeezed and pulled after piercing the thin curtain. However, unlike the ink-colored sealing technique that dissipated in a few breaths, the chains of the Vajra seal were constantly pulled and worn away, making a squeaking sound that made people's teeth ache, but they were unexpectedly strong and were not torn apart by the thin curtain. "My lord!" Karin also shouted excitedly. Shinji approached the thin curtain carefully and observed for a moment, and found that Karin's Vajra seal did resist the seal trap in the illusionary passage. With a thought in his mind, Shinji formed a seal to activate the shadow clone technique, creating 2 shadow clones, and instructed Karin, "Try to gather the chains into a ring and create a gap in the thin curtain." Karin immediately followed the order and slowly gathered the 8 golden chains of the Vajra seal to form a circle. There were only 8 chains, and even if they were gathered together to form a circle, there would be large gaps between them. However, the sealing technique is different from others. The existence of the chain is the biggest interference to the thin curtain. Therefore, even if there are a lot of gaps in the gap of the ring through which the chain passes, the thin curtain can easily penetrate into the gap through these gaps, but the power will inevitably be greatly reduced. Therefore, Shinji once again activated the four-symbol seal with a seal, and used the ink-colored sealing technique to fill the gaps between the chains one by one. The sealing technique, which could only last for a few breaths in the thin curtain, instantly stabilized the gap after the Vajra blockade took on the main pressure, forming a passage that only one person could pass through. Shinji's face was delighted, and he winked at the 2 shadow clones around him. Swish! In an instant, Shinji's 2 shadow clones passed through the gap one after another and sneaked towards the other end of the illusion passage. Karan, who only needed to maintain the Avatra blockade, looked around curiously and asked, "Sir, where is this place?" Shinji replied, "This is a passage leading to the moon." Leading to the moon? Karan was surprised. She never expected to get such an answer. Things here are very complicated. It can't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. After a pause, Shinji thought of something and said, "You only need to know that there is a ninja clan called Otsutsuki living on the moon. They want to destroy the ninja world. So that's it." This time Karan was not surprised. The existence of their Akatsuki organization is to save the ninja world. After a long time, one of Shinji's shadow clones returned and nodded to him. Everything went well. There are only some illusion traps in the passage behind. We successfully reached the moon. Shinji frowned slightly. No guards. No, I didn't even see a puppet. Smiling, the shadow clone said, "It seems that the Otsutsuki branch trusts this seal trap very much and has determined that this place is impassable." Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he understood the Otsutsuki branch's approach very well, because with the strength of this seal trap, let alone ordinary ninja forces, even a large ninja village like Konoha would be helpless. And if someone tried to attack and wanted to completely destroy the seal trap, the Otsutsuki branch on the moon would be able to detect it immediately. It's just that the Otsutsuki branch would never have thought that someone in the ninja world could use the sealing technique to open a small hole in this seal trap activated by the giant reincarnation eye. After all, there are very few people who can do this in the entire ninja world. Karin is a special case. It is precisely because she is a member of the Uzumaki clan, has successfully transplanted the cells of the first generation, and has a pair of the strongest eyes in the ninja world, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, that she can barely do this. If any of the above conditions is missing, she can't do this. Apart from her, Shinji thinks that only Shin, who has absorbed the ghost and mastered the complete power of the Miko, can do this. At this time, Shinji's original body said to Karin, "You wait here for me, I will go and see it myself." Karin was a little worried. "Sir, do you need me to go with you?" Shinji shook his head. "The situation on the moon is very complicated. We must avoid direct battle with the Otsutsuki, so even if you go with me, you can't help much, but will drag me down." Karin no longer insisted. "I understand, I will guard here." After Shinji passed through the gap, Karin lifted the Avatra blockade, stepped aside, and waited quietly. Shinji sighed. With the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he easily passed through the illusion trap in the second half of the illusion channel and came to the moon. "Here I come again." Looking at the front, Shinji was very excited inside the moon, which was full of uniqueness. From the current point of view, the Otsutsuki branch did not notice his infiltration this time, so he had a lot of potential this time. Took out a map from the ninja bag on his waist, spread it on the ground, and studied it carefully. This map was drawn bit by bit according to his memory after he returned to the village after making a big fuss on the moon last time. Although it was not very accurate, he still recorded the general terrain on the moon, especially the terrain near the Otsutsuki branch. This is the temple of the giant reincarnation eye in the castle of the Otsutsuki branch. The connected floating gravel belt is in this area. His fingers moved on the map, and his mind quickly thought about the action plan. For him, the best result of this action is to achieve success in one battle, to catch all the members of the Otsutsuki branch in a sneak attack, and then take the giant reincarnation eye worshipped by the Otsutsuki branch for himself. Of course, this is the most ideal state. After all, he didn't even know how many members of the Otsutsuki branch family were on the moon, where they lived, what strength they had, and so on. Without sufficient intelligence support, the difficulty of the sneak attack would be greatly increased. However, Shinji didn't dwell on this too much. He put away the map and rushed towards the direction of the Otsutsuki branch family castle. It took a day for Shinji to finally arrive at the outskirts of the Otsutsuki branch family castle. Just like before, the entire castle of the Otsutsuki branch family was protected by a protective shield activated by the giant reincarnation eye, and all kinds of reincarnation eye puppets were scattered around, guarding the entire castle tightly. However, Shinji smiled slightly. Because he found that the arrangement of the castle guard force was no different from the last time he made a fuss here, it can be seen how arrogant the Otsutsuki branch family was, and even the guards were not rearranged. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it. Chapter 409 Resonance. The fact that the Otsutsuki branch did not change its deployment meant that Shinji's previous infiltration strategy could be used this time. So he did not waste time, and followed suit, lurking in the forest to find the right opportunity. He took advantage of the gap when a team of Reincarnation Eye puppets changed their guards, hijacked a Reincarnation Eye puppet, and used the Reincarnation Eye chakra on the puppet to sneak into the protective shield. It seems that the last battle during the breakout helped me cover up the path of infiltration. After infiltrating the castle, Shinji secretly rejoiced while observing the interior of the castle with the Byakugan controlled by the Susanoo Nochin. The last battle with the elders of the Otsutsuki branch destroyed some areas of the castle, and these damages may have covered up the clues of Shinji's infiltration, making it difficult for the Otsutsuki branch to finally determine what means Shinji used to infiltrate the castle. This may also be the reason why the other party did not blindly change the guard deployment. While sneaking in the castle corridor, Shinji began to record the layout of the castle. From his observation, the underground part of this huge castle with more than 10 floors is all passages for puppets to travel. And the first to 10th floors are the areas where the puppets move. Last time he came in a hurry, so he was just a quick look along the way, but this time it was different. Under his careful observation, he found that the puppets in the castle were also varied. There are full-time fighters and full-time servants. The activity area of each type of puppet is also strictly divided. For example, the puppets patrolling outside the castle can only move in the underground part of the castle, and the puppets responsible for guarding the castle can only move in specific areas of the castle. Hiding in a corner, Shinji took out his notebook and recorded the layout of the castle and the approximate activity range of various puppets. Snap! Closing the notebook, Shinji thought, it seems that the members of the Otsutsuki branch should all live in the area above the 10th floor of the castle. For some reason, his Byakugan could not directly observe the area above the 10th floor of the castle, as if it was blocked by some force. From this, he inferred that most of the remaining members of the Otsutsuki branch lived there. This also forced him to give up the idea of raiding the upper floors of the castle, because he knew nothing about that area. How many enemies were there? Where were they distributed? He didn't know anything. If he rushed up rashly and encountered an accident, it would not be his raid on the Otsutsuki branch, but a death sentence. After giving up the idea of raiding the Otsutsuki branch, he changed his mind and decided to go to the temple where the giant reincarnation eye was enshrined. After sneaking out of the castle carefully, Shinji came to the floating rubble belt connecting the temple. He had already mastered the patrol routes and times of the flying puppets, so he waited for about 4 hours, and took advantage of the gaps when the flying puppets were changing guards, and quietly came to the temple where the giant reincarnation eye was enshrined by the shadows on the back of the gravel belt. Everything was the same inside the temple. Obviously, after closing the passage between the moon and the ninja world, the Otsutsuki branch never thought that someone could sneak in here. Shua! With a leap, Shinji came to the platform of the giant reincarnation eye and looked at the giant reincarnation eye in front of him that was as bright as the stars. Looking at it, he couldn't help but reach out his hand and walked forward to touch this powerful and charming giant samsara eye. But he quickly restrained himself and retreated to the high platform. This giant samsara eye is the treasure of the Otsutsuki branch. Not to mention that he is a member of the Uchiha clan, even the Otsutsuki main family cannot control this giant samsara eye without the Otsutsuki branch. The reason why the soul of Otsutsuki Hamura entrusted the important task of saving the ninja world to Niji also indirectly shows that he, the ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, may not be able to control this giant samsara eye without the control of the Otsutsuki branch. So although the treasure is good, it can only be viewed from a distance and cannot be desecrated. If Shinji really couldn't help touching it just now, causing the giant samsara eye to move abnormally, it would probably attract the Otsutsuki branch instantly. At that time, his painstaking efforts to sneak in this time would be in vain, and it would be hard to say whether he could escape. Are we going to retreat like this? Shinji hesitated on the high platform. Although it is not advisable to act rashly, he was unwilling to just retreat without doing anything. After thinking for a while, he decided to make some attempts. The giant reincarnation eye is a combination of the Byakugan, so he activated the Byakugan chakra in the pair of Byakugan he controlled, and carefully approached the giant reincarnation eye. He did this mainly to test whether the pair of Byakugan he controlled had any connection with the giant reincarnation eye in front of him. After all, the pair of high-purity Byakugan he controlled was taken from the elders of the Otsutsuki branch. Although he knew it was unlikely, he still wanted to try whether the pair of Byakugan had the ability to control the giant reincarnation eye. Just when he carefully moved to a distance of only 1 meter from the giant reincarnation eye, he was suddenly shocked, and an incredible look flashed across his face. The pair of Byakugan he controlled with the Susanoo Tou lantern actually resonated with the giant reincarnation eye. Is it really possible? He was overjoyed and wanted to try to control the giant samsara eye in front of him. After trying for a long time, he found that although the Byakugan he controlled could resonate with the giant samsara eye, it was not enough for him to have the authority to control the giant samsara eye. Just when he was a little discouraged, he focused his eyes and suddenly made a new discovery. That is, as the Byakugan he controlled resonated with the giant samsara eye, he found that he could actually obtain a small amount of samsara eye chakra from the giant samsara eye. Although the samsara eye chakra is of a very high level, it is not of much use to him as a member of the Uchiha clan. However, this discovery made him think of another person. Yes, Shinji was thinking of no one else at this time, but Niji, who also has a pair of Byakugan. If the Byakugan he controlled could absorb the samsara eye chakra from the giant samsara eye through resonance after approaching the giant samsara eye, then Niji would probably be able to do this. The chakra of the reincarnation eye may be of no use to him, but for Niji, a member of the Hyuga clan, it is a priceless treasure. More importantly, Shinji had been worried that the chakra that Kimimaro supplied to the biological exoskeleton was much more than that of Niji in terms of quality and quantity, and the two sides could not establish a balance. If Niji could make up for the deficiency by absorbing the chakra of the reincarnation eye on the giant reincarnation eye, the big problem of balance would be solved. The second update is here. It's a new week soon, and I beg for the support of recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 410 Treasure. Konoha Village, Hyuga Clan Land. Swish, swish, swish. Under the silvery moonlight, Niji's figure shuttled back and forth between the wooden stakes, accurately hitting the middle of each wooden stake. After a while, he stopped, panting lightly, looking around, checking the middle of each wooden stake. After confirming that the middle of each wooden stake was accurately hit by his soft fist, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. Since he was defeated by Otsutsuki Tonari last time, he has increased his practice. Fortunately, he now has the biological exoskeleton implanted by Shinji, which has improved his physical strength a lot. Otherwise, according to his original physical strength, such a heavy practice volume may not be able to withstand his body. After a short breath, Niji prepared to continue practicing. Your body needs to rest. Just then, a voice came from the shadows. Ningji hurriedly looked over and said respectfully, "My lord." A figure wearing a mask and a hooded red cloud suit slowly walked out of the shadows. No doubt. This mysterious man dressed in the Akatsuki organization is Shinji, who just returned to Konoha from the moon. He looked at Niji, then shook his head slowly. Hard training can indeed improve your strength, but just knowing how to practice is not enough. Ninkai's expression darkened. My lord, you should have heard about it, right? The Otsutsuki branch on the moon sneaked into the village and attacked me not long ago, and I couldn't even block a single move from the other party. Shinji did not comfort Niji, but asked back, the other party can borrow the power of the giant reincarnation eye on the moon, why can't he defeat you in one move? Ninkai said, but my classmate Uchiha Shinji defeated that man. Shinji smiled secretly, then frowned, then think about it carefully, why can he defeat his opponent, but you can't? Ninkai really thought about it. After a long time, he said, in fact, it's not just me. My classmates Yakumo and Suzuki were also easily defeated by the opponent. The reason why Shinji was able to win was not only because he was a genius, but also because he observed the opponent's moves and mastered the opponent's intelligence. Shinji said lightly, so don't continue to feel sorry for yourself. Your quick defeat last time was just caught off guard. Just review the lesson, there is no need to give yourself such a big psychological burden. I understand. After listening to Shinji's words, Niji felt better. Shinji stopped talking nonsense and asked directly, so now, do you still have the courage to go to the moon with me? What? Ningji was shocked. The last time they were able to successfully sneak into the moon was because the Otsutsuki branch was not prepared. In this situation, no matter how you think about it, it is not a good time to sneak into the moon again, so he didn't expect Shinji to ask this question. Shinji smiled, why, you don't dare. As long as I can stop the Otsutsuki branch and save the ninja world, I am not afraid of death. After a pause, Niji continued, Didn't you always emphasize not to confront the Otsutsuki branch head-on for the time being? If we go to the moon now, won't we have to confront them head-on? Shinji said, follow me and you will know. Yes. Ningji nodded without hesitation. After leaving a shadow clone in the village, Niji followed Shinji all the way. A few days later, he finally arrived at the moon country where the illusion passage was located. After entering the illusion passage, the two met Karin who was guarding there. Ningji. Seeing Niji following Shinji, Karin exclaimed in her heart. She never thought that the leader brought her classmates. When Niji saw Karin dressed in Akatsuki attire guarding the passage, he was also shocked and said, B of Akatsuki is a well-known figure in the ninja school. This is mainly because Yakumo, Sasuke, and other influential figures in the ninja school have fought with B and privately gave B an evaluation of difficult to defeat. At this time, Shinji said, the Otsutsuki branch has closed this passage to the moon. Ningji was stunned and asked puzzledly, why did they do this? I don't know the specific reason. Shaking his head, Shinji said, but one thing is certain, they don't want to continue to entangle with us. After that, Shinji nodded to Karin. Karin understood and immediately performed the Avatra blockade, opening a small gap in the thin curtain that sealed the trap not far away. Then, she formed a seal again and performed the four-symbol seal, filling the gap with an inky seal technique, and opened a sneak passage on the thin curtain alone. Ninkai was stunned, this. Don't stand there, follow me. Shinji flashed and passed through the passage. Ninkai did not dare to hesitate, and after taking a look at the B of the maintained passage, he quickly followed Shinji and passed through the passage. Then the two quickly passed through the illusion passage and landed on the moon again. After the last successful infiltration, Shinji optimized the infiltration route again, so this time he led Ninkai all the way to the temple dedicated to the giant reincarnation eye without any danger. Like Shinji last time, Ninkai, who saw the giant reincarnation eye again, was also absent-minded for a long time. After coming to his senses, he turned to Shinji and asked, Sir, why did you bring me here? Shinji still didn't explain, open your Byakugan first, and try to get close to the giant Rinnegan. Out of trust in Shinji, Niji didn't ask why, and did what Shinji told him to do. And when he was about 1 meter away from the giant Rinnegan, sure enough, the Byakugan in his eye sockets resonated instinctively with the giant Rinnegan. Sir, I feel it. Feeling the Rinnegan chakra on the giant Rinnegan flowing into his body, Niji exclaimed. It worked. Shinji's clenched fist finally loosened. What he was worried about before was that only the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki branch on the moon could resonate with the giant Rinnegan. Now that Niji's Byakugan has successfully resonated, it means that as long as it is Byakugan, it should be able to resonate instinctively with the giant Rinnegan. At this moment, in Shinji's eyes, the giant Samsara eye was no longer the treasure of the Otsutsuki that could only be admired from afar but not desecrated. Instead, it became an endless treasure that he could secretly dig. If the success rate of his Samsara eye plan was only 30% to 40% before, then from this moment on, the success rate of his Samsara eye plan reached 70% to 80%. Of course. The prerequisite for everything is that it will not be discovered by the Otsutsuki branch. Here is the first update. Don't forget those who haven't voted today. Chapter 411 Offering. After a while, Niji reacted from the surprise and carefully moved away from the giant Samsara eye in front of him step by step. Just a short while ago, his body was filled with Samsara eye chakra. Too much to hold. These chakras are nothing to the giant Samsara eye. Even the Otsutsuki branch that controls the giant Samsara eye can hardly detect it, but for Niji, it is too much for him to bear. Shinji then said, knowing that why did I bring you here? I never thought that my Byakugan could resonate with this giant Samsara eye. Sir, what is going on? Ningji was full of surprise. The scene just now really surprised him. Shinji looked at the giant Samsara eye and was full of emotion, because it is not only the treasure of the Otsutsuki branch, but also the treasure of all Byakugan owners. Ningji nodded gently. After his body was filled with the chakra of the Samsara eye, he had an unprecedented feeling, as if he had endless power. Shinji walked in front of Niji at this time, and told Niji to sit cross-legged while making a seal to activate the biological exoskeleton on Niji's chest. Under normal circumstances, this biological exoskeleton implanted in Niji's body is dormant most of the day, and only activates itself very rarely to collect Niji's cell tissue and store Niji's chakra. The reason for this is that Niji's current physique cannot withstand the long-term collection and absorption of this biological exoskeleton. But with the giant Samsara Eye, everything becomes simple. Just like now, after Shinji manually activated Niji's biological exoskeleton, the chakra gift that Niji just received from the giant Samsara Eye, at this moment, all of them are stored in the biological exoskeleton. The biological exoskeleton that has obtained a large amount of Samsara Eye chakra has significantly improved its own growth progress. Shinji secretly estimated. If it were just relying on Niji himself, it might take several years for his half of the biological exoskeleton to fully develop and store chakra. Now with the assistance of the giant Samsara Eye, it might only take a few months to make that half of the biological exoskeleton reach its best condition. Shinji was worried before that Niji's chakra was not strong enough and could not be fused with Kaimimura's chakra in the final fusion, but now it is not a problem. Because no matter how domineering Kaimimura's chakra is, it can't be stronger than the Samsara Eye chakra. Ningji said weakly, "My lord, the Samsara Eye chakra in my body has been absorbed by the biological exoskeleton." Shinji directly ordered, "It doesn't matter, you go and resonate with the giant Samsara Eye, absorb some Samsara Eye chakra, and then feed it to the biological exoskeleton." Ningji asked in confusion, "Feed all to the biological exoskeleton?" Shinji nodded, "This biological exoskeleton I implanted for you needs your chakra to nourish it. But your strength is not enough to nourish it alone, so I brought you here to let you absorb the chakra of the giant reincarnation Eye to nourish it and let it grow as soon as possible." After hesitating for a moment, Ningji asked, "What will it look like when it grows up?" Seeing Ningji's worry, Shinji explained, "Don't worry, once it is fully developed, I will remove it from you, and it will not affect your body. And in the process of development, it will also subtly improve your physique, so it will not harm you to nourish it." If it were anyone else, Niji would not have believed it easily. But when the target was changed to the leader, he dispelled his doubts and did as Shinji instructed. After repeating this 4 times, the exhausted Niji could not even stand steadily. The process of obtaining the chakra of the Samsara Eye through resonance and then feeding all the chakra of the Samsara Eye to the biological exoskeleton seems simple, but in fact it is a great burden on the body of Niji, the operator, because the cell tissues storing chakra will be tired. Repeatedly experiencing the cycle of full storage and empty in a short period of time is a big test for the cell tissues throughout his body. It's like Shinji was drained of chakra by Otsutsuki Tonari. Even if he got chakra supply later, he still had to rest for 3 days to recover completely. Supporting Niji, who staggered and almost fell, Shinji said, "Let's stop here today." After taking a breath, Ninkai asked, "Sir, how many times do I need to feed it for this biological exoskeleton on my body to fully develop?" Shinji estimated and replied, "If I can feed it 4 times a month like today, I estimate that it will be completed in a few months." Ninkai said, "I understand." After this feeding, Niji's body may need a few days to recover, so Shinji did not stay any longer and immediately took Niji out of the temple. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this month, Shinji was busy again. In Konoha, he had to monitor the status of Karin, Kimimaro, and Niji, while dealing with Yuta and Koharu. Every now and then, he would take Niji to the moon to secretly absorb the chakra of the giant reincarnation Eye to feed Niji's half of the biological exoskeleton. Fortunately, during this period, they sneaked into the moon several times without any danger and were not discovered by the Otsutsuki branch. Through the perception of Niobe, Shinji accurately grasped the development of the biological exoskeleton on Niji and Kimimaro. At the beginning, the development of Kaimimaro's half of the biological exoskeleton was obviously stronger than Niji. As Niji continued to steal the chakra of the giant reincarnation Eye carrot and use these high-quality reincarnation Eye chakras to feed the biological exoskeleton, the development speed of the half of the biological exoskeleton on his body quickly caught up with and surpassed Kimimaro. Now, the biological exoskeletons on both of them are in a state of rapid development. According to the current speed, Shinji estimates that it will take at most 2 months for the biological exoskeleton on Niji to develop to the best state, while Kaimimaro's will be a little slower, but at most 3 or 4 months. By then, he can open up a void channel through the connection of Nabi and the fusion of Hwajin, and combine the 2 halves of the biological exoskeleton into one. In this way, the cell tissues and chakras of Niji and Kimimaro will be integrated into one. In this way, he has obtained a complete biological exoskeleton that perfectly compatible with the Byakugan chakra of the Hyuga clan and the corpse vein chakra of the Kagaya clan. As long as this step is completed, the most difficult part of the reincarnation Eye plan he designed will be completed. The second update is here. It's the end of the month, don't forget to vote if you still have votes. Chapter 412, Endowed with Spirituality. Konoha, Ninja School. During the break, when Shinji was lying on the table with his eyes closed, a classmate suddenly ran to the door of their class and shouted into the classroom, "Hurry up, Sasuke is going to spar with Kimimaro, everyone go and watch." "What? Where is it?" "On the playground. It's a long-lost battle of geniuses, don't miss it." Instantly, the students in the classroom were boiling and swarmed towards the playground below. Shinji slowly raised his head and glanced out the window, and found that Sasuke and Kimimaro were indeed confronting each other on the playground. On the playground. Sasuke moved his wrists and raised the corner of his mouth. "Kimimaro, after so long, you finally accept my challenge." Kimimaro, who looked a little pale, said, "I just want to fight with the Sharingan, but unfortunately, you are the only one I can find in the village." "Want to fight with the Sharingan? Humph, I will give you an unforgettable experience." Sasuke snorted coldly, and then opened the Sharingan. The ink-colored eyes in his eye sockets instantly turned scarlet. Kimimaro stared at Sasuke's Sharingan and said, "Can we start?" Sasuke nodded and waved to Kimimaro, "Of course. You who don't have the pupil technique, go first, I don't want to take advantage of you." In the classroom, Shinji frowned slightly. Because Kimimaro was implanted with a biological exoskeleton, through the perception of Niobe, he knew Kimimaro's current physical condition better than Kimimaro himself. The biological exoskeleton has been improving Kimimaro's physique, and the corpse vein chakra absorbed by the biological exoskeleton has also delayed Kimimaro's condition to a certain extent, but the degree of Kimimaro's deterioration is still beyond his and Orochimaru's expectations. Both he and Orochimaru suggested to Kimimaro to reduce the time of training and reduce the burden on the body. However, Kimimaro simply didn't listen. Perhaps in his eyes, if he was useless, then he would lose the meaning of existence. Therefore, even if his condition was still getting worse, he still didn't relax at all. What on earth does he want to do? If this goes on, even the biological exoskeleton can't reverse his condition. Shinji shook his head slowly, his face puzzled. Bang bang bang. At this time, the sparring between Kimimaro and Sasuke began. Kimimaro still used his sharp and swift style, using his speed to bully Sasuke in front of him, and launched a series of attacks right away. However, contrary to Shinji's expectation, Sasuke not only did not lose his composure, but with the insight of the three Magatama Sharingan, he fought back and forth with Kimimaro. With the sound of whoosh, Shinji in the classroom stood up from his seat. He stared at Sasuke on the playground and thought to himself, what's going on? It's only been a month, how come his pupil power has increased so much? Obviously. Shinji didn't know how much pain and self-blame Sasuke had experienced when he chased Otsutsuki Tonari alone before. It was at that time that Sasuke's pupil power showed a significant surge. And his defeat of Otsutsuki Tonari alone also gave Sasuke a great stimulus, so during this month, he was busy taking Niji to get the chakra of the giant reincarnation eye, but Sasuke didn't have a moment to rest, and was practicing all the time. The two's competition soon attracted more onlookers from the same class. The exclamations and praises on the playground were endless, and when the two fought to the thrilling point, it caused an overwhelming shout on the playground. On the sidelines, Tenten asked Ninkai beside him, "Ninkai, who do you think will win between the two?" Ninkai stared at the field, as if he didn't hear anything. After waiting for a while, seeing that Ninkai didn't answer, Tenten gently pushed him, "Ninkai, I'm asking you? Who do you think will win?" Oh, Ninkai came back to his senses and said, "It should be Kimimaro." Yakumo on the side took over the conversation and shook his head, "It's hard to say, Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan, they are different from ordinary ninjas. Kimimaro hasn't completely gained the upper hand yet, and the situation is not very optimistic in the future." Shin said, "Yakumo, do you think Sasuke will win?" "Yet." Yakumo nodded gently. "The one who changed her life, the leader, is Uchiha, and it was also Uchiha who suppressed her in the ninja school and prevented her from getting the title of chief. So she has a special feeling for the Uchiha clan that others cannot understand." Ninji glanced at Yakumo, then looked away, and said firmly, "No, Kimimaro must win." Like Yakumo, Niji also has his own reasons. He didn't know that Kimimaro had another half of the biological exoskeleton implanted in his body, but with the induction between the biological exoskeletons, he felt that Kimimaro did not use his full strength. This feeling is very strange, somewhat similar to the instinctive resonance produced when approaching the giant reincarnation eye on the moon, so that he was a little distracted just now. In the classroom. Hey! Shinji, who sensed something, suddenly exclaimed lightly, with an incredible look on his face. Instantly, his eyes moved from Kimimaro, who was fighting fiercely on the field, to Niji on the sidelines, and he thought to himself, without the void channel created by my Hwajin, the half-biological exoskeleton on Niji's body resonated with the half-biological exoskeleton on Kimimiro's body? How did this happen? Is it because the distance is too close? This phenomenon surprised Shinji, the designer of the biological exoskeleton. It stands to reason. Without his Niobe and Hwajin cooperating and connecting, the two half-biological exoskeletons would not have the ability to resonate. In terms of design, there is no similar function at all. It's really strange, why is this happening? After a pause, Shinji had a flash of inspiration, is it because of the Samsara Eye Chakra? Thinking of this, Shinji suddenly realized that the Samsara Eye Chakra does have the ability to give spirituality to dead things. Those reincarnation eye puppets on the moon, without the control of puppeteers, rely on the low-level spirituality given by the reincarnation eye chakra to carry out daily patrols, maintenance and other tasks. And the biological exoskeleton he created is a hotbed of cell tissue and chakra. Compared with the cold mechanical puppets, it undoubtedly has more spiritual ability. Can the reincarnation eye chakra really do such a thing? It gives spirituality to the half of the biological exoskeleton on Niji's body. After thinking of this possibility, Shinji was stunned and unbelievable. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it. Chapter 413 Verification and Analysis. If this guess is true, it means that Shinji has accidentally created a brand new life with spiritual intelligence. Is this good or bad? Shinji was a little nervous. He couldn't make a judgment for a while. When the biological exoskeleton gained spirituality, was it good or bad for him? However, in order to verify his guess, he decided to give it a try first. See if the half of Niji's biological exoskeleton that was nourished by the Samsara Eye Chakra really gained spirituality as he expected. So, he hid behind the wall, activated the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and secretly activated Niobe to connect Kimimaro, who was fighting on the field, and Niji, who was watching on the sidelines. Then he activated Hwajin and opened a void channel between the two. Of course. He just opened a chakra channel, but did not control the transmission of chakra. He was observing whether the half of Niji's biological exoskeleton would transmit chakra by itself. On the playground. The fierce fight was still going on. The three Magadama Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets swayed up and down and left and right in his eye sockets as his body danced up and down. I caught it. I caught it all. Sasuke's mouth curled up higher and higher. During this competition, he obviously found that his insight ability had improved a lot. Kimimiro's actions were almost all within his insight and prediction, which made him at a disadvantage in strength and speed, but the situation was always balanced. Kimimaro seemed to have discovered this and increased his speed again. Sasuke resisted and said, "It's useless. My Sharingan has seen through all your actions." Kimimaro remained silent and continued to speed up. Swish! Soon, as Kimimaro continued to speed up, his figure on the field gradually blurred. So fast! I can't see clearly at all. Is this the level of genius? The classmates watching exclaimed, and it was not until then that they were surprised to find that Kimimiro's speed had not reached the limit. Sasuke's expression was stern, and the smile on his face faded a lot. Because he found that Kimimaro was still getting faster, and his Sharingan could not keep up. Cough cough. Suddenly, Kimimaro stopped moving rapidly and started coughing violently while holding his chest. Sasuke was stunned at first, then frowned and said, "Hey, are you okay?" Cough cough cough. Kimimiro's cough became more and more serious, his whole face turned red, and he bent over, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. Sasuke saw the problem at a glance and said bluntly, "Your body can't support such a fast speed, give up." Kimimaro wiped the corner of his mouth, "Let's continue." Seeing the blood flowing from the corner of Kimimiro's mouth, Sasuke was shocked, "Are you okay? Or, go to the hospital for a checkup." Kimimaro shook his head, "I'm fine, continue." On the sidelines. Yakumo frowned and whispered, Kimimaro seems to be a little bit wrong. Shin asked, what's wrong? Yakumo carefully observed Kimimaro's body with the red dragon eye and explained, he seems to be sick. The capillaries in the heart, lungs, respiratory tract, etc. have symptoms of inflammation, and the blood pressure is also a little bit wrong. Ningji, who was beside him, heard this and his face suddenly sank. Although he didn't know why, he just had a feeling that he didn't want to see Kimimaro lose, and he also knew why Kimimaro didn't use his full strength. It turned out that he didn't want to, but couldn't. On the court. Give up, there's something wrong with your body. If you continue, I'm worried that something will happen to your body. Suzuki parried and persuaded, looking completely at ease. The violent cough just now seemed to have aggravated his condition, and Kimimaro's condition began to decline, but he did not give up and continued to maintain a fierce offensive. Seeing this, Suzuki thought to himself, he is so sick, even if I win, there is nothing to praise. In this case, I will end this boring competition. After making up his mind, Suzuki immediately launched a counterattack. The illness dragged down Kimimaro's body, causing his condition to decline seriously, while Suzuki made rapid progress in the past month, and his pupil power increased greatly. As a result, Suzuki exerted his strength, and Kimimaro was soon at a disadvantage. It's over. After a burst of rapid attacks, Kimimaro was forced to the sidelines. Suzuki turned over and kicked Kimimaro out of the field completely. Are you going to lose? Kimimaro's face was stern. In the past, he would not have taken such an attack seriously, but now he felt a burning pain in his lungs. Not to mention exercising, even breathing would be painful, as if something was tearing and burning his chest. At this moment, he suddenly felt a warm current pouring into his body. The cool and refreshing feeling quickly suppressed the burning sensation in his lungs and washed away all the pain and fatigue in his body. Sasuke's attack was already in front of him, and he did not have time to think about it. He immediately launched a counterattack. Swish! He disappeared from the spot and also disappeared from Sasuke's Sharingan. This. Suzuki, who looked determined to win, was suddenly stunned. Kimimaro's speed recovered, and he seemed to have returned to the first time he challenged Kimimaro. At that time, the opponent was just like now, and got rid of his insight in an instant. Just when the dead memory began to attack Suzuki, Kimimaro, who came behind Suzuki with the flash body technique, kicked out cleanly. Bang! With a muffled sound, Suzuki flew out and knocked down several unlucky onlookers. At this moment, everyone on and off the court was silent. Because no one expected that the situation would be reversed. Suzuki was obviously in the upper hand, but Kimimaro won at the last moment. Kimimaro, who won, did not celebrate, but looked at Niji on the sidelines with a puzzled look. Ninkai on the sidelines was also puzzled at this moment. In the classroom, Shinji's expression was a bit complicated. Through the test just now, he has confirmed that the half of Niji's biological exoskeleton has some spirituality. Because the chakra transmission just now was not operated by him, but by the half of Niji's biological exoskeleton itself. At the same time, this also shows that the half of Niji's biological exoskeleton recognizes that the half of Kimimaro's biological exoskeleton is a part of its own body. Only in this way can it explain why it actively transmits chakra to support Kimimaro. Shinji no longer paid attention to the things on the playground, and directly closed the hwajin, gathered his thoughts and sat back in his seat. The problem now facing him is whether the spirituality of the half-biological exoskeleton is beneficial or harmful to his Samseiran project. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 414, Trade-offs. After returning to his apartment at night, Shinji was still thinking about what happened during the day. After this experience, he had a deeper understanding of the special nature of the Samsara Eye Chakra, and also deeply realized the difference in level between the Samsara Eye Chakra and other chakras. In other words, the giant Samsara Eye on the moon is the only 6 paths level treasure he can currently access, so the value of the giant Samsara Eye is far more than just letting Niji get some Samsara Eye Chakra. Its existence itself is a guide. Shinji can completely understand what the vague concept of 6 paths level means in advance by observing and studying the giant Samsara Eye. After retracting his thoughts, Shinji thought of the biological exoskeleton on Niji's body that had begun to have spirituality, and rubbed his forehead unconsciously. What he is most concerned about now is whether the biological exoskeleton will affect his Samsara Eye plan after it accidentally gains spirituality. But at present, he has limited information at hand, and knows very little about the fact that the samsara I chakra gives spirituality to inanimate objects, so he can't come to any conclusion after thinking for a long time. It seems that I can only take one step at a time and see what happens. He sighed and lay down on the bed. Whether it is the Rinnegan or the Tengen-gan, they are powers above the cage level and are the key to unlocking the Six Paths level. At his current level, if he wants to try to master this power, he will inevitably encounter all kinds of unexpected changes. So he adjusted his mentality again, and with the mindset of a seeker of knowledge, he humbly learned and understood these powers that surpassed his level. While Shinji was secretly distressed, at the other end of the village, there was another person who was also distressed, or rather, angry. He was none other than Sasuke, who was defeated by Kimimaro again today. Bang! A fist hit the tree trunk hard, and Sasuke's expression was distorted. Why? Kimimaro is so sick, why can't I beat him? Not far away. Kakashi, sitting on a tree, glanced at Sasuke who was still struggling with himself, shook his head slightly, and moved his eyes back to the intimate paradise in his hand. As a genius, he could understand Sasuke's current mood to some extent. In fact, Sasuke, who is less than 10 years old now, was a child of destiny when he was in the ninja school. Even he, who was recognized as a genius at that time, was obviously inferior to him. So it's not that Sasuke is not strong enough, it's just that there are too many monsters in this ninja school. When he thought of the ninja school geniuses such as Shinji, Yakumo, Kimimaro, Neji, and Naruto who have both talent and potential, he couldn't help but sigh at Sasuke's luck. That's good. Kakashi smiled and said to himself, if there weren't so many geniuses in the ninja school suppressing him, with his temper, he would have been crazy to the sky. Immediately, he thought of Uchiha Shinji again, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Having transplanted his friend's Sharingan, he actually always hoped that Uchiha could truly reach a reconciliation with the village and completely integrate into the village. This is why he actively introduced and guided the Jonin for Shinji, because with only 2 orphans left, it was the best time for the Uchiha to integrate into the village. However, he had calculated everything, but he did not expect that the advisory elders would also target Uchiha Shinji, dragging the Uchiha clan into the power struggle in the village again. Hey! Just as he was secretly lamenting the ill-fated fate of the Uchiha clan, he suddenly noticed that the aura of Sasuke not far away had changed. He took off his blindfold, looked over intently, and his face gradually became solemn. He remembered that when he chased the mysterious enemy who kidnapped Neji last time, Sasuke had this kind of cold and frightening chakra on his body. Could it be? Because there were too many mysterious Mangekyo Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization, the village unsealed all the sealed materials of the second-generation research on the Sharingan. As an elite Jonin and possessing a Sharingan, Kakashi naturally obtained the right to read these confidential materials. Through the materials that the second generation had studied, he learned that the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan was related to the degree of stimulation received by the Uchiha clan. The clan that knows how to love the most is often the clan that is best at hating. That's the case with the Uchiha clan. At this time, Kakashi's face was no longer relaxed as before. He stared at Sasuke not far away with an extremely complicated expression. If he can open the Mangeki Sharingan before he is 10 years old, how much stimulation has this child received? You have to know that even Uchiha Shisui, who is amazing, awakened his Mangeki Sharingan at about the same age. After a long time, the heart-pounding cold aura on Sasuke's body eventually faded away, just like last time. While Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, he secretly wondered in his heart whether he should report this matter to the third Hokage. He knew how much the village wanted to have a Mangeki Uchiha of their own. However, he was worried that after the village knew that Sasuke might awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, they would be eager for quick success and use artificial stimulation to accelerate Sasuke's eye-opening. Because if that were the case, first of all, this degree would be difficult to grasp. If something unexpected happened, it would be more trouble than gain. In the end, even if they succeeded by chance, once Sasuke knew the truth, the trust between Sasuke who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and the village would be broken. Ah! He sighed faintly, feeling much heavier in his heart. The 2 orphans of the Uchiha clan, one has now become a disciple of the advisory elder and intervened in the power struggle of the village, and the other has signs of impacting the Mangeki Sharingan and may become a new Mangeki Uchiha at any time to impact the authority of the village. In the foreseeable future, these 2 Uchiha orphans will definitely be involved in various storms. This gave Kakashi a sense of fate, as if the Uchiha clan was born to fight. No matter what, I will try my best to protect Sasuke. Kakashi secretly made up his mind. For now, Sasuke's talent is still better than Shinji, so if he has to make a choice between the two Uchiha orphans in the future, he will give priority to Sasuke. As for Shinji, he can only hope that Shinji will note awakening the Sharingan, so that he can avoid being involved in the struggles of the high level and live a peaceful life. Of course, he also knew that this was a luxury. Because the talent shown by Shinji is not much worse than Sasuke. It can be said that except for not awakening the Sharingan, he surpasses Sasuke in other aspects. The first update is presented. It's the last day of this month, and students who still have tickets in their hands don't forget it. Chapter 4:15 The key lies Indiana how much he cares about me. The next morning, Shinji opened the Niobe as usual when he got up, and sensed Niji, Kimimaro, and Karin one by one. Ninji's condition is still stable. The biological exoskeleton that has obtained spirituality has not shown any abnormality for the time being. This may be because the spirituality given by the reincarnation eye chakra is relatively elementary, or it may be because Shinji has engraved too many sealing techniques inside and outside the biological exoskeleton. Next is Kimimaro. His situation is a bit bad. The influx of Samsara eye chakra yesterday did temporarily suppress his condition, but as the Samsara eye chakra was exhausted, his condition immediately returned. It seems that I have to discuss it with Orochimaru. If Kimimaro continues to do this, I'm afraid his body won't last long. In fact, as long as Kimimaro rests and recuperates, the biological exoskeleton implanted by Shinji can at least alleviate the symptoms and delay the disease, even if it can't eradicate his blood disease. But now Kimimaro not only did not rest and recuperate, but increased the amount of practice, which undoubtedly made his condition worse. Interesting. But Shinji has a new discovery. That is, as Kimimaro's condition worsens, the corpse vein chakra collected by the biological exoskeleton implanted in his body is getting stronger and stronger. Then, Shinji sensed Karen's spirit as usual. But as the perception continued, his brows twisted together unconsciously. After a long time, he frowned and sighed. The worry finally happened. The power of all things that had been produced in Karen's body for several months seemed to be exhausted now. He had not felt the slightest increase in Karen's spirit for 2 consecutive days. Although he had expected it and had a plan, Shinji's mood still fell. Is this the difference between ordinary people and the 6 paths level? Without the chakra of Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra, it is really impossible to impact the Rinnegan and reach the higher level of power. This is really annoying. There is no doubt. The gradual exhaustion of the power of all things in Karen's body is probably because she lacks the chakra of Otsutsuki Indra. Because of the implantation of the first-generation cells, Karen has no shortage of Otsutsuki Ashura's chakra. At the same time, because Karen is a member of the Uzumaki clan, she successfully merged the first-generation cells, which is equivalent to the immortal body of the 2 major Uzumaki and Senju families. In terms of physique, she is very close to her ancestor, Otsutsuki Ashura. This is also the reason why her body can produce the power of all things for several months. But solitary yang cannot produce, and solitary yin cannot grow. A pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan cannot represent the ultimate yin escape. Without the other half of Otsutsuki Indra's chakra, she is insufficient in the quality of yin escape, so she is stuck on the road to attacking the Samsara eye. In fact, the solution is not difficult. That is to extract the chakra of the contemporary Otsutsuki Indra's reincarnation body, re-stimulate Karen's body, let her produce the power of all things again, and continue to move forward on the road to climbing the Samsara eye. The problem is that the reincarnation of the contemporary Otsutsuki Indra is the young Sasuke. He has not yet opened the Mangeki Sharingan, so he cannot draw out the chakra of Otsutsuki Indra hidden in his body. Therefore, even if Shinji drains all of Sasuke's chakra, there is no way to stimulate Karen's body to continue to produce the power of all things. Unless, let Sasuke awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. It has come to this point. After a pause, Shinji's face showed a tangled expression, but soon he regained his firmness. Nothing can stop me. On the way to the ninja school, he began to conceive a plan to stimulate Sasuke to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Where should I start? He pondered. From the situation in the original time and space, anger, despair, and pain may work for other Uchiha. For example, Obito completed the miracle of evolving from 2 Megatama Sharingans to Mangeki Sharingans under strong anger and despair. However, these extreme emotions have very limited effects on Sasuke. On the night of the genocide, the strong stimulation of his parents dying in front of his eyes only made Sasuke open his Sharingan. So if you start from the pain and despair, you will only get half the result with twice the effort. On the contrary, letting Sasuke feel loved is the best emotion to stimulate him. In the original time and space, when Sasuke's single Megatama Sharingan evolved into a double Megatama, it was to protect Naruto, because Naruto made him no longer lonely. Later, the Mangekyou Sharingan was awakened after understanding Itaka's difficulties and feeling Itaka's love for himself. So other extreme emotions are just appearances. Love is Sasuke's biggest weakness and what he lacks the most. Shinji shook his head and laughed, so the key to success this time lies in how much he cares about me? What a irony! In a blink of an eye, an ordinary day passed. As usual, after school, Sasuke refused Sakura's date and came to the remote and quiet practice field he often went to alone. Kakashi always says useless things. It seems that if I want to defeat Yakumo, Kimimaro, and others, I can only rely on myself. He muttered and began to practice. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, ninja tool throwing, all are in the sequence he needs to practice. Time passed little by little, the sunset fell, and the night fell. Hoo! After practicing for several hours, Sasuke panted and took a rest. At this moment, he seemed to have noticed something, turned around suddenly, and shouted, "Who's there? Get out!" Shinji, dressed in Akatsuki, walked out from the shadows. "Ha, you have a bad temper." Looking at the Akatsuki red cloud uniform on Shinji, Sasuke's pupil shrank, and his body subconsciously took a fighting stance. You are hiding in the village. Facing Sasuke's hostility, Shinji didn't care. His eyes casually swept across the practice field, and said in a contemptuous tone, "Are you still playing this kind of ninja game? No wonder you can't always beat others. Our Uchiha clan is almost embarrassed by you." Sasuke, who was caught in the sore spot, was furious. "What are you talking about? There are many ways to anger Sasuke, and mentioning Uchiha is often the most direct and efficient way." Shinji said calmly, "Do you know why you always lose?" Sure enough, no matter how angry he was, Sasuke was still provoked by the topic raised by Shinji, and couldn't help asking, "Why?" The second update is here. In the new month, please recommend and support me with monthly tickets. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Chapter 416 How to Open the Mangekyou Sharingan. As soon as Sasuke asked, Shinji knew that he had grasped Sasuke's mind. For Sasuke, who was eager for revenge, there was nothing more tempting than strengthening his strength. "So," he said calmly, "that's because you don't have the Mangekyou Sharingan. As long as you have the same eyes as mine, how could you lose?" Sasuke looked a little embarrassed. Because he knew that A was telling the truth, just like Yakumo, who he couldn't fight at all now, had been defeated by B, who also had the Mangekyou Sharingan. If opening the Sharingan is a leap in strength for Uchiha, then awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan can be regarded as reaching the pinnacle of the ninja world. Shinji casually said, "Uchiha Itachi should have told you how to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan, right?" Sasuke's face darkened a little, and he gritted his teeth. He said that only with enough hatred can you awaken eyes like his. Shinji shook his finger. "Yes, but not entirely." Sasuke frowned. "What do you mean? He killed your parents and slaughtered your entire family. Isn't such hatred enough?" After a pause, Shinji continued, "What's the result? Did you awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan?" Sasuke asked, "So? His method, is it wrong? Is he lying to me?" "No." Shinji shook his head, and then said, "It's just that his method is not the most effective, and my method can ensure your success." Sasuke said, "Your method? It won't be a method of killing a close friend with your own hands, right?" Shinji smiled, "So you know." Sasuke said coldly, "I don't need your messy shortcuts. I will use my own method to open the Mangekyou Sharingan." Shinji looked at Sasuke deeply. "You have ambition, but it's a pity." After that, Shinji turned and left. Sasuke hurriedly called Shinji, "What do you mean?" Shinji kept walking. "Hehe, why do you think we Uchiha are called a cursed clan? The Mangekyou Sharingan is not awakened by talent. Even your brother Uchiha Itachi awakened his eyes after witnessing the death of Uchiha Shisui." "What?" Sasuke stood there. It was not until this moment that he knew that Itachi's opening of his eyes was stimulated by Shisui's death. Without extreme love, how can there be extreme hatred? Shinji's figure gradually disappeared in the shadows, and a playful laugh came out. Without blood on your hands and sin on your soul, how can you get the cursed eyes? Kid, you are not an avenger after all, just be an ordinary person and live. Stop, stop right there. Sasuke roared hysterically in the direction where Shinji left. He seemed to be stopping Shinji from leaving, but in fact, he was just stopping the opportunity to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan from flowing away from him. After Shinji's figure completely disappeared, he fell to the ground dejectedly, muttering, "Do you have to be stained with sin to get those eyes?" For a moment, many people's faces flashed through his mind. Among these faces, there are Shinji's, Naruto's, Kakashi's, and many of his classmates who are familiar with him. It was these faces that helped him get out of the trough of life. No. I can't be weak anymore. The blood feud of the Uchiha clan must be avenged. Even if I become a demon, I will kill that guy Uchiha Itachi. After a long time, Sasuke, who was sitting on the ground, slowly stood up with an extremely sharp look in his eyes. In the forest, Shinji, who saw this scene, sighed slightly. What he said just now was naturally a lie to Sasuke. The reason why the Mangeki Sharingan is called the Cursed Eye is that once the Mangeki Sharingan is awakened, it is equivalent to walking into darkness, and blindness is only a matter of time. So killing a close friend is indeed an effective way to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, but it is not the only one. None of the Mangeki Uchiha, including Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi, used this method. He deliberately confused Sasuke before, making him mistakenly believe that Itachi awakened the Mangeki Sharingan after killing Shisui. But in fact, Itachi only witnessed Shisui's suicide and thus awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Feeling the fierce murderous intent on Sasuke's body in the distance, Shinji secretly said, "Who will he choose? Naruto? Kakashi? Or me?" In fact, he was not sure about his position in Sasuke's heart. So from now on, he must always monitor Sasuke to prevent Sasuke from picking someone he didn't expect and accidentally hurting innocent people. The main house of the Kurama clan. Yakumo, who had just finished washing and was about to go to bed, suddenly heard a voice in her ears. She listened attentively for a while, and then said respectfully, "Yes." A moment later, Yakumo, wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization and a ghost mask, appeared in front of Shinji, who was also dressed in the Akatsuki organization. "Sir, what do you want to see me for?" Shinji said, "Wait a minute, I may need your cooperation." "I understand." Yakumo didn't ask any more questions, suppressed the doubts in her heart, and followed the leader. Under the night, the two of them shuttled through the streets of Konoha in the shadows. Yakumo then discovered that the leader was secretly following Sasuke. It was just that Sasuke at this time looked a little strange. Although Sasuke was usually a little cold and not very sociable, he now exuded an aura of "no strangers allowed" all over his body, making Yakumo feel extremely strange. After a while, Yakumo's face was more confused. She couldn't help but said to Shinji in front of her, "Sir, is your target Sasuke?" Shinji waved his hand, "Don't worry." "But..." Shinji turned around, "But what?" Yakumo said with a worried look. "The direction Sasuke went seems to be Shinji's apartment." Shinji smiled, "Well, he is going to kill Uchiha Shinji." He was relieved when he found that Sasuke was coming towards him. Sasuke's killing intention at this time was all instigated by him, so in his opinion, Sasuke's target had better be himself, otherwise, it would be bad to hurt others by mistake. Yakumo was shocked. "What? He is going to kill Shinji? Why? Aren't they good friends of the same clan?" Shinji said, "Don't ask too much, just do what I tell you to do later. Remember, use all your strength this time." Yakumo nodded with a tangled face. At this time, Sasuke came to the downstairs of Shinji's apartment. He looked up at Shinji's room and saw that the light was still on, so he took a deep breath and walked into the corridor. Here is the first update. Happy Children's Day to everyone. In the new month, I would like to ask for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 417 Duel. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door broke the tranquility of the night. Who is it? Shinji's shadow clone left in the apartment yawned and came to the entrance. It's me. Sasuke's voice came from outside the door. The shadow clone opened the door, his face full of doubts. Sasuke? Why are you not sleeping so late and coming to my place? Suzuki did not enter the door. I have something to say to you. The shadow clone shrugged, then say it. Suzuki said, let's go to another place to talk. The shadow clone yawned again, as if he did not notice that something was wrong with Suzuki. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? It's so late. Suzuki was unusually calm. I'll wait for you downstairs. Suzuki turned and went downstairs. Looking at Sasuke's back as he went downstairs, the shadow clone thought for a while, closed the door and followed him. After seeing Suzuki downstairs, the shadow clone asked, what do you want to say to me? Come with me. Suzuki did not say much, but flashed and rushed towards the direction of the forest of death. The real Shinji, who was hiding in the shadows, frowned slightly. This was a little different from what he expected, but on second thought, even if Suzuki wanted to do something, he would not do it directly in the village. After all, that would not end well. Yakumo seemed to realize this and looked at Shinji nervously. Shinji said, let's go, let's follow. Soon, Suzuki led Shinji's shadow clone to the forest of death. Shinji's original body and Yakumo followed behind and also came to the forest of death quietly. In the gloomy forest of death, Suzuki, wearing a shirt with the Uchiha clan emblem, and Shinji's shadow clone looked at each other from a distance. In such an atmosphere, the shadow clone said, it seems that you don't have something to say to me tonight, but want to fight with me, right? Suzuki shook his head. The shadow clone asked, then why did you bring me here? Suzuki said coldly, tonight, only one of us can survive. Shinji's shadow clone frowned, why? Suzuki did not hide anything and directly told Shinji's shadow clone that killing his best friend would open the Mangeki Sharingan. Shinji's shadow clone asked, so? You want to kill me? Suzuki did not deny, we are a cursed clan. I have accepted this fate. As long as I can get revenge, I will do anything. Hearing this, Yakumo, who was hiding in the dark, was horrified. She was shocked that the method of opening the Mangeki Sharingan was so bloody and sinful, and she was also shocked that Suzuki wanted to kill Shinji in order to open the Mangeki Sharingan. Shinji's original body on the side had a gloomy face and was silent. Sasuke's behavior once again exceeded his expectations. He thought that Suzuki would take action directly after leading his shadow clone to the forest of death, but he didn't expect that Suzuki would tell everything. In the field, Shinji's shadow clone behaved just like Shinji himself, saying calmly, even if the method you said to open the Mangeki Sharingan is true, why did you tell me? You should know that it is difficult for you to defeat me without a sneak attack. Suzuki snorted coldly, don't be so confident. My Sharingan is no longer what it used to be. Shinji's shadow clone stared at Suzuki, no, what do you want to do? Suzuki opened his Sharingan and said resolutely, Shinji, I have long wanted to fight you to the death. If I win today, I will open the Mangeki Sharingan and kill Uchiha Itaki revenge for the family. If you win, you will definitely be able to awaken the Sharingan. At that time, the blood feud of our Uchiha clan will be entrusted to you. Shinji's shadow clone was stunned for a moment and whispered, why bother? Suzuki shook his head and said firmly, I also like the days in the ninja school, but indulging in it will only make us all mediocre. It is impossible to defeat Uchiha Itaki without paying anything, so we must make a choice. Shinji, don't be soft-hearted. If you don't kill me, then I will kill you. S.A. As soon as the voice fell, Suzuki rushed towards Shinji, with an incredible speed. Clang clang clang. In an instant, a series of harsh metal collisions rang out in the gloomy and cold forest of death, and the firelight that appeared and disappeared in the darkness with ghostly figures. Yakumo, who was hiding in the dark, covered his mouth and found it difficult to accept the killing of his own people in front of him. Shinji laughed and thought to himself, this kid, this is what he was thinking. Oh, I underestimated him. Although it was not the same as expected, it did not affect his plan. He looked around and then asked Yakumo, the blood limit of your Kurama clan is to control the 5 senses to the extreme. When used in illusion, it can make the fake look real. At the extreme, it can even interfere with reality, right? Yet. Yakumo nodded in confusion. Shinji pointed at Suzuki in the distance, are you sure you can confuse him with illusion? Yakumo thought for a moment and said, Sir, Suzuki has opened his Sharingan, and he may be able to see through my illusion. Shinji continued to ask, if I use illusion to suppress his Sharingan's pupil power first, are you sure? You mean let him fall into your illusion first, and then I will cast a second layer of illusion on him in your illusion. Yakumo was stunned. He didn't expect the leader to have such a wild idea. It's not easy to construct a layer of illusion. To embed another layer of illusion in an illusion, this operation is a great challenge even for her, the most talented genius in illusion in the Kurama clan in decades. Shinji nodded, yes, the illusion launched by my Sharingan can erase his Sharingan's advantage of seeing through illusions, and turn him into an ordinary person. At this time, as long as you can quietly build a second layer of illusion in my illusion and completely control his 5 senses, the possibility of him seeing through your illusion will be very low. Yakumo was a little nervous, my lord, I'm not sure if I can do it. Shinji glanced at the confrontation not far away, if you can't do it, then the two of them must one is dead. Yakumo suddenly realized, you want to use illusion to calm this storm. Shinji glanced at Yakumo, as long as you can make Sasuke in the illusion really think that he killed Shinji, and then open the Manjiki Sharingan, this storm can be avoided, right? Yakumo looked at Sasuke and Shinji who were fighting for life and death in the distance, and made up his mind, please rest assured, I can do it. Very good. Shinji nodded with satisfaction. The second update is here. In the new month, please recommend and vote. It's just a small favor, please everyone. Chapter 418 Goodbye. Clang. 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 In the quiet forest, 1 or 2 metal collision sounds would suddenly sound from time to time, and then it would quickly return to silence. If someone is here, they will find that along with the sound of metal collision, 2 ghostly figures will be reflected in the moment of sparks. There is no doubt. These 2 figures are not others but Sasuke and Shinji who are fighting a life and death battle. Sasuke, whose feet are attached to the branches and hanging upside down on the branches of a big tree, has a flash of excitement in his scarlet eyes. The unrestrained fight to the death activated the warlike gene of Uchiha in his blood. At this moment, he felt that all the restraints on his body disappeared. Perhaps this is my real full strength. He raised the corner of his mouth. If he didn't notice the abnormalities of his body several times before, then at this moment he had felt that his body seemed to be undergoing some changes. Opposite. Leaning against a big tree, with only half of his face exposed, Shinji's shadow clone looked slightly depressed. Is that the chakra of Otsutsuki Indra? That coldness, just feeling it from a distance, makes people feel suffocated. It is worthy of being the ultimate yin escape chakra. As a shadow clone, he had already known his mission from the original. It's just that the situation was somewhat out of his control. Sasuke's strength grew faster than expected. With the power of his shadow clone, it was becoming more and more difficult to deal with it. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly said, Shinji, I understand your feeling of being omnipotent when you were in the ninja school. The shadow clone was silent and didn't say a word. Sasuke, hanging upside down on the tree branch, slowly opened his arms. I feel I'm getting close to you. It's time to start the backup plan. The shadow clone's face darkened. He could feel that Sasuke's chakra was still rising. The coldness on Sasuke's body, coupled with the ghostly death forest around him, made him instinctively feel uneasy. Is the original ready? Don't flip over. After a deep sigh, the shadow clone closed his eyes. Seeing Shinji close his eyes, Sasuke was slightly stunned, and there was suddenly more inquiry in his eyes. At this time, the shadow clone, who hid most of his body behind the tree, slowly said, Sasuke, you have become stronger. Before he finished speaking, the shadow clone suddenly opened his eyes, revealing the scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets. Sasuke was slightly startled, you. The shadow clone said calmly, I am different from you. Awakening the Sharingan is a very simple thing for me, just like now. After a brief surprise, Sasuke's face became more excited, you are worthy of being the chief. The shadow clone looked solemn, do you want to continue? Sasuke did not hesitate at all, Shinji, this is the life and death battle I am looking forward to. The shadow clone said, you will die. The fate of the Uchiha clan in the future, no matter who falls on us, all worth looking forward to. Sasuke's face showed no hesitation or fear. He stared at Shinji, the hatred of our clan needs a pair of Manjiki Sharingan to end. It doesn't matter whether it's yours or mine. The shadow clone came out from behind the tree, then leave the victory to fate. Sasuke also jumped down from the tree and landed steadily on the ground. Then he slowly approached Shinji, his speed getting faster and faster, and finally turned into a sprint attack. Approaching means surpassing. Shinji, I surpass you. Clang clang clang. In an instant, fire appeared frequently in the forest. Then, the two slowly expanded from physical battle to ninja tool throwing. After consuming a large number of ninja tools, the two competed in ninjutsu again. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Almost at the same time, the two chose the same technique without any prior agreement. As the seals were completed, two huge fireballs spewed out of the mouths of both sides, wrapped in scorching heat waves, and attacked each other. Boom! Instantly, the two fireballs collided with each other, making a loud noise. The fire dispelled the darkness in the forest, but the confrontation of ninjutsu did not stop there. Both sides seemed to have gathered their strength and wanted to compete in the great fireball technique, the fire escape ninjutsu that the Uchiha clan is best at. However, what was unexpected was that Sasuke's great fireball technique quickly broke the stalemate, overwhelmed Shinji's great fireball technique, and gained the upper hand. As the balance was broken, Sasuke's advantage became more and more obvious, and the area where the two fireballs clashed was quickly pushed in front of Shinji. Seeing that he was about to be engulfed by Sasuke's fire escape, the shadow clone had to give up the confrontation and jumped into the sky. But just when he barely avoided the raging fire, he suddenly discovered from the corner of his eye that Sasuke had already predicted his action, and also jumped high into the sky, staring at him from a distance. In the hot air, the eyes of both sides met. No hesitation. After the ninjutsu confrontation, the two Uchiha who met eyes chose to confront the illusion that represented another proud ability of the Uchiha. Swish! Swish! The two people who activated the Sharingan at the same time stirred up the pupil power of their whole body, trying to drag the other into their own illusion. In a breath, the light and shadow around them changed. The fire, heat waves, smoke, and dust, the remnants of the ninjutsu confrontation just now, all disappeared at this moment, and the surroundings returned to the previous tranquility again, but the whole sky turned scarlet. Shinji's shadow clone panted softly, "Sasuke, you lost." Sasuke looked around. Sharingan is just a weapon like a kunai. Who is stronger or weaker depends on who holds the weapon. And my Sharingan awakened earlier than you. I have seen through your illusion. Whirl. It seems to confirm Sasuke's at the moment when the three Magatama-shaped Sharingan in his eyes shone with brilliance, everything around him twisted. The scarlet light disappeared, and the forest returned to its original state. The fire, heat waves, smoke, and dust reappeared one after another, lingering around, filling the air with the smell of burning. How is it possible? Shinji's shadow clone covered his eyes and half-crouched on the ground. I won. The smile on Sasuke's face gradually disappeared, he stared at Shinji indifferently, and walked over. As he approached Shinji step by step, the three Magatama-shaped Sharingan in his eye sockets spun faster and faster, faintly forming an inky circle. Shinji's shadow clone got up with difficulty and looked at Sasuke who was walking over. Do you dare to do it? A line of tears fell from Sasuke's eyes, and his expression became cold. Everything from now on, I will bear it. Shinji, goodbye. Before he finished speaking, Sasuke stabbed the kunai in his hand. When the kunai pierced Shinji's chest and the warm blood splashed on his face, the Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets finally changed. The ink-colored ring slowly swung open, reflecting a regular hexagram pattern. Here comes the first update. Please vote for recommendation and monthly votes. For those who haven't voted today, don't forget. Chapter 419 Awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. Dripping. It suddenly rained in the gloomy sky, and the raindrops fell on Sasuke, slid down his cheeks, and merged with the tears in his eyes. Sasuke looked up at the gloomy night sky. Is it raining? At this time, the original Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets turned into a hexagram-patterned Mangekyou Sharingan, and as his eyes changed, his entire temperament was also changing. The heart-pounding coldness on him before gradually condensed into the pair of Mangekyou Sharingan he had just opened. Then, his Yin Touch Chakra, which was already extremely pure, had once again reached a higher level of purity. Just the sudden increase in pupil power and chakra did not cause too many ups and downs in his emotions. It was the Mangekyou Sharingan that had just awakened, but now it looked a little absent-minded and sluggish. After a moment, he lowered his head and looked at Shinji's body in the mud on the ground. He raised his hands and saw the unusually eye-catching blood on his hands. Did I kill him? What did I do? After a moment of shock, he tried to use the rain to wash the blood on his hands, but no matter how he washed, the blood on his hands could not be washed clean. Just then, he suddenly stopped and looked around blankly. No, no. I was affected by the illusion. Pa pa pa. In the forest not far away, there was a high five. Then, Shinji himself, dressed in a red cloud suit, walked out of the shadows. With the appearance of Shinji himself, the surrounding scene changed again. Rain and blood disappeared, and the forest returned to its original state. It was still so quiet, but the heat and smoke in the air showed that there had indeed been a ninjutsu confrontation here just now. Sasuke's eyes condensed, and the Mangeki Sharingan in his eyes gave off a terrifying look. Shinji chuckled, I thought I could still deceive you for a while, but I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. Ha, it's worthy of being a Mangeki Sharingan. Was it all an illusion just now? Sasuke was surprised, and immediately looked at the position of Shinji's body on the ground, but found that there was no fatal penetrating wound on Shinji's chest on the ground. Sasuke squatted down quickly, and used his trembling hands to feel Shinji's breath, and found that Shinji was just fainted, but still had a heartbeat and breathing. Shinji, dressed in Akatsuki organization, smiled, he is not dead, he just fainted temporarily because of my illusion. Sasuke was stunned, with a complex expression on his face, including relief, surprise, fear, and deep guilt. Shinji asked, by the way, I haven't congratulated you yet. How does the Mangeki Sharingan feel? Sasuke slowly stood up and looked at Shinji. So, after the ninjutsu competition with Shinji. After discovering that Shinji was not dead, Sasuke vaguely guessed something. The heat waves, smoke, and dust in the air, and the faint traces of fighting around all indicate that he and Shinji did have a fierce fight. The illusion of A should have been cast after he and Shinji competed in ninjutsu. Shinji nodded gently, well, if you don't make a move, one of you will really have to die. Sasuke let out a long breath, and didn't know how to respond for a moment. At this time, Shinji carefully looked at the brand new Mangeki Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes. It was impossible to stimulate an Uchiha to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan with illusion, because the Sharingan is the pupil of the soul, the symbol of the spirit and will, and the most sensitive. It is almost impossible to make an Uchiha completely lost in illusion and completely confused with reality. Because even if you can deceive the other party's consciousness, you can't completely deceive the other party's intuition. Shinji, who has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, can't do this either. What's more, the illusions of the Uchiha clan are almost all aimed at consciousness. Even the ultimate Mangeki pupil techniques such as Tsukuyomi and Kota Amatsukami are all mental level controls and cannot completely confuse the other party's five senses. This is also the reason why Shinji had to call Yakumo. If it weren't for Yakumo's illusion of the Kurama clan that absolutely controlled the five senses, his plan would not be feasible to implement. It was Yakumo's existence that made up for the most lacking link in Shinji's plan, allowing him to make such an attempt tonight. Fortunately, everything went well. As Sasuke just said, he chose the moment when Sasuke and his shadow clone were fighting in illusion. This was not planned by him, but as Sasuke got closer and closer to the state of awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, his strength skyrocketed rapidly, and his shadow clone could no longer suppress Sasuke. If he didn't take action again, the scene might be exposed at any time. And as his original body took action, Sasuke, who had not yet awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, was obviously unable to compete with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. So without any resistance, Sasuke fell into his illusion. So much so that Sasuke didn't even realize that there was someone else casting the illusion, and thought he was trapped in the illusion of Shinji's shadow clone. Afterwards, Sasuke broke the illusion, all of which were deliberately indulged by Shinji. The purpose was to make Sasuke think that he had escaped the control of the illusion. But in fact, at the moment when Shinji cast the illusion, Yakumo also launched an illusion. In order to ensure the success rate and avoid a fatal fight between Sasuke and Shinji, Yakumo did not hold back this time, called Ito out, and launched the illusion together. Because Sasuke had fallen into Shinji's illusion, Yakumo's illusion was not disturbed by Sasuke's Sharingan, and easily took over Sasuke's five senses. What happened afterwards was all a play directed by Yakumo according to Shinji's instructions. If it were someone else, even if it was a perfect play, they might not be able to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, but Sasuke was different. Before Shinji decided to direct this play, he had already been close to awakening the Mangeki Sharingan several times. As the reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki, he was not far from the Mangeki Sharingan. Shinji's play could only be regarded as the last push on Sasuke's way to the Manjiki Sharingan. In the forest, looking at Sasuke who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan as he wished, and Shinji who had fainted on the ground and saved his life, Yakumo sat on the ground and gasped for breath. Ito, who was in spirit form, was a little indignant. Humph, I was careless just now, otherwise, Sasuke wouldn't have been able to see through our illusion so quickly. Although he was a little surprised that Sasuke saw through his illusion as soon as he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, Yakumo still smiled and said, now none of this matters. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 420 Dawn. Shinji slowly came to the shadow clone where he fainted on the ground. Sasuke shouted vigilantly, what are you going to do? Shinji said jokingly, if I hadn't acted in time, this kid would have been killed by you. Why are you asking me what I want to do now? Sasuke was speechless. Shinji's mouth corners under the mask slightly raised, I saved him, how are you going to repay me? Sasuke said, what do you want? Join my organization. After a pause, Shinji smiled, now that you have the Manjiki Sharingan, you are barely qualified. Join your Akatsuki organization. Sasuke was stunned at first, and then angrily said, you should know why I want to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? My goal is to kill that man with my own hands, and now you want me to join you. Shinji shrugged, why not? Sasuke roared hysterically, I will not join an organization with him, just give up this idea. Shinji did not rush to explain, but smiled, you seem to have misunderstood something. Sasuke asked, misunderstood what? Who told you that I am in the same group with them? After a pause, Shinji continued, who told you that there is only one Akatsuki organization in the ninja world? What? Sasuke was dumbfounded. The Akatsuki that Uchiha Itachi joined is the Dark Dawn that intends to collect the tailed beasts and dominate the ninja world. Shinji's face was stern, and his tone was deep, and we are the dawn that protects the ninja world and dispels the darkness. In the forest, Yakumo straightened his back, his face full of pride, we are the dawn. Ito crossed his arms and smiled, we are D. Sasuke stared at Shinji in a daze, and whispered in his mouth, so that's how it is. In an instant, many doubts in his mind gradually became clear at this moment. He had always been curious before, why in the intelligence collected by the village, there were 2 or even 3 distinct forces in the Akatsuki organization. Why are the Akatsuki organizations of Itachi all notorious rebel ninjas in each village? They don't wear masks or hoods, but only wear a bamboo hat, and they are not afraid of revealing their identities. And the Akatsuki organization headed by A all wear hoods and masks. Shinji smiled and said, how's your thinking? As long as you don't hinder my revenge, I can join you. Sasuke didn't think much and agreed readily. First, A and B had let him go several times, so he not only had no hatred with A and his gang, but also owed them a lot of favors. Secondly, if A had not intervened this time, Shinji would have died without a doubt, and A was now standing next to Shinji. He was worried that if he didn't agree, the other party would turn hostile. A wise choice. Shinji smiled, and then he activated Niobe and marked Sasuke's spirit. Including Sasuke in front of him, his Niobe marked a total of 8 people, namely Karin, Haku, Deidara, Yukito, Yakumo, Niji, Kimimaro, and Sasuke. Although he hasn't felt the limit yet, it's almost there. According to Shinji's own estimation, if his pupil power doesn't increase anymore, the maximum number of people he can mark with Niobe should be around 10 at this moment. After being marked by Niobe, Sasuke frowned, what did you do to me? Shinji was a little surprised. Most people who were marked by his Niobe could only vaguely feel something was wrong, and Sasuke had never noticed it so instantly before. Just when Shinji was about to explain, he was suddenly startled because he felt that Sasuke seemed to have the momentum to break free from his Niobe mark. So he said, don't fight. Sasuke looked alert, what did you do to me? It's just a mark. As he said that, Shinji introduced to Sasuke the functions of Niobe, such as secret communication and chakra transmission. Sasuke asked, that's all? Seeing that Sasuke was still a little wary, Shinji said, I don't need to lie to you, and if you feel something is wrong, you can break free at any time. That's right. Just a moment ago, Shinji had confirmed that Sasuke had the ability to break free from his Niobe mark. You should know that among all the people marked by his Niobe, only Karin, who is currently attacking the Samsara Eye, has this ability. Even Yakumo, who possesses the red dragon eye, can only fight against his Niobe, but cannot completely get rid of the Niobe mark. As for the others, they can't even fight against the Niobe mark. Therefore, Shinji suspected that Sasuke could do this, not because of the newly awakened Manjiki Sharingan, but because he was the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, and he himself possessed a spiritual strength far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. After coming to this conclusion, Shinji was not worried but happy. He planned this big drama not to make Sasuke successful. His purpose has remained unchanged from beginning to end, that is, to find a way to obtain Otsutsuki Indra's ultimate Yintun Chakra. This is not only for Karin to impact the Samsara Eye, but also for himself to impact the Samsara Eye in the future. Through the implementation of the Samsara Eye plan, he has figured out the steps and details of impacting the Samsara Eye. Now there is only the last step left. It is no accident that Karin is stuck at this step. In other words, only by helping Karin solve this step can he also complete this step. And now Sasuke can see through Yakumo's illusion as soon as he awakens his Manjiki Sharingan, and has the ability to break free from his Niobe mark. This undoubtedly shows that Sasuke has mastered the ability to mobilize the chakra of Indra Otsutsuki, and his reincarnation has begun to live up to his name. After confirming that he was not controlled by the illusion and his body was not tampered with, Sasuke looked at Shinji with his Manjiki Sharingan. Don't try to control me. Now my pair of Sharingan is no longer the same as before. It can see through everything. It started again. Shinji was a little helpless. It seems that Sasuke's old habit of getting carried away when he is a little proud can't be changed. Look, he floated up as soon as he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, and even the tone of his speech to Shinji was not as respectful as before. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Nijiru felt that he was okay again. At this time, it was impossible to make Sasuke face the reality with just words. However, Shinji was too lazy to argue with Sasuke at this moment. Anyway, there would always be someone in the ninja world to teach Sasuke how to be a man. What he cared about was his own business, so he instructed, I will extract some of your chakra regularly in the future, which will be your membership fee for joining the organization. As for your revenge, if necessary, the organization can also provide you with necessary help. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 421 Regret and Eye Technique. I don't need your help. As soon as the words came out, Sasuke seemed to think of something and stopped talking. In the matter of revenge, he didn't want to rely on anyone. He had already secretly vowed to get rid of Uchiha Itachi himself. It's just that Itachi won't wait for him to take revenge alone. Itachi must have companions around him. None of the S-level wanted criminals recruited by the Dark Akatsuki are vegetarians. Therefore, it is very necessary to use the power of the organization to intercept Itachi's companions for him and help him create an opportunity for a one-on-one duel with Itachi. Sasuke asked again worriedly, what do you want my chakra for? Just study it. Shrugging his shoulders, Shinji showed a routine look, the chakra of every Manjiki Uchiha is worth studying, and yours is no exception. But you don't have to worry too much. Just extracting some chakra will not cause too much burden on your body. Sasuke stared at Shinji, I have joined you now. You should be able to tell me your true identity. It's not time yet. After a pause, Shinji explained, this is not targeting you. All members who join us have the right to protect their privacy. I will not tell you the identities of others, but at the same time, I will not reveal your identity to others. Okay. Sasuke nodded. The Akatsuki organization he joined originally had members wearing hoods and masks, so he did not doubt Shinji's words, and protecting privacy also made him feel a little safe. After all, he is still a Konoha ninja. Although he can give up everything, including the village, for revenge, if there is a choice, he still does not want to go to the point of betraying the village. It was getting late, and although the battle in the Death Forest was hidden, it was not completely unexposed. So Shinji handed a mask and a set of hooded red cloud clothes that he had prepared to Sasuke, and said, I will take care of the aftermath here, you go back first. Then Shinji. Sasuke hesitated, but he didn't dare to look at the shadow clone of Shinji who fainted on the ground. Don't worry, I will use illusion to interfere with his memory, so that his memory will stay at the moment when he was defeated by your illusion. After a pause, Shinji smiled playfully, as for the scene where you killed him, he didn't see it at all. So he won't remember it, so you don't have to worry. I don't regret it. Sasuke gritted his teeth and continued, but please take good care of him. Shinji waved his hand, go, I will contact you later. Sasuke still didn't dare to look at the shadow clone of Shinji on the ground, and turned to leave. At this time, Shinji suddenly thought of something and called Sasuke, by the way, what is the Mangekyo Eye technique you awakened? Sasuke turned around and said, the same Amaterasu as you. Shinji nodded and said casually, what about the other one? Sasuke suddenly fell silent, as if he was hesitating whether to tell Shinji. Shinji smiled, if you don't want to tell me, forget it. He had known about Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan technique for a long time. He just asked casually because he was used to being cautious and wanted to confirm it again. After learning that Sasuke had awakened Amaterasu, he no longer had any doubts, knowing that Sasuke's other Mangeki technique must be the Kagutsuki no Mikoto that could shape Amaterasu. Sasuke glanced at Shinji's shadow clone lying on the ground at this time, waited for a moment, and seemed to be worried that A would threaten him with Shinji, so he said bluntly, my other Mangeki technique is called Izanagi no Mikoto. Hey! Now it was Shinji's turn to be stunned. Sasuke asked, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my technique? Shinji shook his head, I just didn't expect you to awaken this technique. Sasuke asked, do you know this technique? Shinji nodded and said, a senior of our Uchiha clan also awakened this eye technique before. Shinji didn't tell the truth. The one who awakened this eye technique was none other than Sasuke and Itake's father, the previous head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke was a little surprised, it turns out that there are other people who have awakened this eye technique. I thought that the eye technique that can change one's own destiny is unique to me. Change one's own destiny? Shinji was puzzled. The ability of Izanagi no Mikoto is obviously to spy on the various forks in destiny. Sasuke thought Shinji knew it all, so he casually talked about his eye technique. My eye technique can distort my own destiny. Once activated, I can reject any reality that I don't want to accept. Shinji didn't answer, but frowned slightly. Obviously. The Mangeki eye technique of Izanagi no Mikoto, like Obito's Kamui and the Susanoo contained in the pair of Mangeki Sharingan transplanted by Karin, is a general term for two eye techniques with different focuses and functions. Obito's Kamui, the left eye faces outward, and the right eye faces inward. The Susanoo in the pair of Mangeki Sharingan transplanted by Karin, one has the ability to reduce consumption, and the other has the ability to increase power. Although the names are the same, there are obvious differences in focus and function. The Izanagi no Mikoto awakened by Sasuke is obviously the same. The Izanagi no Mikoto of his father Fugaku focuses on observe the fate of the future and get information from the bifurcation of the future fate. According to Sasuke's description, the Izanagi no Mikoto he awakened should be a distorted version of what has already happened. This is very similar to the forbidden technique Izanagi of the Uchiha clan. Shinji even has reason to suspect that the reason why the forbidden technique Izanagi was developed is because someone in the Uchiha clan had awakened Sasuke's Izanagi no Mikoto. Because the power of interfering with fate has exceeded the level of the three Magatama Sharingan. Only the idealistic Mangekyo Sharingan can produce this power that blurs reality and illusion and completely distorts the fate that has already happened. So later, someone created the forbidden technique Izanagi based on Izanagi no Mikoto, which can also be activated by the three Magatama Sharingan. It's just that the Sharingan that does not have the ability of Izanagi no Mikoto, even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, cannot withstand the backlash of changing fate. That's why the price of using Izanagi is permanent blindness. Izanagi also became a forbidden technique. After thinking about this, Shinji looked at Sasuke with a complicated expression. Sharingan is the eye of the soul, it will not lie. Sasuke awakened the Mangeki eye technique to try to change his past destiny, which actually shows that he felt extremely regretful for killing his best friend and awakening the Mangeki Sharingan. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 422 The Eagle of Revenge. Eagle. Back in his apartment, Sasuke played with the mask given to him by the organization. When he saw the pattern on the mask, his mouth raised. Yes, I am the Eagle of Revenge. As he said, he reached out and stroked his forehead, closed his eyes and sensed the Mangeki Sharingan that had just awakened. Although he had successfully awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, he did not rush to seek revenge on Itachi. Unlike the original time and space, he now knew more clearly how powerful the Mangeki Sharingan was. Of course. His knowledge of the Manjiki Sharingan was mainly through A and B in the Akatsuki organization, but he did not know that the Manjiki Sharingan in Shinji and Keirin's eye sockets were not ordinary Manjiki Sharingan, but the eternal Manjiki Sharingan with eternal pupil power. So his understanding of the Manjiki Sharingan was actually seriously biased. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes. I will come to you, Uchiha Itachi, when I have fully mastered the power of the Manjiki. The two newly acquired Manjiki pupil techniques and the coveted Susanoo made his confidence soar. In his opinion, his talent was not worse than Itachi's. As long as he became familiar with the Manjiki Sharingan, revenge was just around the corner. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly felt that something seemed to be extracting his chakra. He instinctively wanted to resist, but then he thought of the leader's instructions before. After hesitating for a moment, he just let it go. To take revenge, he still needed the organization's assistance. In addition, he felt that he owed the leader a big favor, so it was understandable to pay a little chakra. Shinji. With a sigh, Sasuke silently endured the extraction of chakra. Shinji sighed. After sending Sasuke and Yakumo away one after another, Shinji released his shadow clone, cleaned up the scene, and then hurried back to his apartment. Although he had long been certain that the chakra in Sasuke's body at this time must contain the ultimate Yinton chakra of Otsutsuki Indra, he felt uneasy as long as he hadn't verified it. So as soon as he returned to the apartment, he activated the Naobi to tell Karin that a new chakra would be transmitted to her, and asked Karin to feel it carefully. Then he activated the Hwajin to extract Sasuke's chakra and continuously flow it into Keirin's body. In Keirin's apartment. After receiving the leader's instructions, Karin has been waiting anxiously. In recent days, the improvement of her pupil power has stagnated and the growth of chakra has slowed down. Karin, whose spirit body has been greatly improved, has felt it all. Although the leader did not say it explicitly, she has long known that the leader has been looking forward to some changes in her. And the stagnation of the improvement of pupil power undoubtedly shows that this change has not occurred. Self-blame, fear, uneasy, and other emotions have been lingering in her heart. Now that the leader has found new chakra, this is tantamount to a life-saving straw for her, so she has secretly made up her mind that she must not miss this opportunity. No matter what changes the leader wants to see, she will do her best to make them happen. Swish! At this moment, a familiar yet strange, cold yet powerful Yinton chakra, as if coming from the void, poured into her body. How could it be? Karin was shocked. Because as soon as this Yinton chakra was poured into her body, the Yangtun chakra in her body quickly boiled up like boiling water close to the boiling point. This kind of boiling, this kind of restlessness, she had never seen before. In other words, after the transplantation and fusion of the first-generation cells, the strength of the Yangtun chakra in her body has reached an unprecedented level. Even her eternal Manjiki Sharingan is not enough to achieve a complete balance of yin and yang with it. But with the infusion of this Yinton chakra, her situation of yang being strong and yin being weak seemed to have changed. It turned out that the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, which was at a disadvantage in terms of both the quality and quantity of chakra, had a faint momentum to turn the situation around after receiving the external support of this Yinton chakra. The extreme yang-style chakra in her body seemed to have met an old enemy. Without waiting for her to mobilize, it rushed forward restlessly, trying to suppress the yin-style chakra again. The yin-yang confrontation that had subsided since the transplantation of the first-generation cells began again. Shinji, who had been monitoring Keirin's condition through the Naobi, was also shocked at this moment and couldn't help but sigh, the reaction is so strong. Although he had long known that the brothers Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra had been entangled in a 1000-year feud, Shinji still underestimated the bond between them. Faced with the sudden change, Karin was ignorant, but Shinji knew it clearly. When Otsutsuki Indra's chakra merged into Keirin's body, the Otsutsuki Ashura's chakra contained in her body immediately reacted violently beyond everyone's imagination. Almost instantly, an unprecedented reaction occurred in Keirin's body. Some yin and yang confrontation. Its intensity is no less than the previous first-generation cell implantation surgery. Shinji frowned slightly. The intensity of the fusion of yin and yang, no, it should be said that the intensity of the fusion of the chakras of Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra, was far beyond his expectations. This made him realize that if the physique is not strong enough and the amount of chakra is not sufficient, it is impossible to support this level of fusion and qualitative change. Karin can hold on, but she is slightly surprised and uncomfortable, because Karan is a member of the Uzumaki clan and has a healing physique that is very rare in the Uzumaki clan. Shinji is different. He is neither the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra or Otsutsuki Ashura, nor does he have the proud physique of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. He is just an ordinary Uchiha clan member, and he is inherently disadvantaged in this regard. In fact, in terms of seeking qualitative change through fusion power, the Otsutsuki Ashura line is superior to the Otsutsuki Indra line. Even when these two were alive, it was Otsutsuki Ashura who could gather the power of everyone to bless himself and suppress the lonely Otsutsuki Indra. Uchiha Madara was successful because he was the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, and Shinji was nothing. He might not be able to survive such a fierce gathering of yin and yang. Alas, many things that seem easy and simple, and come naturally, are only natural for others. Only after you have done it yourself, you will know that the same thing, in the hands of different people, will have completely different results. After sighing softly, Shinji immediately gathered his thoughts and continued to monitor the changes in Karen's body. Whether it is sighing or venting, it is not the most important thing now. And he also has his own advantages, that is, his own Mangekyo-I technique Susanoo Sun Tuchin. If Karen succeeds this time, it means that he has a pair of samsara eyes. Then, he who controls the samsara eyes with the Susanoo Sun lamp will be special. Here is the first update. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 423 Challenge. The fierce yin-yang confrontation in Karen's body is still going on. Shinji carefully monitors everything that happens in Karen's body through the Nabi, and makes real-time analysis and records. The power of all things that Karen created before helped her a lot. It seems that my steps have hit the mark. Shinji shook his head and smiled bitterly. According to the steps of his Samsara Eye plan, he hoped that after Karen merged with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, she would only transplant the first-generation cells to complete the awakening of the Samsara Eye. Now it has been confirmed that his previous plan is not feasible at all. In the absence of Otsutsuki Indra's chakra, even if one has a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, one still cannot reach the ultimate Yintsukushi chakra required by the Samsara Eye. However, his approach has greatly improved Karen's physique and pupil power. If it weren't for the power of all things produced before, which stabilized Karen's state, she wouldn't be able to withstand such a fierce yin-yang confrontation so easily. Time is passing by bit. The fierce yin-yang confrontation gradually evolved into yin-yang fusion. Decades after Uchiha Madara successfully opened the Samsara Eye, on this inconspicuous night, the chakras of the old enemies Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra began to fuse again. The ultimate Yangtsukushi chakra and the ultimate Yintsukushi chakra merged together, and a qualitative change quickly occurred. A large amount of power of all things gushed out and filled Karen's body. So much. Shinji was secretly shocked. Just by the amount of power of all things generated, he knew that this time, he was on the right path. In a blink of an eye, 6 hours passed, and the morning glow was faintly visible in the sky outside the window. After staying up all night, Shinji was not sleepy at all, but he knew he had to stop, otherwise, even if he and Karen could hold on, Suzuki couldn't. After stopping the Huojin, Shinji ignored Suzuki and contacted Karen with Niobe and asked, "How do you feel?" Karen quickly replied, "My lord, it's amazing." "Whose chakra did you transfer to me?" "It's so pure." "You don't need to know this for now." After a pause, Shinji asked again, "Tell me how you feel?" Karen was just asking casually, so she quickly followed Shinji's words and said, "I produced more Senra Wangxiang power tonight than in the previous week. I feel that my pupil power has begun to improve again, and it has increased significantly." Shinji asked worriedly, "Don't you feel anything wrong?" Karen shook her head, "Not yet, I'm in great shape now." After confirming Karen's condition, Shinji cut off the Niobe and opened his notebook, thinking and recording. Only one chakra infusion is obviously not enough to open the Samsara Eye. From the information Shinji has collected so far, plus his understanding of the Naruto world, in order to open the Samsara Eye, in addition to sufficient Senra all-seeing power, a huge amount of chakra needs to be accumulated. It took Uchiha Madara decades to accumulate enough chakra to open the Samsara Eye. Considering that his situation is somewhat special, after all, he only had one eternal Mangeki Sharingan left at that time, which was very difficult for him to accumulate Senra all-seeing power. It is very disadvantageous, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, it is not easy for him to accumulate enough chakra to open the Samsara Eye. Therefore, it took him decades to open the Samsara Eye, which is a special case. Now Karin is in a much better situation than Uchiha Madara after the disastrous defeat in the Battle of the Valley of the End. So according to Shinji's speculation, as long as she accumulates enough Senra Wangxiang power and chakra, she should be able to open the Samsara Eye instantly. Shinji can't help much in accumulating Senra Wangxiang power. But Shinji can provide some help for Karin in accumulating chakra. At the critical moment, he can transfer the chakra of all people marked by Niobe to Karin through Hwajin, even including his own. If it's not enough. Shinji put down the pen and looked up at the sky outside the window. Uchiha Madara has accumulated chakra for decades. Even if Shinji and all the people marked by his Niobe are tied together, they can't compare to this amount. But Shinji has another way, that is the treasure of the Otsutsuki, the giant reincarnation eye on the moon. The giant reincarnation eye is a treasure of the 6 paths level. It is easy to open a pair of reincarnation eyes with its chakra. So when it comes to the critical moment, Shinji can even sneak to the moon with Karin, and then in the temple of the Otsutsuki branch, while fleecing the giant reincarnation eye, attack the reincarnation eye. Of course, in that case, the probability of being noticed by the Otsutsuki branch will be greatly increased. Shinji doesn't want to do this unless it is absolutely necessary. After sorting out his mood, Shinji simply washed up and went out to school. Yawn. On the way to the ninja school, Sasuke, with dark circles under his eyes and deep eye sockets, yawned. He didn't sleep all night last night. At first, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Not only did he awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, but Shinji also survived. This was undoubtedly the most perfect result for him. But when Shinji began to use Hwajin to extract his chakra, his nightmare began. That bastard A actually extracted my chakra all night, damn it. He gritted his teeth and kept cursing Shinji in his heart. According to the agreement between them, he thought A would only extract a small amount of chakra. At the beginning, the amount was indeed very small. With his current strength of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, he could still bear it. But as time went by, he gradually found that something was wrong, but he still put on airs and thought to himself, I am now a Manjiki Uchiha, a big man at the same level as A and B. If I can't bear it if some chakra is extracted, then where will my face be? Just gritted his teeth and endured it all night. Arriving at the ninja school, Sasuke stood on the playground, scanning the crowd on the playground. At this time, Sakura came up to Sasuke, with a surprised look on her face. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Sasuke snorted coldly, I'm fine. Sakura hesitated for a moment and said, how about we go to the hospital? Don't get in my way. Sasuke glared at Sakura fiercely. Then, he saw Yakumo appearing at the school gate and hurried to meet him. Yes. He was going to challenge Yakumo. He was not going to hide the fact that he had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. He wanted to judge his control of the Manjiki Sharingan by challenging Yakumo who had fought with B. The second update is here. It's a new week soon. Please recommend and support with monthly tickets. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 424 I will end the battle soon. Sasuke was a celebrity in the ninja school and received much attention. In addition, he did not hide his intentions at this time and walked straight towards Yakumo, who also received much attention, which immediately attracted the attention of his classmates on the playground. Sasuke is going to challenge Yakumo. Hey, didn't he just challenge Kimimaro and fail? He seems to be a little bit wrong today. Everyone stopped practicing and looked over. Yakumo, who had just walked into the school gate, naturally found Sasuke. Unlike other people who were confused and didn't know what happened, she participated in the big show performed by the leader yesterday and knew that Sasuke was now a Manjiki Uchiha. So she immediately guessed what Sasuke, who was walking towards her, wanted to do. Sure enough. When Sasuke came to Yakumo, he put his hands in his pockets and said, Yakumo, I want to challenge you on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Without waiting for Yakumo to answer, Shin, who went to school with Yakumo, looked Sasuke up and down. Sasuke, did you not sleep well last night? Yakumo smiled. Sasuke, I can accept your challenge, but let's wait until you have a good rest. I'm fine. Sasuke looked at Yakumo provocatively and said coldly, I have never been so good as today. Do you accept my challenge? Since you insist, let's choose after school. Yakumo no longer hesitated. Yesterday, Sasuke wanted to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan by killing Shinji, which did scare her a little, so she didn't. It was just that she wanted to fight with the Mangeki Sharingan again to verify whether her own training had improved during this period. In her heart, she also wanted to seek justice for Shinji and teach Sasuke a lesson. Great, there is another sparring match to watch. Clapping her hands, Shin said, Sasuke, I can tell you that Yakumo is more powerful than Kimimaro. You have to be careful, otherwise you will be embarrassed. Sasuke, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, shook his head coolly. After school, you will know that I am no longer the same as before. Yakumo, I don't mean to target you, but you'd better be prepared, otherwise, you will lose miserably. Yakumo said in a deep voice, don't worry, I will do my best. Shin stared at Sasuke's back as he left, scratching his head. What's wrong with Sasuke today? Why is he so angry? Did he not sleep well yesterday and feel grumpy when he woke up? Soon, the news of Sasuke challenging Yakumo spread in the ninja school. Both of them are hot topics, especially Yakumo, who has long been considered by all his classmates to have a promising future because of his wood release. So every move of these two people has attracted great attention. Soon, even the teachers in the ninja school knew that Sasuke challenged Yakumo today. When the news spread thoroughly, Shinji, who had been up all night, finally came to the ninja school. After hearing that Sasuke challenged Yakumo, he secretly complained, this is too impatient. Didn't I drain his chakra all night last night? Could it be that the amount of chakra increased greatly after awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, and the chakra extraction of that level yesterday was nothing at all? Although he was puzzled, Shinji was not ready to take action. At this moment, all his thoughts were on Karin, and he couldn't take care of Sasuke for a while, and if Sasuke wanted to die, he couldn't stop him. At noon, Kakashi, who received the news, specifically found Sasuke. Sasuke had just challenged Kimimaro and lost miserably, and today he challenged the stronger Yakumo in a high-profile manner. This made him feel very puzzled and worried about Sasuke's mental state. After seeing Sasuke, he was even more speechless when he saw Sasuke with sunken eye sockets and haggard face. Sasuke, what the hell are you doing? Sasuke said coldly, Kakashi, you are not qualified to teach me. You was stunned for a moment, and Kakashi felt something was wrong. What happened? Sasuke shook his head. Kakashi, I remember you said that we are very similar, so you want to be my instructor. But you are wrong, your tricks are of no help to me. I am different from you, I am Uchiha. Kakashi did not rush to say anything. At this time he had realized that something must have happened to Sasuke. Aren't you curious about what happened? After smiling, Sasuke turned around. When I challenge Yakumo later, you will know. Kakashi's face sank, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. In a blink of an eye, it was time to leave school. Unlike usual, today's students and teachers were not in a hurry to leave, but patiently waited for Sasuke to challenge Yakumo. Under the setting sun, Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and came to the playground. The students watching were instantly excited. On a big tree outside the playground, Kakashi leaned against the tree trunk, staring at Sasuke on the playground with a gloomy face. Shizune on the side laughed and said, this Uchiha kid is too high profile, right? He doesn't think he can really beat Yakumo, does he? On the tree, Yui Kurane, Asuma, Kai, and other senior ninjas also came to join in the fun. Hong asked Shizune, I heard that Yakumo has been practicing physical skills these days. Asuka and Kai also looked at Shizune. With the addition of the Wood Escape and Red Dragon Eye, Yakumo's hardware level is already top-notch. What she lacks is only physical skills and combat experience. As long as this is made up, let alone Sasuke, even Uchiha Shinji, who once defeated Yakumo, is no match for Yakumo. Shizune smiled and said, Yakumo is a true genius, and she has not slacked off in her training because of her own proud talent, so her improvement is very fast. Although physical skills are not her forte, according to Tsunade-sama's evaluation, her current comprehensive strength is no less than that of us Jonin. Hong exclaimed, what an amazing growth rate. Asuma also echoed, looking at these brats, I feel like I'm old. Kai suddenly asked, in that case, doesn't Uchiha Sasuke have no chance at all? Then why did he challenge Yakumo? Everyone looked at Sasuke's instructor Kakashi at the same time. Kakashi remained silent, staring at Sasuke on the playground not far away. The doubt in his eyes was no less than that of the senior ninjas around him. On the playground, looking at the 3 layers of onlookers around him, Yakumo suggested, the playground is too small, let's change the place to compete. Sasuke raised his lips, there is no need, I will end the battle soon. He not only wants to win, but also win in front of everyone in the ninja school. He wants to declare to the village that the powerful Uchiha is back. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it. Chapter 425. I didn't expect him to actually do it. Bang! Under the sunset, in the eyes of all the students in the school, Sasuke and Yakumo collided with each other, making a low muffled sound. And with this impact, Sasuke's challenge to Yakumo officially began. Everyone chose to fight with physical skills, especially Yakumo, who seemed to want to test the results of his physical training in recent days. Bang bang bang! Soon, the two began a dazzling physical attack and defense. In the classroom, Shinji leaned against the window, watching the fierce fight on the playground. Many people, like him, did not go to the playground, but stayed in the classroom with a better view, looking down at this challenge from a high position. Tenten on the side muttered, don't you think it's strange? Sasuke just lost to Kimimaro, shouldn't he challenge Kimimaro first? Why did he suddenly challenge the stronger Yakumo? Xiao Li said, it's quite strange. Bai looked at Shinji after hearing this, Mr. Shinji, do you know why? Shinji shook his head. Tenten looked at Niji again, Ningji, what do you think? Ningji, who had already opened his Byakugan and was concentrating on the playground, said solemnly, Sasuke is a little bit abnormal today. Tenten nodded repeatedly, yeah, I think he is abnormal too, the dark circles under his eyes, as if he hasn't slept for a few days. That's not what I'm talking about. Niji shook his head, and then said in a deep voice, there seems to be some changes in the chakra in his body, which is a little different from before. Karin, who had been silent, was also staring at Sasuke at this moment. Because she felt that the Yintun chakra sent by the leader yesterday was very similar to the chakra in Sasuke at this time. On the playground, Shikamaru pouted, these two monsters. While eating snacks, Koji asked, Shikamaru, do you think Sasuke can win today? Shikamaru said, logically, Sasuke should not challenge Yakumo, so this abnormality shows that Sasuke may have mastered some kind of trump card that can reverse the situation, but I haven't thought of what this trump card is. When Ino heard it, she breathed a sigh of relief, I'm just saying, Sasuke won't do anything that he is not sure of. Not far away. Sakura looked at Sasuke fighting on the field with a worried look. Naruto held the back of his head with both hands and said carelessly, Sakura, don't worry. It's not the first time Sasuke has lost, it's okay. Sakura ignored Naruto directly and thought to herself, I don't know if Sasuke's body can hold up. His condition today is obviously very bad. Why does he have to challenge Yakumo? Oh, it's really worrying. At this time, Shin pulled Kimimaro into the crowd. She looked at the two people fighting on the field for a while, and then asked Kimimaro, Kimimaro, Yakumo should be fine, right? Kimimaro nodded gently, no one in the ninja school is her opponent now. Shin was slightly surprised, what? Even Shinji can't beat her. Kimimaro fell silent. In his opinion, Shinji was able to beat Yakumo several times before, purely because Yakumo was weak since childhood, resulting in few confrontational exercises and lack of combat experience. Yakumo no longer has this problem now, so in his opinion, Shin's question is stupid, and he doesn't even want to answer it. Bang! Another muffled sound came from the field at this time, and then the two people in the confrontation jumped away. After stabilizing his body, Sasuke grinned, the warm-up is over. Yakumo, I will get rid of you in one breath. Yakumo's face was stern. She knew what Sasuke was going to use, so she didn't hold back anymore. With a snap, she put her hands together and launched the wood release. As the wood release appeared, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the entire playground and even the entire ninja school shook. Sasuke seems to have pissed off Yakumo. No way. Is Yakumo serious? Everyone move back a little, don't crowd so close. The students were horrified, and the teachers were busy maintaining order, asking the students who were watching to move further away to avoid being affected by Yakumo's wood release. In the distance, the senior ninjas on the trees also looked suspicious. No one, including Shizuan, thought that Yakumo would actually launch wood release to deal with Sasuke directly on the ninja school playground. Hong said, isn't it a bit of an exaggeration? Shizuan shook her head repeatedly, Yakumo is not a reckless child. She must have discovered something. Don't forget, she is a bloodline ninja of the eye technique. After hearing Shizun's words, Kakashi's face became more solemn. He seemed to have thought of something, but soon shook his head and put the idea behind him. Because in his opinion, this is impossible. On the field. Looking at the whistling wood release, Sasuke did not dodge or evade, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yakumo, you will be the first to witness the re-emergence of our Uchiha clan. Swish! In an instant, the three Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets instantly turned into a six-pointed star pattern, blooming with a bewitching brilliance. Sasuke stroked his forehead with his hand and whispered, Susanoo! Roar! Instantly, accompanied by a soul-stirring roar, a purple shadow projected out from his body, and then quickly condensed into a solid half-skeletal giant. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Yakumo's wood release collided with Sasuke's purple Susanoo, emitting there were deafening roars. At one time, the airwaves rushed in all directions, and wood chips flew everywhere. The crowd watching was all dumbfounded at this moment, not to mention the students, even the teachers who had maintained order before were standing there, watching the fierce battle between the wood release and the Susanoo on the field. Shin exclaimed, another pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Why did I say again? Kimimaro changed his indifference just now, and his face became extremely gloomy. This time, he was really stimulated. Shikamaru pulled Koji and Ino beside him to escape far away, and shouted while escaping, I knew that Sasuke must have a big move. The students watching the battle in the classroom were also stunned. Ningji was surprised and murmured, Mangekyo Sharingan. Bai was startled, then looked at Shinji beside him, but found that Shinji was unexpectedly indifferent, with no surprise or joy on his face. The situation on the Jonin side was not much better. Shizun widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Asuma asked, this kid actually awakened the Mangeki Sharingan? When did it happen? Kakashi, do you know? Kakashi was stunned and said, I didn't expect that he actually did it. In the Hokage's office. The third generation, who was processing official documents, heard the roar of Susanoo, his face suddenly changed, and he stood up and looked in the direction of the ninja school. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 426 Watching and Evacuating. Swish, swish, swish. In the sound of breaking wind, more and more figures fell around the ninja school. Among these figures, there were ordinary Konoha ninjas passing by nearby, Enbu who came in groups, and children of wealthy families who heard the news. After seeing the fierce battle between the wood release and Susanoo on the playground, the crowd of onlookers gathered but no one came forward to stop it. Everyone was in shock. It was not their fault. It was because Akatsuki's A and B had given them too many Uchiha shocks in recent times. Especially Akatsuki's B that raided the archives last time. The opponent's huge Susanoo, which was 100 meters high and overlooked Konoha, was still a nightmare in the dreams of many people in the village. Now, the village finally has its own Mangekyo Uchiha. Although he is still a young boy, it is enough to boost morale. Shua shua. Another series of wind-breaking sounds were heard, and Tsunade, Jiraiya and others rushed to the scene. Looking at the purple half-body Susanoo fighting with Yakumo's wood release on the playground, Tsunade's face sternly, whispering, I didn't expect that kid. Jiraiya was also shocked, if I remember correctly, that kid is less than 10 years old, right? Tsunade nodded, then quickly gathered her thoughts and shouted to the Konoha ninjas around her, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and evacuate the students in the ninja school. That's right. Tsunade didn't intend to stop the fierce fight on the playground. In her opinion, nothing can more clearly understand the true strength of Uchiha Sasuke after awakening the Mangeki Sharingan than actual combat. So this challenge initiated by Sasuke himself is a godsend. And she is confident that her disciple Yakumo has the ability to force out Sasuke's true strength. Under Tsunade's order, the crowd of Konoha ninjas who were watching came to their senses. Some of them assisted the teachers of the ninja school to evacuate the students of the ninja school, while the other part jointly launched the earth release ninjutsu and built an earth wall outside the ninja school playground to prevent the fierce fight on the playground from spreading to other areas of the village. The students such as Shinji in the teaching building were also within the evacuation range. Irika rushed to the classroom and shouted to everyone, don't look here, it's not safe, follow me to a safe place first. A student said, Teacher Irika, Sasuke and Yakumo will not hurt us intentionally, why do we need to evacuate? Irika patiently explained, the Susanoo and wood release of the Mangeki Sharingan are extremely destructive. Even if they are not intentional, the battle may also affect here, so leave here first, everyone follow one by one, don't run around. In fact, Irika still had something to say. That is, when Kakashi found him and asked him to evacuate the students in the teaching building, he mentioned that Sasuke, who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, was in a very bad state. The Uchiha clan members were already extreme, and now they have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, so Irika didn't dare to bet whether Sasuke would destroy the teaching building. Despite the teacher's strict orders, many students were still reluctant to leave the window. Which one is stronger, Susanoo or wood release, has been a hot topic in the ninja school and even the entire Konoha village in recent months. Although many people instinctively think that the first generation's wood release must be stronger than the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. But the last time, the Susanoo of Akatsuki's B was too terrifying. And Yakumo, who mastered the wood release, was completely at a disadvantage in the confrontation with B, so many people in the village began to waver, and vaguely felt that the wood release might not be able to defeat the Susanoo. Now, Susanoo and wood release are fighting again, and the two sides are familiar classmates, which naturally aroused the interest of many people. Not to mention half of the students, even Niji, a genius who is as famous as Sasuke and Yakumo in the ninja school, is also interested. They stared at the battlefield and couldn't move away. Irika was helpless and got angry, which was rare. Only then did the students reluctantly start to evacuate. Mixed in the evacuated crowd, Shinji shook his head slightly. Although the fierce battle on the playground was still going on, he already knew the outcome, so unlike others who were full of curiosity about this battle, he was not interested. Karin was a little uneasy, and thought to herself, could it be that the chakra that the adults transferred to me yesterday was really Sasuke's? Has he also joined the organization? Outside the playground, the third generation and a group of advisory elders also came to the earth wall that the senior ninjas had just built. Looking at the strange purple Susanoo on the playground inside the wall, the faces of several advisory elders were not very good. Especially Denzo, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his expression was gloomy as if water could drip out. You know, the destruction of the Uchiha clan in the village was completely driven by him, the biggest hawk in the Hokage system. Not only that, he also looted the secret library of the Uchiha clan and plundered the Sharingan on the bodies of all the Uchiha clan members. In addition, he had imprisoned Shinji and Sasuke before, and later sent his subordinates to assassinate Shinji. It can be said that he and the Uchiha clan have a deep hatred and cannot be reconciled. If the Uchiha clan sinks and declines, he can turn a blind eye to Shinji and Sasuke, the two Uchiha remnants. But the reality is that both Uchiha Shinji and Uchiha Sasuke are becoming more and more dazzling and more difficult to ignore. Now Uchiha Sasuke has awakened the damn Mangeki Sharingan, which makes him, who has always been sinister, feel a little scared in his heart. At this moment, Koharu Udaten is also in a very complicated mood. Just as she had put a lot of effort into winning over Uchiha Shinji, Uchiha Sasuke awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, which made her feel that she had made a wrong bet. Especially since the person she had bet on had not even awakened his ordinary Sharingan. The third Hokage was thankful. It was because of his strong will and his unique bet that Uchiha Sasuke joined his camp early and became his important political capital after he regained power. Now, with Uchiha Sasuke awakening his Mangeki Sharingan, his previous arrangements have become even more wise and decisive. Besides these, from the perspective of the village, cultivating a Mangeki Uchiha of their own is like sending charcoal in the snow for the current village. With Sasuke, Konoha will have a greater chance of winning when dealing with the mysterious Mangeki Uchiha of Akatsuki A and B. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 427 Why So Weak? On the playground, Sasuke, who successfully launched the Susanoo, looked very pleased. This was a feeling he had never had before, as if the whole world was in his hands. Boom boom boom. As he continued to activate his pupil power, the Susanoo that enveloped him waved its arms and tore up the surging sea of trees. Under the huge force of the Susanoo, the branches of the trees were quickly torn off, and the surging sea of trees was like waves encountering reefs, blocked and divided. For a moment, the whole field was shaking, and wood chips flew. Is this the power of the Mangeki Sharingan? Under the Susanoo, Sasuke's face was full of excitement. These were the sea of trees that he could not resist before, and he could only choose to flee when he encountered them. Now he can face them head-on without dodging or evading. and he felt that he still had strength to spare and could continue to activate the Susanoo. Yakumo sighed. Contrary to what many people imagine, she was not surprised when facing Shizuke, who suddenly activated the Mangeki Sharingan and used Susanoo. On the contrary, as the fight continued, the doubts hidden in her eyes became heavier. Shouldn't it be? Is it because he has just awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and has not yet fully adapted? Obviously. Shizuke wanted to determine the strength of himself and Akatsuki's B by challenging Yakumo. Yakumo naturally compared Shizuke with B. And this comparison caused problems. You should know that Yakumo not only mastered the wood release, but also possessed the red dragon eye, whose pupil power was higher than that of the ordinary Mangeki Sharingan. Therefore, based on the insight of the red dragon eye, she found that Sasuke's Susanoo was not only smaller than that of B, but even the amount of chakra was far from comparable to that of B. At this time, Yakumo observed the surroundings with the corner of his eye. After discovering that the students of the ninja school had been quickly evacuated, and even the outer perimeter of the playground had been built into a solid high wall by earth escape ninjutsu, she no longer had any doubts and no longer had to worry about accidental injuries. Shizuke, who was also observing the surroundings, grinned at this moment. He had already noticed the Konoha high-level officials who were rushing over. With the high-precision insight of his Mangeki Sharingan, he even saw the subtle expressions of shock, surprise, and even fear on everyone's faces. It's time. Sasuke's eyes fixed. Even the third generation was present, and the audience who witnessed the resurgence of the Uchiha clan was enough, so he had to fulfill his previous boast. Get rid of Yakumo in one breath. So, he no longer held back, and poured all the remaining pupil power in his body into the Susanoo, and roared, "Yakumo, this is the Susanoo of our Uchiha clan, admit defeat." Roar. With another roar, Sasuke's originally skeleton-like half-body Susanoo quickly grew larger, first filled with muscles inside, and then covered with armor. Looking at the changes in Sasuke's Susanoo, Yakumo's heart trembled, not daring to have any luck, and immediately mobilized all the chakra in his body and shouted, "Wood release, the tree world is born." Boom! In a loud noise, Susanoo and wood release collided again. Just different from the previous mutual test, this time when Yakumo was ruthless, the scale and power of wood release increased by more than 10 times. Countless branches rose from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into towering trees, attacking Sasuke's Susanoo from all directions. However, after putting on the armor, Sasuke's purple Susanoo did not continue to grow from half to full body as expected, like the B of Akatsuki organization before, which was 100 meters high. Instead, it stagnated. One side's scale and power became more than 10 times stronger, while the other side only slightly increased in size and put on armor, so as soon as they came into contact, Sasuke's half-armored Susanoo was instantly swallowed up by Yakumo's sea of trees. Sasuke's Susanoo still wanted to struggle, but when he raised his left hand was entangled by countless branches, and when he raised his right hand was firmly bound by the sea of trees and could not break free at all. As Yakumo's sea of trees became more and more entangled, and tied tighter and tighter, with the sound of crunching, Sasuke's Susanoo could not hold on, and the armor began to break and shatter. Damn it, how could this happen? Shizuke was shocked and angry, and immediately prepared to continue to use his pupil power. But as soon as he thought about it, he felt an unbearable pain on his newly awakened Mangeki Sharingan. Ah, damn it! Under the severe pain, Shizuke covered his eyes and half-crouched on the ground. Crack! At this time, a huge shattering sound was heard on the playground. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Sasuke's purple Susanoo was actually shredded by Yakumo's wood release. Obviously, the sudden pain in his eyes affected Shizuke and made him waver. His Susanoo was no match for Yakumo, who was giving it his all. The situation worsened as soon as he was distracted. Shizuke, who was covering his eyes, looked up blankly at this time, with an incredible look on his face. "My Susanoo is broken." Yakumo, who crushed Sasuke's Susanoo with wood release, did not pursue the victory and continue to launch wood release. Instead, he stopped wood release, flashed, and rushed towards Shizuke himself, punching him fiercely. "You!" The breaking of Susanoo made Shizuke completely lose his mind. When Yakumo came to him and his fist was close at hand, he realized it belatedly. Bang! Without any twists and turns, Yakumo's ordinary punch hit Sasuke's face without deviation, knocking him out fiercely. After being hit by this punch, Shizuke broke several trees in a row, and finally fell heavily on the high earth escape wall built by the Jonin outside the playground, barely stopping his body. Yakumo stared at Suzuki and said in his heart, "Humph, I'm giving you this punch on behalf of Shinji." Puff. Suzuki, who was hit against the wall, just wanted to stabilize his body, but his blood surged and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, how could I lose? He was unwilling to give up and tried to continue fighting, but at this time, both his chakra and pupil power were overconsumed, and he had no strength to fight again, so as soon as he took a step, his eyes went black and he fainted on the ground. Swish swish swish. In an instant, a group of village leaders led by the third generation rushed to Suzuki. Tsunade squatted down and checked Sasuke's body, then said, "It's just a little flesh wound, plus excessive consumption, he will be fine after a good rest for a while." The third generation first breathed a sigh of relief, then his expression became strange, thinking, "Strange, why is Sasuke's Susanoo so weak? It's just a small favor, please everyone." Chapter 428 I'm not as good as him. This. Uchiha Suzuki lost. What happened to the Susanoo just now? Why was it shattered so easily? A battle that should have been intense in the eyes of everyone ended in such a muddle, leaving many people feeling empty and feeling anticlimactic. Kakashi came to the unconscious Suzuki and sighed softly. During the day, he felt that Suzuki was not in a good state, but he didn't expect Suzuki to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan without telling him. The third generation ordered Kakashi, "Take Suzuki to the hospital first." "Yes." Kakashi nodded, carried Suzuki, and disappeared with a whoosh. Tsunade and Shizune came to Yakumo at this time. Patting Yakumo on the shoulder, Tsunade smiled and said, "Good job." The awakening of Uchiha Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan was indeed beyond the expectations of the village's top leaders, and caught many people off guard. Fortunately, Yakumo defeated Suzuki in the competition. This not only made the village gain order to better control Suzuki, at the same time, it also tested Sasuke's current true strength. Shizune said, "It's strange, Suzuki has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, why does he feel much weaker than those Mangeki Uchiha in Akatsuki?" Yakumo's eyes were also filled with deep doubts. When fighting with B, she felt that she had no chance of winning, and when she fought with Suzuki just now, she used all her strength and Suzuki immediately couldn't hold on. The gap between the two is very obvious. Tsunade pondered for a moment and said, "After all, Suzuki has just awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and has not fully adapted. In addition to his age, it is reasonable that his strength is not as good as those Mangeki Uchiha in Akatsuki. Yet." Yakumo nodded and agreed with Tsunade's analysis. In fact, in addition to the 2 points raised by Tsunade, there are several other important reasons that led to Sasuke's defeat so quickly and miserably today. First, his chakra was drained by Shinji last night, and his body was extremely weak, which made him unsuitable for a big battle. Second, he mistakenly thought that as long as he awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, he could easily activate the perfect form of Susanoo, which was as high as 100 meters like Karin, and misjudged the situation. This kind of misjudgment is also common in Konoha. Because even the village's high-ranking officials know very little about the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, so in their eyes, whether it is A or B, they are just Mangeki Uchiha. Therefore, it is inevitable to compare Suzuki, who has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, with A and B, the Mangeki Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization. It can be said that Sasuke's tragic defeat today was caused by various factors, and his real strength is not as bad as he showed today. However, Shinji is probably the only one in the village who knows this clearly. After looking around, Tsunade said to Yakumo, "Yakumo, go back and rest first, and I will take care of the rest." Yakumo bowed obediently and turned to leave. After Yakumo left, Tsunade ordered people to clear the remnants of the wood release on the playground, and asked people to remove the circle of earth walls surrounding the playground. Then, Tsunade, Jiraiya and others came to the third generation in a group of advisory elders to discuss how to deal with Sasuke's awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan. Danzo was the first to attack. Uchiha Suzuki is too unruly. He didn't report the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan to the village in the first time. Now the news has been leaked, we are passive. Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato and nodded. If Uchiha Suzuki reported it in the first time, the village could use Suzuki who awakened the Mangeki Sharingan as a trump card, which might produce miraculous effects at a critical moment. But now Suzuki is acting recklessly and making the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan known to the public. Not only is his trump card gone, but the village also has to guard against the conspiracy against Shizuke by those who covet the Mangeki Sharingan. The third Hokage is also in a lot of trouble. Sasuke's talent is unquestionable, but his temperament is much worse than Shisui and Itachi. Tsunade then added, we also need to find out when and how Shizuke awakened his Mangeki Sharingan. Jiraiya said, well, he was defeated by Kimimaro the day before yesterday, and today he suddenly awakened his Mangeki Sharingan. We must investigate what happened yesterday. The third Hokage ordered, Tsunade, you are responsible for investigating this matter. Tsunade replied, understood. The third Hokage looked at everyone with a serious face and ordered, from now on, Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts are classified as confidential and protected by the Anbu 24 hours a day. No one is allowed to leak it. Humph. Danzo snorted unhappily. Outside the shinobi school, the evacuated students gathered in groups of 3 or 2, discussing the battle between Susanoo and Wood Release that had just ended. I didn't expect Shizuke to not only lose, but also lose so miserably. Yes, I heard from my brother on the earth wall that Yakumo's Wood Release directly crushed Sasuke's Susanoo. What? It's unlikely, that's Susanoo. In the crowd, there were exclamations, sighs, and even whispers and sneers. As the news of Sasuke's defeat spread, the students also began to pay attention to Shinji, the only Uchiha in the ninja school. Feeling the gazes from all around, Shinji remained calm. Shizuke, who was inspired by him to open the Mangeki Sharingan, lost to Yakumo, another one he created. For him, this was really nothing worth stirring up emotions. Shin came up to Shinji and comforted him, Shinji, don't be discouraged. With your talent, you can definitely awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Seeing Shin's worried look, Shinji smiled, yeah, I know. Shin was stunned, ah, what do you know? Shinji shrugged, I know I can definitely awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Shin was immediately happy. Shiro and Karin, who were a little worried about Shinji, were relieved after hearing this, knowing that Shinji was not mentally unbalanced because of Sasuke's awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan. However, there were 2 people in the crowd who remained silent. One was Niji, who was from the same Konoha bloodline family as Shizuke. He recalled the scene when Shizuke activated the Susanoo before, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Even if Shizuke lost, he lost to Yakumo. Compared with him, Shizuke was already far ahead and left him behind by a long way. The other frustrated person was Kimimaro. He sighed slightly in his heart, Lord Orochimaru is right, I am not as good as him. The first update is here. I wish all the students who are taking the college entrance examination today a successful start. In addition, I would like to ask for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 429 Hidden Dangers. In the root base, Yakushi Kabuto hurried to the outside of Orochimaru's laboratory, sorted out his thoughts a little, then knocked on the door and walked in. As soon as Kabuto entered the room, Orochimaru noticed the strange color on his face. What's wrong? Kabuto Yakushi said, Lord Orochimaru, I just got the news that Uchiha Shizuke has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. What? Even a figure like Orochimaru was stunned for a moment. Kabuto Yakushi continued, and in the evening, Shizuke challenged Kurama Yakumo and was defeated. It is said that even the Mangeki Sharingan's Susanoo was crushed by Kurama Yakumo's Wood Release. Orochimaru sighed faintly. With the failure of seizing Uchiha Ataka's body, he has decided to settle for the second best and set his sights on Shizuke. It's just that Shizuke is still young, so he arranged Kimimaro in the ninja school. The purpose is to help him monitor Shizuke. Unexpectedly, Shizuke, who is less than 10 years old, has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan so early. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru asked, is there any action from Danzo? Kabuto Yakushi replied, the third Hokage has issued a strict order. Now ordinary people cannot get close to Shizuke at all. So even if Danzo has any thoughts, he should only be able to suppress them temporarily during this sensitive period. Orochimaru seemed to have thought of something, and his mouth corners raised with a wicked smile. Konoha Hospital. Shizuke on the bed slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness was a little confused, where am I? Kakashi on the side closed the intimate paradise in his hand and glanced at Shizuke, oh, you woke up so soon. Kakashi. Shizuke frowned slightly and looked around, am I in the hospital? Kakashi made a joke, it seems that your brain is not damaged. Shizuke immediately recalled that he challenged Yakumo, but his wood release crushed his Susanoo and he was also knocked away by a punch. Damn it! As his memory gradually recovered, Sasuke was anxious and angry, and tried to stand up. Kakashi said, "You'd better lie down obediently." Sure enough, before Kakashi finished speaking, Sasuke, who had forced himself to stand up, fell back on the bed, unable to move. Sasuke was shocked and said, "What happened to me?" Kakashi put away his laziness and said seriously, "Your body has reached its limit, and you need to rest for a while before you can recover." Sasuke asked, "How long?" Kakashi said casually, "Maybe 3 to 5 days, maybe 1 or 2 weeks. Although Sasuke was eager to challenge Yakumo again to regain face for himself and his family, the reality of being powerless discouraged him. Kakashi suddenly asked, "Sasuke, when did your Mangeki Sharingan awaken?" Sasuke replied, "Last night." "Last night?" Kakashi frowned and asked, "What happened last night?" Sasuke knew that the village would definitely be able to investigate. After all, Shinji was still alive, so he did not hide it and directly told about his duel with Shinji in the Forest of Death. Of course, he concealed the fact that he awakened the Mangeki Sharingan because of killing Shinji in the illusion. This was not because he dared not take responsibility, but once this part of the truth was revealed, it would inevitably involve his cooperation with Akatsuki Organization A. By then, his secret joining of Akatsuki Organization would be unconcealed. Before completing his revenge, he did not want to cause too much trouble. What? After listening to Sasuke's story, Kakashi looked incredible. He could not believe that Sasuke actually came up with the idea of fighting with Shinji to the death in order to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Fortunately, both of them are fine. Kakashi was terrified when he thought of the possible consequences, and said, "Sasuke, you are too reckless. If something unexpected really happens, have you thought about the consequences?" Sasuke, lying on the bed, stared at the ceiling. "Kakashi, you won't understand. This is the pain that our Uchiha clan must go through, I don't regret it." At this moment, Kakashi felt that Sasuke in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. Sasuke chuckled and said, "Do you think I am the only one who got what I wanted?" Kakashi frowned, "What do you mean?" "Shinji is indeed a genius." After a pause, Sasuke sighed, "Almost, he won. But even so, he awakened the Sharingan and opened the 3 Megatama." Kakashi was stunned. Shinji opened his eyes? Or 3 Megatama? Sasuke snorted coldly, "So? You don't understand anything." Kakashi couldn't say a word of rebuttal. Because of Sasuke's seemingly ridiculous behavior, not only did he awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but he also opened up the 3 Megatama for Shinji. Sharingan. With the facts before him, he really couldn't continue to preach. Soon, Kakashi came to the Hokage's office and reported all the information he got from Sasuke to the third Hokage. Also present were Tsunade and Jiraiya. After listening to Kakashi's report, Jiraiya sighed, "I never thought that the kid could awaken the Mangeki Sharingan in this way." Tsunade noticed another piece of information and confirmed, "Uchiha Shinji opened the Sharingan last night? And it was 3 Megatama." Kakashi said, "This is what Sasuke said, and it has not been verified yet." Jiraiya asked, "What's wrong?" If Sasuke can awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, then with Shinji's talent, it's not surprising to open the 3 Megatama Sharingan, right? Tsunade looked at the third generation. "I remember when Sasuke opened his eyes, he only had 2 Megatama at the beginning, right? Uchiha Shinji opened his eyes with 3 Megatama, doesn't this mean that his talent in Sharingan is not inferior to Sasuke?" The third generation, Jiraiya, Kakashi and others thought about it for a while, and understood what Tsunade meant, and then they were shocked. If Shinji's talent in Sharingan is not inferior to Sasuke's, and after this incident, Shinji knows that a duel with a close friend can most likely trigger the Mangeki Sharingan, then Shinji is likely to be the next Mangeki Uchiha in the village. The problem now is that this future Mangeki Uchiha has already stood on the side of the advisory elders, becoming a huge threat to Yakumo, Naruto and other new generations of the third generation. In addition, if Sasuke and Shinji both become Mangeki Uchiha, then if the previous village leaders acquiesced, or even instigated Uchiha attack to exterminate the clan, the consequences would be disastrous. You should know that the Uchiha clan was not without the ability to resist at that time, but the two geniuses in the clan, Shisui and Itachi, chose to stand on the side of the village, so the village could easily solve the Uchiha clan. Now the potential of Sasuke and Shinji is beyond doubt. If we continue to train them, will it be a disaster for the village? It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 430 Concession. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi are not narrow-minded people. It's just that the village's previous treatment of the Uchiha clan was not very glorious, especially the attack of Denzo on Shisui, which was a stain that the village's top leaders could not wash away. After this incident, Itaka later pinched his nose and agreed to personally exterminate the clan. It was not necessarily that he trusted the village's will of fire, but more of a helpless choice of the lesser of two evils. So Tsunade and Jiraiya, who learned the truth after returning to the village, were ultimately guilty. By the way, if Sasuke was the only Mangekyou Uchiha, the village's top leaders could try to control him and finally subdue him. But if Shinji also awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan later, once the two Mangekyou Uchiha joined forces, the village would be in big trouble. Sweeping everyone, the third generation took off his pipe. No matter what, dealing with the Akatsuki organization is the top priority at the moment. We can't lose our composure. Jiraiya nodded slightly. I have seen those two children. They are indeed a little rebellious and difficult to deal with, but they are not bad-hearted. It can be seen that they have feelings for the village. Tsunade pondered. As the princess of the Senju clan, she didn't have a good impression of the Uchiha, but she was not a petty person. After weighing the pros and cons, she said, well, the threat of the Akatsuki organization is imminent. Sasuke and Shinji are the best of the new generation of the village. Some risks are worth taking. Kakashi quickly expressed his position, I can guarantee Sasuke. He has no hostility towards the village. The third generation nodded, the question now is what to do with Uchiha Shinji. Tsunade frowned. Jiraiya sighed. Kakashi was very depressed. Earlier, he had tried his best to find a mentor for Shinji, but the village leaders were too busy with the first generation cell transplantation surgery, so the advisory elders got there first. Now, Shinji's talent in the Sharingan has already been revealed, and he knows how to stimulate the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Who knows when he will awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan? Seeing no one answering, the third generation's face darkened. Tsunade said at this time, these two brats of the Uchiha family are so talented that suppressing them will not work at all. Instead of being afraid of this and that, it is better to spend less time and cultivate them more carefully. Jiraiya and Kakashi nodded in unison. Sasuke awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, and Shinji opened the three Magatama Sharingan. It was too late to suppress them. In addition, the external threat was so great that eliminating Sasuke and Shinji at the moment could indeed prevent it, but it also destroyed the Great Wall. Therefore, it is better to simply admit the reality and pull the two into the village's power system. And there are potential seeds such as Yakumo and Naruto in the new generation, and the future may not be worse than the two Uchiha. The unruly nature of the Uchiha will make them sin many people unknowingly, so as long as the village leaders do not suppress them too obviously and appropriately transfer some power, the probability of winning over and taming the two Uchiha is still very high. The third generation, holding a pipe, exhaled a puff of thick smoke and nodded, tell the ninja school to give Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Shinji enough preferential treatment. The archives are fully open to them. Except for forbidden techniques and secret techniques, ninjutsu scrolls can be borrowed directly without application. Yes. Kakashi responded. The third generation looked at Tsunade again. Sasuke is under the watch of Kakashi, I am relieved. As for Uchiha Shinji, I can only leave it to you. Okay. Tsunade knew the third generation's intentions very well. Now that Uden Koharu has accepted Shinji as his apprentice, if they want to win Shinji over, they can only go back to the medical team. While the secret meeting was going on in the Hokage's office, Shinji was summoned to the advisory elder's office by Uden Koharu. Without any greetings, Uden Koharu asked as soon as they met, what's the matter with Uchiha Sasuke? Shinji shrugged and told Uden Koharu the truth of the filtered key information. Based on his understanding of Sasuke, Sasuke would not bother to hide these, so at this moment the third generation probably already knew what happened. If he concealed it, it would appear that he had ulterior motives. What? After listening to Shinji's story, Uden Koharu was stunned at first, and then confirmed, did you really open the Sharingan? Shinji closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were already scarlet, and the three Magatama on his pupils were even more eye-catching. 3 Magatama Sharingan. Even though she was used to seeing the wind and waves, Uden Koharu still couldn't hide her surprise. Opening her eyes was a 3 Magatama Sharingan, which was impossible in her past cognition, but with Sasuke awakening the Mangeki Sharingan in front, Shinji's opening of the 3 Megatama was not so eye-catching. Shinji quickly closed his Sharingan. Taking advantage of Sasuke's opportunity to make a sensation in the whole village, he took a ride and showed his Sharingan. Because with the strength he has shown now, if he doesn't open the Sharingan for a long time, it will arouse the suspicion of many people. He already had the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and could not display the transitional forms of the single Magatama Sharingan and double Magatama Sharingan. So this time, while Sasuke was in front to attract firepower, he would not attract too much attention if he opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Utain Koharu encouraged Shinji and let him leave. Sasuke's awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan today did make her doubt that she had made a wrong bet for a while, but after learning that Shinji had also opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, she immediately dispelled her doubts. Shinji is still an important tool for her to continue her power. It's just that she didn't expect that the 3rd generation had already compromised and was ready to incorporate Sasuke and Shinji, the 2 Uchiha remnants, into the village's highest power system and play a different game. So as time goes by, the situation where Shinji needs her support as an advisory elder will slowly evolve into her, the advisory elder, needing Shinji. And the mastermind behind all this is Shinji himself, who has not yet realized it. It was he who stirred up trouble in the village in the name of Akatsuki, creating a tense situation of impending storm, which forced the Konoha high-level officials headed by the 3rd generation to make concessions in order to deal with the fictitious external threat. If the 3rd generation knew that Shinji and Sasuke, who they were going to rely on to deal with the mysterious Mangeki Uchiha A and B of Akatsuki, were the members of Akatsuki they wanted to deal with, I wonder what they would think. And the matter of Sasuke awakening the Mangeki Sharingan did not gradually subside due to the low-key handling of the village. On the contrary, in the following days, this message shuttled through the major countries in the ninja world and soon placed on the desks of the leaders of the major ninja villages. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it. Chapter 431, Suspicious Points. Mist Village, Cloud Village, Sand Village, and Rock Village have successively received the news that Uchiha Sasuke awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and they are either anxious or emotional. The new generation of Konoha is still in the ninja school, but the amazing talent they have shown has put pressure on the other 4 ninja villages. The Hidden Mist Village. In the Mizukage's office. The 4th Mizukage sighed slightly. Before, there was a Kurama Yakumo, which made us sleepless. Now there is Uchiha Sasuke, whose talent is not inferior to that of Uchiha Shisui. It's really a headache. Mei Terumi, Kisame, Zabuza, Ao, and other elite ninjas of the Hidden Mist looked at each other in silence. Because there are not only Kurama Yakumo and Uchiha Sasuke, there are many other geniuses in the Hidden Mist school, and even some of the little-known kids are not inferior to their geniuses in the Hidden Mist. After collecting his thoughts, the 4th Mizukage asked, "Are there any news from the Akatsuki organization?" Mei Terumi shook her head. The Akatsuki organization should be dormant. Except for B, who appeared briefly in Konoha, all other members are missing. The 4th Mizukage frowned. What about the eye? Mei Terumi said, there is no news either, but the identity of the eye has not been leaked, so it is still impossible to determine whether the plan has failed. No doubt. The eye they are talking about is the Haku they planted in Konoha. After hesitating for a while, Mei Terumi said, Mr. Mizukage. The eye has a very strong talent. If his identity is exposed, our losses will be great. Kisame, who also participated in the last Akatsuki organization assessment, echoed, well, his strength is close to the level of a Jonin, and he has great potential. They. 4th Mizukage hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, of course I know his talent, otherwise, Akatsuki wouldn't have targeted him. But his current role is irreplaceable. If he can successfully infiltrate Akatsuki, he might be able to find the Uchiha who used illusion to enslave the 3rd generation. Terumi Mei continued to try to persuade, but the 4th Mizukage waved his hand, don't worry too much, our relationship with Konoha has eased. If his identity is exposed, I will do everything I can to redeem him from Konoha. Seeing that the 4th Mizukage had made up his mind, Terumi Mei had to say, I understand. The 4th Mizukage finally ordered, continue to collect all clues related to Akatsuki. As long as they are still in the ninja world, they can't disappear completely. A group of senior ninjas responded in unison, yes. Kusa Village. Swish. A ninja wearing the clothes of the Kusanagi Anbyo shuttled through Kusanagi Village and finally landed in the Elder Hall in the center of Kusanagi Village. This is the highest power structure in Kusanagi village. After entering the Elders' Hall, the Kusagakure Anbu immediately lowered his head and walked towards the depths of the hall in small steps. He walked all the way to the deepest circular hall, then half knelt on the ground and reported to a figure sitting in the main seat, "Leader, I just received news that Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan." The leader of Kusagakure asked, "Is the news true?" The Kusagakure Anbu quickly replied, "It is absolutely true." After Uchiha Sasuke awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, he immediately challenged Kurama Yakumo, and in front of all the teachers and students of the ninja school, he performed the pupil technique of the Mangeki Sharingan, Suzanu. At this time, a figure sitting next to the leader asked, "Oh, who won among them?" The Kusagakure Anbu did not look up and answered respectfully, "Elder, Kurama Yakumo won." It is said that Uchiha Sasuke's Suzanu was shattered by Kurama Yakumo's wood release. On the other side, another voice sounded, "Interesting, Mangeki Uchiha actually lost." The Kusagakure Anbu did not interrupt. In this circular hall representing the highest power of Kusagakure Anbu, there are a total of 12 seats, belonging to the 12 elders of Kusagakure Anbu. There is no shadow in Kusagakure village. The leader who holds the highest power is actually a member of the elders group and is restricted by the elders group. The elders group is divided into two factions, Kusa no Shi and Kusa no Hana. Compared with the conservative Kusa no Hana, the Kusa no Shi faction is more radical and crazier. The plan of sending Karin, who has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, to infiltrate Konoha and assassinate Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so that Karin can become the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki and steal the Nine Tails, was advocated and promoted by the Kusa no Shi faction. The radical style of Kusa no Shi has attracted more and more ninjas who want to restore the former glory of the grass country. Therefore, in recent years, the power of Kusa no Shi has gradually overwhelmed Kusa no Hana and has become the mainstream of the Kusagakure village. Now, among the 12 elders of Kusagakure, 10 belong to the Kusa no Shi faction, and the remaining 2 elders of the Kusa no Hana faction have long been squeezed out of the power center of Kusagakure. Therefore, there are 2 empty seats in the circular hall. The leader on the main seat waved his hand at this time, "Step down." The half-kneeling Kusagakure Anbu bowed and saluted, and left in small steps backwards. After leaving the elder hall, the Kusagakure Anbu looked around vigilantly and confirmed that no one noticed him, so he shuttled through the alleys of Kusagakure village and finally came to a remote forest. Swish! A thin figure landed and asked the Kusagakure Anbu, "Brother, what's wrong?" The Kusagakure Anbu was surprised, "Why did the elder send you here?" The thin figure straightened his chest, "I'm 10 years old and a qualified ninja." The Kusagakure Anbu said helplessly, "You are too young." The thin figure became depressed, "Brother Kono is missing, so the elder sent me to meet you." The Kusagakure Anbu was stunned, "What, Kono is also missing? With his strength, how could it be?" The thin figure hurriedly asked, "Brother, did you see the leader today?" The Kusagakure Anbu nodded and said solemnly, "The elder's speculation is correct. All the elders of the Kusa no Shi faction, including the leader, have become a little uneasy." "It's right." The thin figure covered his mouth in shock, "Really?" The grass ninja Anbu said, "Have you forgotten our clan's bloodline limit? At such a close distance, my perception is not wrong. The chakras on their bodies have all changed, as if they were contaminated with something. As soon as I got close, I felt an instinctive palpitation." The thin figure asked, "Could it be controlled by illusion?" The grass ninja Anbu shook his head, "Not likely, but there is a suspicious point. You can report it to the elders when you go back." The thin figure hurriedly asked, "What's suspicious?" The grass ninja Anbu said, "I have inquired in the Anbu. The leader and the elders of the grass fruit faction have not shown up in the daytime for a long time." The thin figure hurriedly wrote it down. The grass ninja Anbu thought of something and asked again, "Besides Kono, have any other people disappeared recently?" The thin figure counted, including Brother Kono, a total of 6 people have disappeared in the past few days. The grass ninja Anbu's heart sank. If all the missing people before were counted, the number of people who disappeared without reason in their grass flower faction has reached hundreds. Second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 432 Top Secret Scroll. Although the scale of Kusagakure village is second only to the 5 major ninja villages, the disappearance of hundreds of people is enough to cause great damage to the Flower of the Grass faction. Moreover, the Flower of the Grass is now being suppressed by the Factory of the Grass, and it is difficult to replenish the personnel after the loss. For a while, whether it was the Kyuzagaku Renbu that the Flower of the Grass had planted in the Factory of the Grass faction, or the thin figure, they looked at each other in silence, at a loss. The situation was terrible, and there was no hope at all. After a long time, the Kyuzagaku Renbu said, "Dragon Tongue. You should leave." The thin figure called Dragon Tongue looked surprised. "Brother, what are you talking about? I am a ninja from Kyuzagaku village. This is my hometown. I have my family and friends here. Why should I leave?" The Kyuzagaku Renbu shook his head. This is no longer the Kyuzagaku village. He has been watching the changes in the village over the years. If he could still tolerate the attempt of the village leaders to revive the Kingdom of Grass, he could not accept some of the actions of the village leaders in recent months. Especially the large number of people from the Flower of Grass faction disappeared, and the village leaders turned a blind eye to it. This undoubtedly confirmed that this matter was related to the fact of grass. Such blatant political oppression, let alone the Flower of Grass faction, even some neutral factions in the village felt terrified. Longshi was not tall, but his eyes were very firm. "I won't leave. I will stay to help you and Ryukui. As long as we persist, we will definitely get everyone's support." The grass ninja Anbu smiled bitterly and said, "I hope so. Go back and pass the information to the elder. He may be able to come up with a solution." Longshi nodded hurriedly, said goodbye to the grass ninja Anbu, and turned into an alley. After wandering around the village for a long time and confirming that there was no tracking, Longshi went into a tunnel, and then went through the tunnel to a hidden base outside the village. This is the secret base of the Flower of Grass, where the two elders of the Flower of Grass faction who were squeezed out of the Elders' Hall are located. After reporting the news his brother had found out to the elder, Longshi asked, "Elder, is this news useful?" The elder was silent for a while, and said, "The news from your brother made me confirm many things. Now there is a task for you to perform." Longshi asked solemnly, "What is the task?" The elder took out a scroll with the word "Top Secret" on the cover and handed it to Longshi. "Send this information to Konoha village." Longshi was stunned. "Send to Konoha village." The elder said no more, just waved his hand, signaling Longshi to set off quickly. In fact, the situation in Kyuzagaku village is far more serious than Longshi and his sister imagined. Recently, the number of people who disappeared for no reason is not hundreds, but hundreds. In addition to the Flower of Grass faction, a large number of neutral factions in the village, as well as some small ninja clans and small forces in the grass country, also have people missing. If it was just targeting the Flower of Grass, it would be understandable, but now the crazy posture is obviously abnormal, so the elders suspect that it is not that all the people of the grass are crazy, but that some powerful external force has intervened and controlled the grass. In the ninja world, there are only a handful of forces with such strength. In addition to the 5 major ninja villages, there is only the Akatsuki organization that has been dormant recently. Anyway, their Flower of Grass faction has been forced into a desperate situation, and introducing Konoha is his last resort. If it is confirmed that it is the Akatsuki organization that manipulates the grass, then the Flower of Grass will have made a great contribution. Even if it cannot be confirmed, introducing Konoha forces can also check and balance the increasingly radical and crazy grass faction. In order to gain the trust of Konoha, he also recorded the grass faction's plot to kill the 9 tails, as well as all the spies planted in Konoha by the grass ninja village, in a top-secret scroll. With the top-secret scroll, Longshi left the base. For such a top-secret mission, she should have set off immediately without stopping, but she thought of the agreement with her friend Ryukui. She hesitated for a moment, and finally came to the tree where she had agreed with Ryukui. However, under the tree, she did not see the handsome young man who made her admire, but only found a letter pressed by a stone. After opening it, she found that the letter was written by Ryukui to her. Ryukui mentioned in the letter that he was going to carry out a great mission to revive the grass country, and asked Longshi not to worry and wait for his good news. "Hate it, can't you wait a while and tell me in person?" Longshi pursed his lips, then carefully put away Ryukui's letter, and without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards the direction of the fire country. In a secret underground palace in the grass village, an elder of the grass fruit sect bowed respectfully to a black shadow not far away. "Sir, I brought you the person you wanted." Ryukyu, who was following the elder, looked puzzled. The elders were already the most powerful people in the village, and the black shadow not far away was obviously not the leader, so he didn't understand why the elders were so respectful to the black shadow, even a little servile. Just when he was puzzled, the black shadow turned around. Seeing the black shadow's pupils, Ryukui was shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Upper string? You are not from Akatsuki." The elder immediately scolded, "Bold." The black shadow raised his hand, "No problem." As he said, he took another step forward and walked out of the shadows completely, revealing his full figure. There is no doubt that the one who appeared in the secret underground palace of Kyuzagakure village and was treated as a distinguished guest by the elders of Kyuzagakure village was the one with the words upper string engraved in his pupils. Kurashibo looked Ryukui up and down and said, "Your physique is very special, maybe you can withstand my power." Ryukui took a step back and looked at the elder with an incredible face. "Elder, how can you be in cahoots with Akatsuki?" The elder was furious. "Asshole, how dare you question me?" Swish! Before he finished speaking, a flash of cold light passed by, and the head of the Kyuzagakure elder who was just teaching Ryukui was separated from his body in an instant. Quack! Kurashibo put his sword back into its sheath. The Kyuzagakure elder's head fell to the ground, and he opened his mouth in horror. "Sir, why are you killing me? Hurry, save me!" Ryukui was stunned. He was surprised that Kokushibo killed the powerful elder in his village without saying a word, and was also surprised that the beheaded elder could still speak. Then, a scene that surprised Ryukui even more happened. The beheaded elder's body on the ground slowly turned into ashes and disappeared. Without waiting for Ryukui to recover, Kokushibo walked towards him. "Accept my power and become a being beyond mortals." The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it. Chapter 433 Convenience and Testing. After a few days of recuperation, Suzuki has completely recovered. While moving his body in the ward, he asked Kakashi, who was addicted to novels, "Kakashi, when can I be discharged from the hospital?" Kakashi did not look up. "Your body has indeed recovered, but I suggest you stay in the hospital for a few more days. The Mangeki Sharingan is a heavy burden on the body. At your age, it should be very difficult to bear it." "I'm fine." Suzuki was full of confidence. Kakashi glanced at Suzuki. "If you want to be discharged from the hospital just to continue to challenge Yakumo, I will not allow it." Suzuki asked, "Why?" Knowing what Suzuki cares about most, Kakashi coaxed and lied, "Don't you want revenge? What's the point of continuing to challenge Yakumo? It will only leak your information." Suzuki was really entangled. Of course he knew that excessive use of the Mangeki Sharingan would lead to the leakage of his own information, but the previous fiasco made him feel uneasy. He could not accept that he, who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, would lose to Yakumo, and lose so badly. When he thought of this, he was a little timid and embarrassed to meet his classmates in the ninja school. Seeing Suzuki hesitate, Kakashi continued, "You were too hasty in your last challenge." "Yet." Suzuki nodded. He has been reflecting on himself these days and realized that it was too rash to challenge Yakumo immediately after he had just awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and had his chakra drained by the leader for a whole night. Kakashi took off his eye patch. "When I transplanted this Sharingan, it took me a long time to get used to it. The power of the Mangeki Sharingan is far greater than the Megatama Sharingan, so it should be more difficult to adapt to it." Suzuki said stubbornly, "I have adapted to it." Kakashi smiled. "When Yakumo just completed the operation, wasn't he defeated by Shinji? The more powerful the power, the more time it takes to tame it." Suzuki looked a little embarrassed when Kakashi mentioned Shinji. Kakashi asked, "By the way, have you talked to Shinji?" Suzuki shook his head. Kakashi advised, "Didn't you say that you challenged him with the intention of killing him at that time? You should find a chance to talk to him. If there is anyone in Konoha village who knows the Sharingan best besides Shinji and Suzuki, the two Uchiha, it must be Kakashi who has transplanted a Sharingan." Although Suzuki spoke sloppily about the challenge that night, he just passed it over in a few words. However, from the fact that Shinji was enough to stimulate Suzuki to open the Mangeki Sharingan, Kakashi knew that Shinji's position in Sasuke's heart was unparalleled. People can deceive themselves, but the Sharingan will not. Shinji, who was talked about by the two, was busy with his own business at the moment. Suzuki challenged Yakumo and lost and was hospitalized. At this time, Shinji would naturally not continue to take the risk of extracting Sasuke's chakra, so Keirin's progress in attacking the Samsara Eye was delayed. However, Shinji still had the reincarnation eye plan, so he was not idle. In the past few days, he slowly felt the series of conveniences brought to him by Sasuke after awakening the Mangeki Sharingan. From the village archives to the advanced laboratory of the medical class, he could apply for it at will, to the daily living allowance doubled, and he did not need to ask for leave from the teacher when he was absent from the ninja school. These conveniences made him feel the village's eagerness to win him over, but they also made it convenient for him to advance his plan. For example, at this moment, he was in the advanced laboratory of the medical class, using high-precision instruments to analyze the properties of 2 chakras. These 2 chakras were the vital chakras implanted into Niji and Kaimimura's bodies. The chakra collected by the exoskeleton. If there is no instrument to assist how to fuse the 2 chakras, Shinji can only use Hwajin to try and error, which is time-consuming and laborious, and it is easy to cause other problems. With the detection of the instrument, he can reasonably adjust the fusion ratio according to the properties of the 2 chakras, greatly improving the success rate of fusion. After recording the data on the instrument in the notebook, Shinji cleared the storage record of the instrument, erased all traces of use, and then returned the key to the laboratory. After taking back the laboratory key, Shizun immediately reported the situation to Tsunade. Tsunade asked, "What did he do with the laboratory?" Shizun shook her head, "I went to the laboratory to check, and there were no traces left. It seems that it was not used at all, just strolled around. Borrowing the laboratory, maybe just to test our attitude." Tsunade actually didn't think that Shinji, a 10-year-old ninja school student, could really use such an advanced laboratory. She guessed that the other party applied for the right to use the laboratory just to test the attitude of the village. Shinji sighed. After returning to the apartment, he immediately analyzed the several sets of data he had just obtained. According to the data tested by the instrument, there are 3 types of chakras in the 2.5 biological exoskeletons, namely Kaimimura's corpse vein chakra, Ninkai's white eye chakra, and the reincarnation eye chakra that Ninkai pulled from the moon. In terms of chakra strength, the reincarnation eye chakra is undoubtedly the strongest. Fortunately, the reincarnation eye chakra cannot forcibly absorb the white eye chakra, so Ninkai's white eye chakra, which is in the same biological exoskeleton as the reincarnation eye chakra, has not been forcibly absorbed and still has a place. After comparing Kaimimura's corpse vein chakra with Ninkai's white eye chakra, it is found that the difference in chakra strength between the 2 is huge, and Kaimimura's chakra strength is far greater than Ninkai. In this regard, Shinji once doubted that there was something wrong with the instrument. So he compared his chakra with Kaimimura's chakra and found that Kaimimura's chakra strength was not lower than his at all. Fortunately, Niji can draw the chakra of the giant Samsara Eye on the moon, otherwise, my Samsara Eye plan would never succeed. Shinji secretly rejoiced. Without the Samsara Eye chakra to mediate, Niji's chakra could not be fused with Kaimimura's chakra at all, and the strength of the 2 was completely not on the same level. And as Kaimimura's bloodline disease worsened, the strength of Kaimimura's corpse vein chakra was still strangely increasing. Fortunately, Niji has Samsara Eye chakra. After collecting his thoughts, Shinji began to calculate the chakra fusion for the final impact on the Samsara Eye. By then, the chakras participating in the Great Fusion will include the 3 types of chakras stored in the biological exoskeletons of Kimimaro and Niji, as well as the Otsutsuki chakra on the pair of Byakugan from the Otsutsuki branch on the moon controlled by Shinji himself. The Byakugan chakra of the Hyuga clan, the corpse vein chakra of the Kagaya clan, the Otsutsuki chakra of the Otsutsuki branch on the moon, and the Samsara Eye chakra in the middle. Once the fusion can be successfully completed, the Samsara Eye is at your fingertips. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 434 The Injured Girl. Several shurikens came whistling with the sound of breaking wind. The dragon tongue that had been running all the way was stern, and he jumped up quickly. Swish, swish, swish. The edge of the shuriken flew almost close to her face, cutting her cheek and taking away a few strands of her hair. She narrowly avoided the dragon tongue of the shuriken, and didn't even dare to look back. She exerted force on her feet again, jumped onto a large tree not far away, and continued to run under the cover of the tree canopy. After leaving the Kyuzagakure village, she was targeted and chased all the way. She thought that after escaping into the land of fire, the attackers behind her would not dare to continue chasing her, but she didn't expect that the other party had no intention of letting her go. Helplessly, she could only seek help from the Konoha border post, exhausted. who knew that the group of attackers behind her did not even let go of the Konoha border post and directly launched an attack. Fortunately, the Konoha ninjas in the border post helped her resist for a while, allowing her to temporarily get rid of the attackers' pursuit and continue on her way. The attackers' frenzy also made her realize how important the top secret scroll in her hand was, and strengthened her determination to rush to Konoha for help. Who knew that just when she was about to arrive at Konoha village, the group of attackers who were blocked by the Konoha ninjas in the border post appeared again. Konoha village is just ahead, I must hold on. Longshi's eyes became more determined, even though she hadn't slept for several days and nights. Konoha Hospital. Sasuke, we are here to see you. Sakura, Naruto, Ino, Shin and other classmates pushed open the door of Sasuke's ward and walked in one after another. Actually, Sakura and the others had wanted to visit Sasuke for a long time. It was just that Sasuke's physical condition was classified as confidential by the village, and no unrelated personnel were allowed to visit, so they waited for a whole week before they got the chance to visit. Putting flowers and fruits on the bedside table, Sakura was the first to ask, Sasuke, are you feeling better? Sasuke waved his hand impatiently, I'm fine a long time ago. Ino said happily, great. There is no doubt. As Sasuke after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, he became even more popular among his classmates. Although he was defeated by Yakumo later, there are still many people who like Sasuke's beautiful, strong, and miserable character. Naruto squeezed to the front, Sasuke, you are too comfortable. You can lie in bed and rest every day. I am miserable. I am forced to practice every day. Idiot. Sasuke snorted coldly. Naruto didn't care and said excitedly, Sasuke, can you show me your Manjiki Sharingan? Without waiting for Sasuke to speak, Sakura punched Naruto on the head, don't you see that Sasuke is still in the hospital? Don't make such an impolite request. Sasuke said, my body has recovered a long time ago, and I can be discharged at any time. As he said, he glanced at his classmates who came to visit him, but did not find Shinji's figure, and there was a hint of loss in his eyes. Sakura thought Sasuke was dissatisfied with the lack of visitors, and explained, actually, there are many classmates who want to visit you, but they were stopped by Irika. No need to visit. After a pause, Sasuke turned to Shin and asked, hey, what is Yakumo doing recently? In Yakumo's team, neither Yakumo nor Kimimaro came, so Sasuke had to ask Shin. Shin shrugged first, then asked curiously, it's still the same as usual, going to school, practicing, and so on. Why ask her? You don't want to challenge her again, do you? When Shin asked this, everyone looked at Sasuke curiously. Sasuke said in a deep voice, tell her that I learned a lesson from her punch last time. Next time, I will let her learn a lesson from my Manjiki Sharingan. If Sasuke could find various excuses to excuse himself for losing to other geniuses in the ninja school before, he could no longer find excuses after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. So even if he knew that continuing to challenge Yakumo would reveal the information of his own Manjiki Sharingan, he could not give in, because he could not allow himself, as a Manjiki Uchiha, to lose to a student in the ninja school. Even if that person was Yakumo who mastered the wood release, it would not work. After leaving Sasuke's ward, his classmates chattered about Sasuke's continued challenge to Yakumo. Who do you think will win this time? It should be Yakumo. Her wood release is getting stronger and stronger. Last time, she even broke Sasuke's Susanoo. That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten the B of the Akatsuki organization? Yakumo herself admitted that she is no match for B. But Sasuke doesn't seem to be as strong as B. That's because Sasuke hasn't adapted to the power of the Manjiki Sharingan yet. They all have the Manjiki Sharingan. How could a genius like Sasuke be worse than others? As they chatted and laughed, they ran into Shinji who was going to the medical class laboratory. Shinji was stunned for a moment, then thought of something, did you go to visit Sasuke? How is his health? Naruto said, Sasuke is feeling well. Ino smiled, well, Sasuke is fine now. He said that he can be discharged at any time. Shin came to Shinji, strange, Shinji, you come to the hospital every day, don't you visit Sasuke? Shinji has been very busy these days, so he has no time to visit Sasuke, so he smiled and prepared to say a few perfunctory words. But at this moment, a Konoha ninja rushed into the hospital carrying a little girl who was covered in wounds and looked dirty, and shouted, everyone make way. Shinji glanced at her casually, then moved to the edge of the corridor. Soon, the Konoha ninja ran past Shinji with the injured little girl on his back and rushed to the treatment room. Hey! Shinji, who was about to exchange a few words with his classmates and go to the laboratory, suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of the clinic. Because just when the Konoha ninja passed by him carrying the injured little girl, he noticed that the logo of Kyuzagakuer was displayed on the forehead protector covered by the girl's hair. Kyuzagakuer ninja. A Kyuzagakuer ninja appeared in the Konoha hospital. Not only was he injured, but he also looked exhausted, as if he had been on the road for a long time. All these doubts made him a little interested. So, after sending Naruto, Shin, and others away, he walked to the clinic. At this time, the medical ninja stationed in the clinic seemed to have left for something, and the Konoha ninja who carried the injured girl was anxious. Shinji pushed the door open and entered directly. While skillfully checking the girl's injuries, he casually asked, "What's going on?" "The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it." Chapter 435 Forgery. After seeing the Uchiha clan's round fan emblem on Shinji's body, the Konoha ninja who carried the injured girl to the hospital quickly recognized Shinji's identity. Hearing that Shinji was interning in the medical class, he did not suspect anything and let Shinji treat the injured girl while briefly explaining the situation. It turned out that this Konoha ninja was a member of the village patrol team. When they were patrolling near the village, they encountered this girl who was being chased by a group of mysterious ninjas, so they immediately intervened and tried to find out the truth. Committee. However, the mysterious ninjas who attacked the girl actually attacked them together after they revealed their identities. So his patrol team was forced to fight, and he was assigned by the captain to send the injured girl back to the village first. Shinji listened to the other party's description of the situation, and his hands were not idle, treating the injured girl. Hey! After launching the medical ninjutsu, he was slightly startled. The girl wearing the Kyuzagakuer forehead protector actually had a very pure yang escape chakra in her body, which was naturally not comparable to Karin, but compared to ordinary ninjas, it was much stronger. Shinji, who was puzzled, smoothed the girl's hair that blocked her face, wiped the dirt on the girl's face, and then his eyes fixed. It turned out to be her. Before, the girl was covered with dust and dirt, and her hair covered her face, so Shinji didn't recognize her for a while. Now after a closer look, he recognized the girl's identity. In the original time and space, this girl named Ryuga had an intersection with Naruto, and finally she even used her own unique bloodline limit dragon life reincarnation technique to save Naruto at the cost of her own life. Dragon life reincarnation technique. After thinking of this technique, Shinji suddenly became interested. You should know that there are many kinds of ninjutsu in the ninja world, but there are only a few techniques that can truly resurrect a person. As far as Shinji knows, there are only the reincarnation natural life technique of the Rinnegan, the self-reincarnation technique developed by Cho of Tsunagakuer, and the special bloodline limit dragon life reincarnation technique of the Ryuga clan. At this time, the Konoha ninja who carried Longshi to the hospital said, "She seems to be coming for our Konoha, and she has been traveling for a long time." Shinji remained calm, and took the opportunity to treat Longshi's wounds. He looked through the ninja bag on Longshi's waist and saw a scroll marked with top secret. Could it be that something happened in Kyuzagakuer village? Shinji thought about it and quietly put the top secret scroll in Longshi's ninja bag into his pocket, and then said to the Konoha ninja, "I have treated all her wounds, she is fine." After that, Shinji calmly left the clinic. After returning to his laboratory, Shinji took out the top secret scroll and unsealed it. With his current attainments in sealing techniques, ordinary seals are no longer difficult for him. After spreading out the top secret scroll, Shinji, who was originally just a little curious, frowned more and more, and his face gradually became solemn. "I was wondering why those ghosts have been so honest in the past few months. It turns out that they have occupied the Kyuzagakuer village without anyone noticing. This top secret scroll is naturally the letter of help written by the elder of the Flower of Grass faction to Konoha. Although the content of the scroll seems to be scattered, mostly the elder's conjecture, without any evidence, but it is different in Shinji's eyes. Such as a large number of people disappeared without reason, the high-level members of the Kyuzagakuer faction avoided people during the day, etc., are basically ironclad evidence that ghosts have invaded the Kyuzagakuer village. As for the content about Karin in the scroll, Shinji was even more speechless. He really didn't expect that the Flower of Grass faction would take the initiative to leak such a secret in order to gain the trust of Konoha. You must know that planning to attack the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and trying to steal the Nine Tails is a serious crime in Konoha. Even if it was done by the Kyuzagakuer faction, the crime should also be recorded on the Kyuzagakuer village. The elders of the Flower of Grass did this, which was completely desperate. Shinji pondered for a moment. Ryusei had already arrived at Konoha village, so the changes in Kyuzagakuer village could not be concealed. Even if Ryusei said nothing, Konoha would send people to investigate. The top secret scroll carried by Ryusei was well sealed, and the secrets on it were too sensitive, so Ryusei, who was just delivering the letter, probably didn't know the specific contents inside. This gave Shinji room to operate. After pondering for a moment, he took out the tools, carefully cut off the paper in the scroll, and then used the copy inside of the Sharingan to forge a letter for help according to the handwriting of the Elder of the Flower of Grass in the original, hiding the content related to Karin in the letter, and emphasizing that Kyuzagakuer village might be secretly controlled by the Akatsuki organization. After completing it, Shinji checked it and thought, I don't know what those ghosts are up to. Let the village go and explore the situation first. As the lantern bearer of the ninja world, he is no longer the rookie who panicked when he learned about the invasion. The invasion of the Demon Slayer world and the shadow of the Overlord are indeed sharp blades hanging over his head, making him tense all the time, but his own strength and the forces under his command are also getting stronger and stronger in this tension. Especially now that his Samsara I plan and Reincarnation I plan are progressing smoothly, he sees the hope of looking forward to the Six Paths level, so when facing the mysterious lantern bearer in the Demon Slayer world, he is more and more confident. After forging the top secret scroll, Shinji did not put it back into the ninja bag of Ryuga, but took the scroll directly to Yuditen Koharu and handed over the forged top secret scroll. After reading the contents of the top secret scroll, Yuditen Koharu frowned. Did this top secret scroll come from that Kusanagi? Yes. Shinji nodded slightly. Yuditen Koharu closed the scroll. You did a great job. Any information about the Akatsuki organization is the most valuable information in Konoha, so getting the top secret scroll sent by the Kyuzagakuer village first is equivalent to seizing the initiative for the advisory elders. After leaving Yuditen Koharu, Shinsei immediately returned to the hospital. He now wanted to test Longshi's attitude. Although he was sure that even the desperate elder of the Flower of Grass would not reveal the secrets about Karin to Longshi, he still had to confirm it in order to ensure Karin's safety. In the Konoha hospital. Lying on the bed, Longshi slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Where am I? This is Konoha village." A gentle voice came into her ears. She was startled and sat up from the bed regardless of her injuries. She looked at the handsome boy sitting beside her bed with a wary face. The boy smiled slightly, "Hello, my name is Uchiha Shinji. It's just a small favor, please help." Chapter 436 Departure. Uchiha Shinji. It seemed that Longshi was comforted by the words of the handsome boy in front of him, and his tension was relieved a lot. Shinji poured a glass of water and handed it to Longshi, "Looking at your forehead protector, you should be a ninja from Kyuzagakuer village, right? Why did you appear near our Konoha village? And why were you being hunted?" Longshi remembered something and quickly checked his ninja tool bag. Seeing that the top secret scroll was missing, he was stunned. Shinji said, "If you are looking for the scroll marked top secret, don't worry, it has been handed over to the elders of our village." Longshi breathed a sigh of relief. "My mission this time is to deliver the top secret scroll to Konoha. Have some water first." Shinji smiled and said casually, "You are about the same age as me. I didn't expect that you have already started such an important mission. By the way, did something happen in your village? Who are those people who are chasing you?" Longshi had a good impression of Shinji, and the elders had told her that she should tell Konoha whatever he asked, and there was no need to hide anything, so she told him everything about the strange things that happened in Kyuzagakuer village recently. Shinji asked a few more questions and confirmed that Longshi knew nothing about Karin and the attempt of Kyuzagakuer to steal the Nine Tails, so he said, "Just rest here. If Kyuzagakuer is really infiltrated by Akatsuki, we in Konoha will not sit idly by." Seeing Shinji getting up and leaving, Longshi, who had recovered, asked carefully, "That?" Shinji turned around, "What's wrong?" Longshi was curious, "Shinji, are you from the Uchiha clan of Konoha? It's the real deal." Shinji smiled and showed his 3 Magatama Sharingan, then turned and left the ward. He was very interested in Longshi's special ability to exchange lives for lives, so he was a little more enthusiastic. Looking at Shinji's leaving back, Longshi whispered, Uchiha Shinji. Night. The lights in the Hokage building were bright. The top secret scroll that Shinji handed in and had been deleted by him soon attracted the attention of the village's top leaders, and the third generation held a high-level meeting overnight. In addition to the three generations, the advisory elders, Tsunade, Jiraiya and other high-level people, some important jonins in the village, such as Narashikaku, the leader of the Jonin squad, Yamanaka Inoichi, the head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hayashi, Kakashi, etc., also attended the meeting. In addition, Shizune and Yakumo represented the medical team to attend the meeting as observers, and Sasuke was also allowed to attend the meeting because he had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Because the top secret scroll was handled by Shinji, and with the strong recommendation of Yuta and Koharu, Shinji also made an exception to attend this high-level meeting and sat in the audience seat on the side of the advisory elders. Once, twice, and a few more times, Shinji may not need any reason to attend the village's high-level meetings. After everyone arrived, the third generation passed around the top secret scroll that Shinji had edited, and said, "The scroll you see was secretly sent by the elders of the Grass Flower faction of Kyuzagakure village." After learning that the Akatsuki organization might have secretly controlled Kyuzagakure village, everyone had different expressions. Those who had private connections and frictions with the Akatsuki organization, such as Hayashi and Danzo, had extremely gloomy faces. Hayashi was worried that the village would investigate the Akatsuki organization and would reveal that Niji had participated in the selection of the Akatsuki organization, and that he concealed it and even provided help to Niji. Danzo was worried that the fact that he intercepted the intelligence of Akatsuki organization a last time but did not inform the third generation and failed alone would be exposed. In the audience, Yakumo and Sasuke were muttering in their hearts, wondering whether it was the dark Akatsuki or their dawn breaking that was secretly controlling the Kyuzagakure village. After a short silence, Kakashi was the first to speak. "Is the information credible?" Yamazaki Hiroji of the intelligence team nodded. "Many details match, it should be credible. And there is no need for the Kyuzagakure village to send such a false intelligence, so I guess the Akatsuki organization may have really infiltrated the Kyuzagakure village, but the extent of infiltration cannot be determined at present." Tsunade frowned and said, "No wonder we can't find the trace of Akatsuki. It turns out that they are hiding under our noses. This group of bastards is really bold." Danzo knocked on the table. "Now we should discuss how to deal with the Kyuzagakure village." Yuta and Koharu added, "The Kyuzagakure ninja who sent the information was chased all the way, and the other party may have noticed the information leak." Jiraiya made a prompt decision. "Then no matter what decision we make, we must do it quickly." Narashikaku hesitated. "If Kyuzagakure has really become the base of Akatsuki, it may be difficult to completely wipe it out with our Konoha's strength alone." Kakashi said, "But I'm afraid it's too late. Although the 5 major ninja villages have established a set of cooperation mechanisms, it is not possible to gather the elite forces of the 5 major ninja villages in a short period of time." Seeing that everyone was hesitant because of the strength of Akatsuki, Shinji made a prompt decision and stood up and said, "Contacting the other 4 major ninja villages does not conflict with sending people to investigate Kyuzagakure. We can gather forces while sending a team to investigate. If the Akatsuki organization that infiltrated Kyuzagakure evacuated because of information leaks, we can at least follow it all the way and catch the next foothold of Akatsuki." Everyone looked at Shinji. Shinji's proposal was direct, bold, radical, and in line with the personality of Uchiha. At this time, the third generation was the first to nod and said, "Yes, it may be too late to wait for the cooperation of other ninja villages. We must act immediately and confirm the situation of Kyuzagakure first." Shinji sat down consciously, and his goal had been achieved. The concerns of everyone in the meeting room were actually because they were afraid of stirring up a hornet's nest. After all, according to everyone's misunderstanding of the Akatsuki organization, the members of the Akatsuki organization included the real Akatsuki organization, plus the forces managed by Shinji, plus the 12 demon moons who had tried to fish in troubled waters. If these 3 forces were added together, it would indeed be a terrifying and exaggerated force. The Konoha family had no ability to clear it out. But Shinji knew that the Akatsuki organization's base was in the Hidden Rain village, and it was only the 12 demon moons who infiltrated the Kyuzagakure village, so if it was just for reconnaissance and probing, the Konoha family's strength was more than enough. The next day, Shinji came to Longshi's ward and said gently, "How is your recovery?" Longshi was a little embarrassed. "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine now." Shinji knew that Longshi was not being polite. Her body had almost recovered. Because the physique of her clan was a bit similar to that of the Uzumaki clan, it was possible that the two sides were distant relatives. Shinji said, "We in Konoha have decided to support your Kyuzagakure village. The first batch of reconnaissance troops will set off today, and I am one of them. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it." Chapter 437. The situation is tense. Longshi jumped up from the bed when he heard it. "Shinji, you are going too, then take me with you. I am Kyuzagakure, I can lead the way for you." Shinji nodded, "Then get ready and set off immediately." He came to the hospital just to take Longshi with him. Although he was sure that the people who infiltrated Kyuzagakure village were a group of ghosts, he did not dare to be careless. He would naturally take someone like Longshi who was familiar with Kyuzagakure village with him. Soon, two teams appeared at the gate of Konoha village. One team was led by Tsunade, and the members included Shizuan, Yakumo, Shinji, and Ryaga. The other team was led by Kakashi, and the other three were all experienced special jonin. Excluding Ryaga, these were two typical four-person teams, with medical care, pupil techniques, high configuration, and strong combat power. Shinji was only a bonus, and was reluctantly added at the strong request of Kohara Udaten. After all, once the investigation is successful, it is very likely that an S-level mission record will be added to the resume. Tsunade's eyes swept through everyone sternly, finally checked the equipment. Even Kakashi did not dare to be careless, and they all checked their personal equipment. After the inspection, Tsunade waved her hand, and the two teams officially set off. In the village, Suzuki, who returned to his apartment, was still sulking. He naturally applied for this investigation, but Yakumo and Shinji were both able to participate, while he, the Mangeki Uchiha, was left behind. This was hard for him to accept. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. He was stunned for a moment, then raised his lips, went to the hidden compartment of the house, and took out the mask with the eagle pattern and the hooded red cloud suit. No doubt, Shinji had just issued an order to Suzuki as the leader of the Akatsuki organization through the Niobe. Suzuki was not the only one who received the order. Ningji in the Hyuga clan and Kimimaro in the small training ground also received the order from Shinji through the Niobe. The invasion of demons is a threat to the entire ninja world. It would be fine if they were not discovered, but once they were discovered, Shinji, the lantern bearer, must use thunder and lightning to eliminate all the invading demons. In a forest outside Konoha village. Swish! Suzuki, wearing an eagle-faced mask and a hooded red cloud suit, fell from the tree and looked around. Just then, a figure came out of the woods and greeted Suzuki. "Hello, I'm your partner in this operation." Suzuki looked over and found that the other party was also wearing a hooded red cloud suit, but the difference was that the other party was wearing a dog-faced mask. Recalling the intelligence collected by the village, Suzuki tentatively asked, "See?" "No doubt." The one assigned to partner with Suzuki was Bai, who smiled and said, "You can call me that too." Suzuki asked, "What's my code name?" In another forest, Kimimaro, wearing a snake-faced mask and a hooded red cloud suit, met Niji, who was also wearing a hooded red cloud suit and a whiteboard mask. Ninkai asked cautiously, "My partner is you?" "Yes." Kimimaro nodded slightly while observing the other party. For some reason, both parties felt very familiar with each other. On a steep mountain road, Ito, wearing an evil ghost mask and a red cloud suit, floated in the air and shouted to Karin behind her, "B, can you catch up with me?" Karin, dressed in Akatsuki, did not answer and rushed through the steep mountains. The speed was so fast that Ito, who was in the spirit state, was secretly shocked. In addition to Deidara who was planted in Akatsuki and the two-tailed Jinchuriki lurking in the land of hot springs, Shinji used all the power at hand this time. Karin, Shiro, Suzuki, Ito, Niji, and Kimimaro all took action in the disguise of Akatsuki members. Among them, Shiro and Suzuki were in a group. Shiro's caution and low keenness could reconcile Sasuke's impulsiveness. Niji and Kimimaro are in a group. The two halves of their biological exoskeletons can resonate and support each other at close range. Karin and Ito are the strongest reconnaissance team. One of them masters the super-sensing ninjutsu Kagura Heart's Eye, and the other is a spirit that can come and go freely. At the critical moment, they can also activate the Red Dragon to summon the main body Yakumo and use the Red Dragon Eye for long-distance perspective reconnaissance. In this way, the two teams where Shinji was in the light, and the three teams he arranged in the dark, rushed to the direction of Kyuzagakure from different routes at full speed. At the same time, Konoha also conveyed to the other 4 major ninja villages through special channels that the Akatsuki organization may have infiltrated Kyuzagakure and secretly controlled Kyuzagakure. After learning of this information, Kirigakure and Kumigakure were the first to respond. The 4th generation Mizukage and the 4th generation Reikage all brought their elites and rushed to Konoha as soon as possible. After discovering that the 3rd generation Mizukage might be the Akatsuki organization who used the illusion puppet, Kirigakure was the vanguard against Akatsuki. As long as there was news from Akatsuki, they would immediately take action. Kumigakure was no less worthy. The abduction of the 2-tailed Jinchuriki by Akatsuki was the biggest shame for the 4th generation Reikage, so his reaction was also extremely quick. Then Sandagakure and Uegakure also responded and sent out their own teams. These 2 families were not deeply hostile to Akatsuki. The main reason for Sandagakure's feud with Akatsuki was Scorpion, because more and more evidence pointed to Scorpion as the murderer of the 3rd generation Kazekage, so even if it was just for show, the 4th generation Kazekage had to send people to participate in the action. Uegakure was purely worried that its 2 Chouriki would become the target of Akatsuki, so it took action. In addition, from a political point of view, the other 4 families have joined forces. If Uegakure is excluded, then Uegakure's situation will be very bad. As a result, the ninja world fell into tension again. The communication ninjas passed the information back and forth, and the elite masters gathered one after another. A war seemed to be about to break out. In such a tense atmosphere, after many days of continuous travel, Shinji and his party finally arrived at the outskirts of Kyuzagakure village. Longshi pointed to the buildings in front. The Kyuzagakure village is in front. Everyone observed silently. From the outside, there was nothing strange about Kyuzagakure village. People came and went in the village, and there were even vendors selling on the street. Shizun said, "It seems that there is nothing abnormal." Tsunade said, "If the abnormality is so obvious, we would have discovered it long ago." Longshi volunteered at this time, "I will take you to the secret base to see the elders." Tsunade shook her head, "Let's meet somewhere else. The team's mission is to investigate. It is very risky to rashly enter the secret base, even if it is the base of the Flower of Grass faction." Longshi has no objection. "Okay, I will contact the elders. It's just a small favor, please help me." Chapter 438 War Weapons. After Longshi left, the Konoha reconnaissance team immediately moved away from Kyuzagakure village and evacuated to a relatively safe distance. At night, instead of lighting a bonfire to keep warm, they hid in a small forest and endured the cold at night. Yakumo, who has the red dragon eye, has been observing the surroundings, using a scrutinizing gaze to be alert to all possible threats around. In the forest, Tsunade and Kakashi whispered to each other. Kakashi said, "The best situation at present is to capture a member of Akatsuki and get information about Akatsuki from him." Tsunade pondered for a moment and said, "From the information collected so far, there are between 15 and 25 members of Akatsuki, almost every one of them has the strength of an elite jonin, and some of them have even reached the level of the 5-Kage. It is not too cautious to fight against this group of people. So it is best for us not to act rashly this time, just complete the reconnaissance mission." Yet, Kakashi nodded. Although he felt that there must be problems within Akatsuki, he could not simply regard all the members of Akatsuki who had appeared as a whole. But he could not afford to make mistakes. So he did not continue to insist, but recognized Tsunade's more stable strategy. Shizun came hurriedly and whispered, "Tsunade-sama, I just received a message from the village. Hokage-sama has invited the other 4 cages. The joint forces are gathering quickly, so he asked us not to act rashly and focus on collecting intelligence." Tsunade nodded, "Reply to the village, we will strictly follow the request. You are not allowed to carry out the mission." Shinji, who was leaning against a big tree, watched silently. In this team, he not only had no say, but was also seen as someone deliberately inserted by the advisory elders to brush up his resume and earn military merits. Therefore, he was also very tactful, just quietly listening to various intelligence on the side, and never easily expressed his opinions. "Someone is coming." Suddenly, Yakumo, who was responsible for vigilance on the tree canopy, issued a warning. In an instant, the Konoha ninjas in the forest were on guard, and even Shinji was no exception. After a while, 2 figures approached the grove in the dark. The leader was not someone else, but Ryaga, who returned to Kusagakure village during the day. Following Ryaga was a figure wearing an animal mask and a gorgeous robe. After the two sides met, the figure wearing an animal mask introduced himself. Everyone in Konoha, I am Ichiro Hirayama. The name Ichiro Hirayama is exactly the name on the signature of the top secret scroll. Undoubtedly, the one brought by Longshi is Ichiro Hirayama, the elder of the Flower of Grass sect who sent a letter for help to Konoha. Tsunade did not relax her vigilance. She asked Ichiro Hirayama to write a few words casually, and then compared them with the handwriting on the top secret scroll. After confirming that they were correct, she said, I am Tsunade, the captain of this reconnaissance team. Ichiro Hirayama had naturally heard of Tsunade's name, and immediately said, I didn't expect that Konoha's 3 ninjas would come in person. On behalf of the Kusagakure village, I would like to express my highest gratitude to Konoha. Obviously. He thought that Konoha reacted so quickly, and even sent a strong man of the level of 3 ninjas, because he betrayed all the spies of Kusagakure lurking in Konoha. Tsunade said lightly, introduce the situation. What happened in your village? Ichiro Hirayama naturally wouldn't mention the Kusagakure spies when they first met, because it wasn't a glorious thing after all, so he just told Tsunade and the others about the abnormalities of the Kusagakure faction and the large number of people missing in the Kusagakure for no reason. Just as the Kusagakure village elders were meeting with Tsunade, Ryosho found Shinji on the side and bowed. Shinji, thank you so much this time, you are the benefactor of our Kusagakure village. You're welcome. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you, because it was you who gave me the opportunity to participate in such a high-level mission. As Shinji spoke, his eyes gradually passed Longshi and headed towards the direction of Kusagakure village. He really had to thank Longshi, because through the induction of the lantern bearer, he had already discovered the polluted atmosphere emanating from the direction of Kusagakure village, and he no longer had any doubts about the ghosts infiltrating Kusagakure village. On the side, after listening to the story of the Kusagakure elder, Ichiro Hirayama, Tsunade and Kakashi looked at each other. From the other party's description, the Yakuza no Shi faction in Kusagakure village was indeed full of doubts, but the situation was obviously better than they imagined. At least the Yakuza no Hawa faction was not completely wiped out and still had a considerable degree of control over Kusagakure village. Ichiro Hirayama said at this time, the key is still in the box of bliss. I suspect that the large number of missing people is related to the Yakuza no Shi trying to open the box of bliss in advance. They are all crazy. Box of paradise. Tsunade frowned slightly. Konoha was not completely ignorant of the box of paradise. In fact, there are many similar hidden dangers in the ninja world. For example, the ghosts that were previously sealed in the land of demons and later released by the Akatsuki organization, and the dragon veins of the Lilin relics that were sealed by the 4th generation, etc., are all hidden dangers with great uncertainty that can affect the pattern of the ninja world. However, these hidden dangers often have a long history, and most of the relevant information has been lost, and most of them are sealed, so if there is no real problem, the 5 major ninja villages do not want to take the initiative to touch these thorns. The trouble of the hand. The box of bliss of the land of grass is one of them. So after learning that the Akatsuki organization might be planning to use the box of bliss, Tsunade felt uneasy. The Akatsuki organization itself is already a headache. If the box of bliss, a terrifying weapon with clear records in history, is mixed in, then this time the encirclement and suppression of the Akatsuki organization will probably have many twists and turns. After realizing this, Tsunade said to Ichiro Hirayama, the large forces are still gathering. I hope you, Flowers of Grass, can provide more information to help us complete the encirclement and suppression of the Akatsuki organization. Ichiro Hirayama immediately assured, please rest assured, we, Flowers of Grass, will definitely do our best to cooperate with you. In the underground palace of Kusagakure village, Mikuru looked hopeless and stared at the box of bliss in front of him. Beside him was the upper-rank Kokushibo, who was wearing a Haori and a samurai outfit, and several elders of the Yakuza no Mitsuru faction. One of the elders reported to Kokushibo, the plan went smoothly. Muku is indeed as you expected, and he is the perfect candidate to bear the power of the vampire. He is now full of blood and his chakra is extremely full, even better than the Jinkra ki. Kokushibo nodded, then let's start, let me see the true appearance of your Kusagakure no Mitsuru war weapons. The first update is here. Don't forget to vote for those who haven't voted today. Chapter 439 Massacre. God Kokushibo, an elder of the grass fruit, came to Wugo and said, Wugo, the responsibility of reviving the grass kingdom falls on you, go. Wugo looked at the elder with a dull expression. He had never thought that there was a group of man-eating evil ghosts hiding in the village, and the elders who claimed to be for the village were actually accomplices of the evil ghosts, forcibly transforming him into an evil ghost and forcing him to devour many living lives. These few short days made everything in his heart collapse. The revival of the grass kingdom, which he had been thinking about before, had already become meaningless in his eyes, who was neither human nor ghost at this moment. Seeing that Ryukui had no reaction, the elder of the Kusa no Shi faction shouted, Wuzu, what are you still hesitating about? Sacrificing for the revival of the grass country is your greatest honor. Wuzu regained some consciousness and raised his hands, yes, I am already full of sins. It is better to die than to live like a beast. So he walked towards the box of bliss step by step like a walking corpse. Watching Ryukui being swallowed by the box of bliss, Kokushibo's face showed a little strange color. Because at the moment when the box of bliss was opened, even he felt a tremor from the heart. The foundation of the ninja world is really extraordinary. After saying it secretly, Kokushibo turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, an elder of the grass fruit came hurriedly from outside and reported to Kokushibo in a panic, Master Kokushibo, we have just intercepted the secret letter of the grass flower faction. Those traitors betrayed the village and may have leaked your existence to Konoha. A cruel expression appeared on Kokushibo's face, and then he led a group of elders of the grass village to a cellar in the underground palace. This cellar is very huge and was originally built as a shelter for the grass village. At this time, as soon as the door of the cellar was opened, a pungent and disgusting bloody smell suddenly came from inside. However, including Kokushibo, the group of people all flocked to this strong and pungent bloody smell without any discomfort. Gurgle gurgle. As the door opened, the swallowing sounds in the cellar suddenly stopped, and pairs of scarlet eyes looked at the door. Kokushibo standing in front of the door said calmly, the master wants to reorganize the lower rank demons, there are a total of 6 places, this is your chance. Hehe, I finally waited for this opportunity. I want to be the first lower rank demon. Get out, I am the first lower rank demon. Grinning, arguing, and cursing in the cellar one after another. An elder of the Kyuzagakure village who was brought here for the first time behind Kokushibo discovered that the cellar was full of hideous evil demons, and around them, there were piles of various broken arms and limbs. If Long Shi was here, she would find that the remains of many missing ninjas of the Flower of Grass faction could be found in these piles of corpses. Obviously, hundreds of ninjas who disappeared without reason in the entire grass country were captured in the underground palace and became blood food in the mouths of these demons. As the upper rank, Kokushibo was very disdainful of these newcomers. But he knew very well that the growth rate of the fellows fed by the magical chakra in the ninja world was far faster than the speed of devouring ordinary people in the demon world. Among the 20 or so demons in the cellar, many have reached the level of the previous batch of upper-rank demons in terms of aura, which poses a threat to him. So opening the box of bliss was just a casual move for him. What he really cares about are the 20 or so demons in the cellar that have almost stored up chakra to the extreme. Once these demons are released, it will be an unimaginable nightmare even for the great ninja village. Kuroshibo moved aside to make way for the door, go kill. Amid the screams, the evil demons rushed out of the cellar one after another and rushed towards the outside of the underground palace, as if they were afraid that Kokushibo would regret it if they were one step late. The elders of Kyuzagakure village behind Kokushibo changed color, and one of them asked tremblingly, Lord Kokushibo, are you going to destroy Kyuzagakure village? The elders of the Kusa no Shinobi faction knew very well that once these evil ghosts in the cellar were released, the Kyuzagakure village above would be finished. Kuroshibo squinted at the elders of Kyuzagakure village, you have accepted my blessing and become ghosts. The so-called Kyuzagakure village has nothing to do with you. My promise just now is also valid for you. As long as you are strong enough, you are also qualified to become the glorious lower string ghost under the command of the Lord. The elders of Kyuzagakure village looked at each other. They did not resist the temptation of Kokushibo before. Under the temptation of power and immortality, they abandoned the dignity of ninjas and joined the camp of ghosts. But many of them still wanted to revive the kingdom of grass. Now that they saw that Kyuzagakure village was about to be destroyed before their eyes, many of them felt entangled and regretful. Suddenly, an elder of the Kyuzagakure village shouted, even if Kyuzagakure village is to be destroyed, it cannot be destroyed by others. Those are our blood food. After saying that, the Kyuzagakuer village elder flashed and disappeared on the spot. The other Kyuzagakuer village elders immediately wavered. The destruction of Kyuzagakuer village seemed inevitable. Instead of letting those ghosts in the cellar enjoy it, it would be better to let them enjoy it. After figuring this out, the remaining Kyuzagakuer village elders also flashed and disappeared on the spot. The degree of urgency was no less than that of the evil spirits in the cellar before. In a secret base of the grass flower in the Kyuzagakuer village, Long Lan, the elder brother of Long Shi who was lurking in the Kyuzagakuer village's Anbu, was exchanging information with several members of the grass flower. Ah! Help! What the hell are those? Enemy attack! Suddenly, the whole village was noisy, with cries and screams. Long Lan was startled and hurried to the window. He found that under the cover of night, it seemed that countless monsters emerged from the ground and attacked the villagers indiscriminately. Like Konoha, there were also a large number of ordinary villagers in the Kyuzagakuer village. These villagers had no power to resist the evil spirits, and their bodies were torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. Long Lan's pupils shrank when he saw this. In addition to his extraordinary strength, Long Lan was able to be sent by the flower of grass to lurk in the fruits of grass. More importantly, he was calm beyond ordinary people. So after discovering that the village was attacked, he did not act blindly, but carefully analyzed the identity, number, strength, and other information of the enemy. But while he was observing, he found that the elders in the village had joined the ranks of slaughtering villagers just like those monsters. It's just a small favor, please everyone. Chapter 440 War. Like the previous Ryukui, when Long Lan saw that the elders of his village had joined the slaughter, many things in his mind collapsed in an instant. Then, he realized that the situation was out of control, and the only choice at the moment was to take as many people as possible to escape from the village. Outside the Kyuzagakuer village. After meeting with the elder of the Flower of Grass faction, Hirayama Ichiro, the Konoha team did not rashly sneak into the Kyuzagakuer village. After all, even the forces of the Flower of Grass faction have been almost eliminated in the Kyuzagakuer village, and it is very likely that outsiders like them will alert the enemy if they venture in. Instead of doing this, it is better to hide outside the Kyuzagakuer village and collect intelligence from the Kyuzagakuer village secretly through the power of the Flower of Grass. Suddenly, a fire broke out in the Kyuzagakuer village in the distance. The fire was so conspicuous under the night sky that Yakumo, who was in charge of the alert, noticed it at the first time and quickly gave the alarm. Tsunade and Kakashi, who were hiding in the forest, immediately jumped onto the treetops after hearing the news. At this time, the Kyuzagakuer village was not only ablaze, but also there were shadows on the streets, and the sound of crying and screaming could be vaguely heard even from several miles away. Tsunade frowned, "What's going on?" Yakumo, who had fully activated the Red Dragon Eye, looked more solemn. "Teacher, there seems to be a large-scale riot in Kyuzagakuer village." Boom boom. Before Yakumo finished speaking, a series of explosions were heard in Kyuzagakuer village. Obviously, some of the Kyuzagakuer ninjas who reacted finally started to fight back, using all kinds of ninjutsu, ninja tools, and detonating tags. For a moment, the Kyuzagakuer village, which was just peaceful, immediately turned into a big battlefield. Kakashi said, "Oh no, such a large-scale riot, could it be that the Akatsuki organization that infiltrated the Kyuzagakuer village noticed something and launched a coup in advance?" Shizune was a little flustered. "Tsunade-sama, what should we do now?" Tsunade hesitated. "If we sit back and watch Kyuzagakuer village fall into the hands of Akatsuki, the subsequent encirclement and suppression may be a tough battle. After all, Kyuzagakuer is the largest ninja village besides the 5 major ninja villages. If they mobilize with all their strength, they can still gather several thousand ninja troops. But the situation is unclear now, and she only has 2 teams of 4 people. If she rashly participates, it is likely that she will not be able to play any role and will get herself involved." Yakumo, who has been monitoring Kyuzagakuer, suddenly raised his voice, "Not good, someone is rushing towards us." Everyone looked carefully and found that there were indeed several black shadows flying towards the small woods where they were, as fast as ghosts. "No, they..." Yakumo was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain to Tsunade the ghosts she saw in her vision. Because the Red Dragon Eye can not only see through, but also has the ability to see and control blood, and the blood activity in those ghosts is unbelievably strong. Retreat. The hiding place of herself and others was exposed so quickly, which means that the other party was obviously well prepared, so Tsunade no longer had any luck in her heart and gave the order without hesitation. Those who can be selected into the reconnaissance team are all experienced elites in Konoha village. If there is any rookie burden, I am afraid that only Shinji, who was forced in by the advisory elders, can be regarded as a rookie. So when Tsunade gave an order, the team immediately changed its formation and began to evacuate. In the team, Shinji glanced at the group of ghosts approaching him rapidly under the cover of night, his face slightly gloomy. He has dealt with ghosts more than once or twice, so just by feeling and the pollution carried by the other party, he knows that this group of ghosts coming with great momentum are definitely not good people. Looking at the posture, it seems that each of them has reached the threshold of upper string demon. You must know that the lower string demon, who is full of blood and full of chakra, its terrifying regeneration ability, combined with the weird blood demon art, is enough to compete with the Jonin. And if the upper string demon is in its peak state and full of chakra, as for chakra, ordinary Jonins are often no match for them. There are 7 or 8 evil spirits coming at the moment, so even he has a hard time dealing with them alone. Besides, he doesn't know what the situation is in the Kusagakure village. His own lamp doesn't have any warning at the moment, which means that the mysterious lamp bearer of the demon world may be hiding nearby, using his authority as a senior lamp bearer to block this area, making his lamp temporarily inoperable. So he didn't hesitate, took a glance and quickly retracted his gaze, and began to evacuate with the team. Soon, under the cold moonlight, a chase broke out. The speed of the demons exceeded Tsunade and others' expectations. Not long after the reconnaissance team withdrew from the woods, they were caught up by the demons. The two sides immediately fought. Bang! With a loud noise that hurt her eardrums, Tsunade, who used the super strength punch, blasted a demon that was a circle larger than her away. However, in the blink of an eye, the evil ghost twisted his neck and climbed up from the ground. Hiss! Everyone in the team took a breath of cold air when they saw this. Tsunade's punch clearly hit the opponent's head, and the opponent's head was crushed. With such an injury, let alone the ninjas present, even if the 5 cage were hit, there would be no way to survive. But the mysterious enemy in front of him just climbed up from the ground, staggered a few steps, twisted his neck, and recovered completely in the blink of an eye. Another monster of that kind. Tsunade's face darkened, and then she took out the medicine from the ninja bag on her waist, and ordered Shizun behind her, distribute the medicine to everyone. Shizun immediately took out the medicine and distributed it to everyone in the team one by one. While distributing it, she also reminded, "Don't panic, everyone. These monsters in front of you are created by the Akatsuki organization and have extremely strong regeneration capabilities. The medicine I am distributing now is a kind of poison developed by Lady Tsunade that inhibits the regeneration of flesh and blood. Everyone must use it with caution." Shinji took the medicine and glanced at Tsunade, sighing, "Sure enough, you can't underestimate ninjas." In the previous joint operation, the elites of the 5 major ninja villages fought with ghosts, and they suffered some losses because they didn't understand the characteristics of ghosts at that time. Unexpectedly, this time when they encountered ghosts, Tsunade took out the poison that could curb the ghost's regeneration ability 1/4 registered trademark 1/4 degree 1/4 degree plus or minus per thousand 1/4 degree plus or minus 1/4 degree 1/4 superscript 1/4 degree registered trademark degree 1/4 degree superscript 2 per thousand degree superscript 3 1/4 per thousand degree 1/4 per thousand degree 1/4 degree per thousand 1/4 superscript 1 degree 1/4 degree per thousand 1/4 plus or minus 1/4 441 1/4 1/4 per thousand 1/4 degree per thousand 1/4 degree superscript 2 per thousand degree superscript 1 degree 1/4 degree 1/4 degree 1/4 superscript 2 degree 1/4 superscript 3 1/4 degree 1/4 degree 1/4 degree plus or minus degree per thousand. Because as time went by, the effect of the poison was gradually diluted, and the ghost's wound was finally completely healed. Tsunade underestimated the physique of the ghost. Shinji complained. But this can't be blamed on Tsunade. The poison she prepared is more than enough to deal with normal ninjas, but it is obviously insufficient to deal with ghosts, which are beyond cognition. However, with the actual combat data this time, the poison Tsunade mixes next time may really give the ghost a headache. Ah! Just as Shinji was evaluating the power of the poison Tsunade mixed, a scream came from not far away. Shinji hurriedly looked over and found that a member of Kakashi's team was torn apart by a ghost, holding it above his head and greedily drinking blood. With a gloomy face, Shinji glanced at other battlefields. Except the ghost entangled by Shinji and the ghost who was drinking blood, there were still 5 ghosts left on the battlefield. Tsunade suppressed one, Kakashi was fighting with another, and Yakumo used the ability of the Red Dragon Eye to control blood to suppress one. The other 2 suppressed the remaining members of the team, and even the powerful Shizune was in danger. Swish! In the blink of an eye, another team member was torn to pieces by the ghost. Tsunade found that the opponent's strength was beyond her expectations, and the effect of the poison she prepared did not meet her expectations, so she shouted, "I will cover the rear, you retreat separately." Everyone immediately broke out in groups. Because everyone knew that the current priority was not to fight these ghosts, but to pass the message back as soon as possible and guide the joint forces to clear the Kyuzagakure village. Yakumo declined Shizune and turned to call Shinji, "Shinji, break out with me." Shinji, who was originally ready to act alone, had no choice but to follow Yakumo. The 2 chose a direction and fought and retreated, but in the end they were blocked by a ghost in a forest. Yakumo stopped in front of Shinji and whispered, "He is very strong, I will deal with him later, you find a chance to escape." "Oh." Shinji raised the corner of his mouth and responded casually. The ghost on the opposite side sniffed his nose and showed a greedy look on his face, "What a nice smell, you 2 little ghosts are better than the previous one, these blood foods are much more delicious." "Hehe, I'm so lucky." Blood foods. Yakumo instinctively felt a chill. The ghost licked his tongue, "Little cutie, don't worry, I will eat you slowly." Yakumo panicked. It was the first time she encountered such a disgusting enemy. At this time, Shinji patted Yakumo's shoulder gently, "Don't be afraid, use would release to control it and absorb all its chakra." Yakumo nodded, "When I control him, you will find a chance to escape." Shinji said, "Okay." Yakumo took a deep breath, activated the blood control ability of the Red Dragon Eye, controlled the ghost, and then clapped his hands to activate the wood release. Hwalala! In an instant, countless branches rose from the ground and entangled the ghost. The ghost seemed to feel threatened, and its body expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, it expanded from the size of a normal person to 3 or 4 meters tall, turning into a small giant. Not only that, after the expansion of its body, its strength also increased exponentially. The branches generated by the wood release were torn off one by its bare hands. "This." Yakumo was stunned for a moment. Shinji said in her ear, "Don't panic, aren't you afraid of even Susanoo?" Yakumo's somewhat wavering eyes became firm, and he immediately mobilized all the chakra in his body and poured it into the wood release. So, no matter how many branches the ghost broke, there would be more and thicker branches to replace them. And under the tireless efforts of the wood release to absorb chakra, the ghost, which was originally full of chakra, was in a rapidly declining state. After a while, its body shrank back and was completely buried by Yakumo's wood release. Huff! Yakumo began to pant. Shinji said, "To deal with this kind of stuff, you don't actually need to waste so much chakra." Yakumo felt a little ashamed. The other party's strange ability to recover even after being blown up by the detonating talisman, as well as the cruel fighting method, the bloody scenes of cannibalism, etc., really scared her, a ninja school student with little practical experience. But she obviously didn't realize how powerful her wood release and Red Dragon Eye were in restraining these ghosts. Not to mention this kind of inferior ghost, even if she encountered a real upper string ghost, the combination of Red Dragon Eye and wood release could cure all disobedience. Shinji ignored the ghost who was trapped in the layers of branches of wood release and could only curse constantly, but jumped to the crown of a big tree. "Why hasn't my lamp responded yet? Is the lantern bearer of the demon world destruction also nearby? What is their purpose this time?" Shinji felt a little uneasy. In the past, once a demon invaded, his lamp would give a warning and issue a task, but now that he and the demon have already fought, the lamp still has no reaction. The only explanation is that his lamp was interfered by the other party's lamp. Sitting down on the treetop, Shinji looked into the distance, propped up his chin and thought. Ordinary demons, even upper string 1 and upper string 2, these upper string demons, he doesn't take them seriously. He has only one real goal, and that is the lantern bearer of demon destroying the world. Only by completely solving the opponent, it is possible to cut off the influence of the demon world on the ninja world. Otherwise, Even if he solves the invading demons again and again, it is only a temporary solution. This is why he has not taken any serious action until now. In fact, it is not only him, but also his 3 groups of people, Haku, Suzuki, Karin, Ito, Niji, and Kimimaro, are all in place and nearby, but he just held them down and did not take any action. Below. After confirming that the demon trapped in his wood release could not break free, Yakumo looked up at Shinji sitting on the treetop, and admired him in his heart. It's obviously the first time to carry out a mission, but he is calmer than me. It's really Shinji. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Chapter 442 Black Shadow. The battle in Kusagakure village is still going on. After all, it is the second largest village after the 5 major ninja villages, so even if it is attacked, even if the high-level officials in power betray, there are still many Kusagakure ninjas fighting hard. The power of the Flower of Grass faction also played a role at the critical moment. Ichiro Hirayama, the elder who was kicked out of the power circle of Kusagakure village, played an inspiring role as soon as he appeared, and barely stabilized the chaotic Kusagakure ninjas. Long Lan, Long Shi and other ninjas of the Flower of Grass faction were busy building a defense line while evacuating ordinary villagers. XXXX. On the roof of a burning high-rise building. The upper string Kokushibo, wearing a haori and a long sword on his waist, looked at everything coldly, with contempt flashing in his eyes from time to time. Those ghosts who were fed with blood in the cellar, although they have the power comparable to the upper string, their experience, skills, and even intelligence are far inferior to the real upper string who have accumulated for dozens or hundreds of years and have gone through repeated bloody battles. Waste. Seeing the grass ninjas who lost their high-level positions, they gradually organized and launched a counterattack against the demons. Kokushibo shook his head. Although 7 demons were sent to deal with Konoha's reconnaissance team, the remaining dozen demons, plus the 7 or 8 Kusagakure elders who became demons, should have no problem dealing with the defenseless Kusagakure village, but it turned out like this. Swish! At this moment, a Kusagakure elder who had turned into a demon landed in front of Kokushibo. Sir, please allow us to activate the Box of Bliss. Box of Bliss. Kurashibo's cold face finally showed some interest. Outside Kusagakure village. Looking at the burning Kusagakure village in the distance under the night sky, Suzuki, wearing an eagle-faced mask, a hooded red cloud suit, and dressed in akatsuki, punched the tree trunk. We are just watching? What is our mission? Wearing a dog-faced mask and dressed in akatsuki, Bai looked into the distance and said calmly, waiting for orders is our current mission. Listening to the faint cries coming from Kusagakure village in the distance, Suzuki sighed. Unlike the arrogance he showed on the outside, he was a gentle boy inside after all. So although he had little intersection with Kusagakure village, he struggled in his heart as he watched the brutal massacre in the distance and heard the heart-wrenching wails. Bai glanced at Suzuki and thought to himself, it seems that like Shinji, Suzuki is also a kind person. Is this the Uchiha who is cold on the outside but soft on the inside? Feeling Bai's gaze, Suzuki hurriedly asked, see, what are those monsters that attacked the Kusagakure village? Bai whispered, ghosts. Ghosts. Suzuki was stunned for a moment, then a little annoyed, thinking that C was teasing him. Bai ignored Sasuke's anger and said calmly, they have almost no weaknesses, and they have terrifying regeneration ability, and they can replenish chakra by devouring the bodies of ninjas. Suzuki looked shocked, what? Bai continued, among them, the upper string demons have terrifying power that is not inferior to the 5 shadows when their chakra is abundant, and they often have 1 or 2 strange abilities. If you are not careful, ninjas will become food in their mouths. Suzuki roared, see, are you scaring me? How can there be such monsters in the ninja world? Those guys with the words upper string and lower string in their eyes, aren't they members of Dark Dawn like Itaki? Bai shook his head, that's just a trick of the demons to provoke the 5 major ninja villages to be hostile to us. They are not Dark Dawn. They are just a group of monsters that invaded the ninja world, and our mission is to fight them and drive them out of the ninja world without leaving a single one. Our mission is to fight these monsters. Suzuki was a little unbelievable. But recalling that A had kidnapped Naruto, and then they chased him all the way, encountered monsters in the desert of the Wind Country, and a series of battles, he finally understood something. So, he asked anxiously, how to deal with those ghosts. Bai raised his hand and pointed to the sky, most of them are afraid of sunlight, so the sun is the most effective weapon against them. Suzuki frowned, What about the sun? Can ninjutsu kill them? General ninjutsu has limited damage to them. Only by constantly and repeatedly killing them can they be eliminated. After a pause, Bai continued, but there are still a few special techniques that can solve them specifically, such as the eye technique of the Mangeki Sharingan, Amaterasu. Amaterasu. Suzuki was confident. Karin, dressed in Akatsuki, stood on a high cliff overlooking the Kusagakure village, silently watching the Kusagakure village in the distance, which had become a battlefield. This is her hometown. Although there are not many good memories, here are all the memories of her life with her mother. Ito, floating in the air, teased, "B, we worked so hard to come here, aren't we just here to watch the fun? Also, those man-eating guys are the ghosts you told me about on the way." Karin nodded slightly, "Yes." Ito said, "Isn't our mission to destroy those ghosts? Why do we have to watch in such a place?" Karin said lightly, "Wait for the leader's order." The title of leader Shinji alone can't suppress Ito's inner demon, so Shinji arranged Karin to be in a group with Ito, because only Karin, who has both the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the wood release and is only one step away from the Samsara Eye, can suppress Ito in all directions. "Tisk, you're using adults to suppress me again." Sure enough, although Ito complained, her body fell from the air and stood side by side with Karin. Facing her colleague B, she was terrified from the bottom of her heart. In a forest. Almost at the same time, Niji and Kimimaro, also wearing red cloud uniforms, stood on the high treetops, looking at the war-torn Kusagakure village in the distance. Are those ghosts again? The same thought flashed through the minds of the two silent people. As for the ghosts, the two who experienced the last anchor point destruction incident were not unfamiliar. Ningji even successfully destroyed an anchor point, making great contributions to saving the ninja world. Although Kimimaro failed to successfully destroy the anchor point, he also helped Shinji to contain the upper string one. So when they saw the ghosts wantonly slaughtering the villagers of Kusagakure village, neither of them showed too much horror. Boom! At this moment, accompanied by roars and howls, a huge black shadow suddenly jumped out of the Kusagakure village. The black shadow spread its wings, like the god of death, covering the Kusagakure village under its shadow. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 443 Take action yourself. What is that? This doubt occurred to the six people, Haku, Suzuki, Karin, Ito, Niji, and Kimimaro, who were observing the Kusagakure village at the same time. In the Kusagakure village. The box of ultimate bliss. With just one glance, Ichiro Hirayama, as the elder of the Kusagakure village, recognized the monster that flew out of the underground palace. It was the monster named Satoru that was sealed in the box of ultimate bliss in the classics. Did they succeed? Looking at this war weapon that he had always dreamed of, Ichiro Hirayama not only did not feel any joy, but his whole heart fell into an ice cellar. Swish! At this time, Wu, who had spread his wings, flapped them casually, and set off a storm, blowing away the grass ninjas in the village who were forming a formation to fight against the ghosts. Then, it made a spiral dive, and its sharp claws easily pierced the grass ninjas that were blown into the air by it. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere, and limbs flew everywhere. And such bloodiness stimulated the ghosts, making them even crazier. Looking at the war weapon box of bliss that could revive the grass country, which was slaughtering the ninjas of the grass village unscrupulously, Ichiro Hirayama suddenly had an extremely absurd feeling in his mind. After a while of rampage, Wu seemed to have discovered Ichiro Hirayama, who was dressed as an elder in the crowd, and immediately dived and pounced on him. Protect the elders. Quick, use ninjutsu. Don't be afraid. The hysterical and roaring grass ninjas quickly began to seal. In a few breaths, earth walls rose from the ground and protected Ichiro Hirayama. Satoru followed closely and stretched out his claws to stab Ichiro Hirayama, who was protected by layers of earth walls. Boom! Satoru was a giant beast with a body height of dozens of meters. Its claws were more than 10 meters long, so in the loud noise, the claws easily pierced through layers of earth walls and finally penetrated Ichiro Hirayama's body. Looking down at the huge claws that pierced his chest, Ichiro Hirayama said, "It is worthy of being the war weapon of our grass country." Long Lan, who was not far away, saw this scene and was horrified. "Elder!" Ichiro Hirayama raised his hand to stop Long Lan from approaching, and shouted with his last breath, "Hurry up and lead everyone to break out separately." On the roof, Looking at the killing machine like Satoru in the distance, Kokushibo looked suspicious. He didn't expect that the seemingly weak grass village actually hid such a strange monster. Yes, the monster that flew out of the box of bliss in front of him made him, an upper-rank demon, feel weird. The elder of the Kusagakure village who was serving beside him said, "My lord, it is Satoru, which was once the war weapon that dominated the ninja world in our Kusagakure country." Konoha village. A communication eagle landed in the eagle house of the communication team. The ninja of the communication team hurriedly stepped forward to untie the small communication scroll on the leggings of the communication eagle, analyzed the code on it, and then hurriedly sent it to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, after seeing the news sent back by the reconnaissance team, the third generation looked stern. The change in the situation was beyond his expectations. He did not expect the Akatsuki organization to be so decisive. After realizing that Konoha intervened, they actually launched a coup directly in the Kusagakure village. "We can't let the Kusagakure village fall into the hands of the Akatsuki organization." The third generation made a decision instantly. So he waved his hand and told the Anbu who appeared, "Notify the other 4 cages that the situation has changed. It's too late to slowly gather. Let's meet up in the land of grass." "Yes." The Anbu didn't dare to delay and immediately sent the message. Soon, several waves of communication eagles flew out of the eagle house of the communication team. And just as the communication eagles flew towards various parts of the ninja world, the Konoha ninjas of the brigade also completed the assembly and set off under the personal leadership of the third generation. The land of rain. Konan hurried to the central round tower and found Nagato, just got the news that there is a change in the Kusagakure village. It's obvious. Although the Akatsuki organization has been dormant, its intelligence network is not idle, and it is still trying its best to spy on various intelligence of the 5 major ninja villages and the tailed beasts. Because there are no tailed beasts in the Kusagakure village, the Akatsuki organization does not pay enough attention to the Kusagakure village, but the civil war in the Kusagakure village has happened. Even if it doesn't pay attention, the Akatsuki organization still receives the information in time. Immortal monster. Nagato's face darkened when he saw the information. Konan nodded slightly and said, "Well, judging from the characteristics, they are very similar to the mysterious enemies with the words lower string engraved in their eyes that attacked us last time." Nagato's face became gloomier. "It's them again. The lower string demons once raided the Hidden Rain village, and the upper string demons also used the name of the Akatsuki organization to burn, kill, and loot everywhere in the ninja world. So this group of mysterious enemies with the words upper string and lower string engraved in their eyes are not hiding their hostility towards the Akatsuki organization. In this regard, the Akatsuki organization has also conducted targeted investigations. It's just that these upper string and lower string are very mysterious. The Akatsuki organization has spent a lot of effort and has only found some vague information." Konan asked, "Nagato, what should we do? The existence of this group of guys is a threat to us." After a pause, Nagato said, "Gather people, this time I will lead the team myself to catch them. Come." A dark cave in the land of rain. Ze poked his head out from the ground and said to Obito in the cave, "The Kusagakure village is very lively, all those undead monsters have jumped out." "Oh." Obito was interested. Ze continued, "Nagato has decided to personally catch that group of people this time." Obito pondered for a moment, could this be a trap set by the 5 major ninja villages? Ze shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. The 5 major ninja villages currently unanimously believe that the group of monsters was created by our Akatsuki organization, and they are gathering people to prepare for the encirclement and suppression." Obito nodded, "Nagato can't get into trouble now, you gather people, and we will follow you. Nagato's samsara eye is the key to all plans. So no matter what differences exist between the 2 sides, before the 10 tails is resurrected, Obito must do his best to ensure that Nagato will not get into trouble." Zaitu smiled, "It just so happens that Chenin has completed the 0 tails, and the Wu Yang has also fully recovered. Let them accompany you." "Yes." Obito responded. Zaitu seemed to have thought of something, and then said, "Uchiha Sasuke, who has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, may also participate in the encirclement and suppression of the 5 major ninja villages. You may meet him this time." Obito understood, "I will pay attention." After learning that Ataka's younger brother, who was less than 10 years old and stayed in the village, had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, he was shocked. But soon, he realized that this was a good opportunity to control Ataki. As long as Suzuki was bewitched into the Akatsuki organization, Itaka would have no choice but to work for him wholeheartedly. Chapter 444 Ninja. Everyone hold on a little longer, it will be dawn soon. A grass ninja shouted loudly. And behind him, followed a large group of embarrassed grass ninja villagers. It had been several days since the war broke out in Grass Ninja Village, and at this time, there were such fleeing teams everywhere in the grass country. Swoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow rushed into the crowd from behind, causing a bloody scene. The leading grass ninja hesitated for a while, and then shouted, "Everyone scatter and flee." After saying that, he no longer cared about the people being slaughtered and fled on his own. After a few days of fleeing, the Kyuzagaku shinobi also discovered many characteristics of these ghosts. The most important discovery was that as long as the sky was bright, those deadly monsters would disappear without a trace. So in many cases, fleeing in all directions would have a greater chance of escaping and being rescued than staying together, because as long as they could hold out until dawn, the team would have a chance to breathe for a whole day. It was also for this reason that many teams that broke out of the Kyuzagaku village survived. Almost at the same time, another team that broke out of the Kyuzagaku village was in a hidden place. Was intercepted by a powerful ghost in a secluded valley. Longshi in the team was heartbroken when she saw this. In just a few days, she witnessed the death of too many relatives and friends. Now there are only a few ninjas who can fight among the old, weak and sick in their group hiding in the valley, and almost everyone, including herself, is injured. According to the information of the fierce battle in the past few days, a ghost needs at least 2 or 3 jonins from the Kyuzagaku village to suppress it, but their team can't gather such a fighting force at the moment. As the ghost approaches step by step, the whole team is shrouded in despair. Am I going to be eaten like everyone else? Listening to the crying and cursing around her, Longshi let go of the kunao in her hand. She was too tired. Hehe, so much blood food. It seems that I am lucky today. Looking at the trembling Kyuzagaku villagers in front of him, the ghost grinned. At first, the ghosts would hunt in groups of 2 or 3. Yesterday, these ghosts became more and more unscrupulous, and many began to act alone, trying to hunt down the large group of Kyuzagaku refugees with the power of a ghost. Obviously, after a few days of wanton slaughter, these ghosts gradually felt that the ninjas in the ninja world were just some delicious blood food, and the poor performance of Kyuzagaku also increased their contempt for ninjas. Swish! Just when the refugees of Kyuzagaku huddled together like lambs to be slaughtered in front of the ghost, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and blocked them from the ghost. Longshi was stunned for a moment, and then his face immediately regained its spirit. Shinji. Seeing that it was just a teenager, the ghost said with a joking face, "Another little snack is here to die." Shinji glanced at the ghost and snapped his fingers. Boom boom. Instantly, accompanied by a tremor, countless branches rose from the ground and instantly entangled the arrogant ghost. What is this? The ghost was horrified and immediately wanted to use the blood ghost technique. But before it could use the blood ghost technique, it was horrified to find that the blood in its body gushed out like a dam bursting along with the wound pierced by the branches, and flowed all over the ground. Swish! At this time, another figure fell into the valley. The person who came was not someone else, but Yakumo, who was with Shinji. She activated the wood escape technique to trap the ghost, and used the wood escape technique to absorb the chakra from the ghost. While using the power of the red dragon eye, he drew the blood out of the opponent's body. With 2 methods, the power of the ghost trapped in the wood release was rapidly lost. After a while, its self-healing speed slowed down. Its body, pierced by branches and torn into pieces, could not heal for a long time and was finally torn into pieces. Shinji, who was observing from the side, secretly evaluated, the power of the ghost should essentially be a special virus rooted in the flesh and blood. The ability of the red dragon eye to control blood is too restraining for the ghost. Just then, Longshi ran out of the team and threw himself into Shinji's arms, crying, "Shinji, I thought we would never see each other again." Shinji was slightly startled, then touched Longshi's head. It's okay, it's okay." Yakumo, who had solved the ghost, walked to the side at this time, and saw Longshi crying in Shinji's arms, and pursed his lips, "You don't have to get into my arms." Boom! In the explosion, a huge ghost was blown to pieces, and its broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. In the air, sitting cross-legged on the clay bird, Diodero looked at the ghost that was blown to pieces below and curled his lips. Is it a problem of proportion? The power has not increased at all. Scorpion on the side said coldly, Deodara, stop playing. Deodara complained, Brother Scorpion, such a useful test target is hard to find. Just as they were bickering, the flesh and blood of the ghost that was blown to pieces below slowly gathered together and returned to its original state. Deodara smiled, look, it's fine again. This time I'm going to change the proportion to see if I can increase the power of the detonating clay. As he said, he excitedly put his hands into the clay bags on both sides of his body and began to mix a new clay bomb. Clang clang clang. On a lush grassland, two figures were fighting fiercely. On one side was a muscular, powerful ghost, and on the other side was Haydn, who was wielding a bloody March sickle and wearing a red cloud suit. The ghost seemed to be faster than Haydn, but his physical skills were obviously not as good as Haydn's, so after a while of fighting, the two sides fell into a stalemate. So, both sides became ruthless and the fight became more and more fierce. Suddenly, the ghost gave up dodging, and despite the injury of half of his body being cut off by the bloody March sickle, he stabbed Haydn's chest with one hand, and said with a grin as if he succeeded, die. These days, this ghost has killed many ninjas. In its concept, the speed, strength, and even the various ninjutsu of ninjas are indeed tricky, but one thing is that ninjas are almost all fragile and will be injured at the first touch, so as long as he exchanges injuries for injuries at the critical moment, he can easily solve a strong enemy. This trick that has never failed has made it path-dependent, and it is naturally used on Haydn. Just when it was waiting for Feijuan to cough up blood and die, Feijuan just glanced at it and then shouted, hey, it hurts. As he said that, Feijuan swung the bloody March sickle again and split the ghost with only the upper body left in the middle. Kakuzu, who was sitting on a boulder nearby, snorted, if you need help, just say it earlier. It's really ugly. Phaeton was angry, hey, these guys are very restrained against me, don't you know? Waste. Kakuzu moved his face away. The ghost, who was cut into several pieces and was regenerating, looked at the two people who ignored him and concentrated on quarreling, and for some reason, he began to feel cold in his heart. Are these ninjas too? The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 445 Meeting. Biwajozo turned his head to look at the ray of morning light rising from the horizon, and raised the corner of his mouth. It's dawn. Yet. Itaka nodded. Let me go. Let me go. Beside them, a ghost trapped in the water prison technique looked at the rising sun in the sky with horror and roared hysterically. Biwajozang, who cast the water prison technique, pressed one hand on the water prison technique and leaned on the beheading sword with the other hand. He carefully observed the ghost trapped by himself and wondered, there is no upper string or lower string in this guy's eyes. Could it be a fake? Itaka thought, maybe it's just a defective product. Biwajozang said, the leader asked us to catch the monster with the words upper string or lower string in his eyes. I don't know if the other groups succeeded. Itaka said, don't worry about the others. Biwajozang said, if this one is just a defective product, then these monsters will be in trouble. Just then, the sun shone over. Ah! Under the sunlight, the ghost trapped in the water prison technique suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail. Itaki and Biwajozang looked over at the same time. And under their sight, the ghost that was obviously not afraid of any physical skills and ninjutsu before melted like thin ice under the scorching sun. Biwajozang smiled, Tisk, these monsters are really afraid of the sun. Itaki retracted his gaze. The monster's weakness was so huge that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Biwajozang looked around, then pointed to a forest in the distance and said, it's almost time to report, let's go over there and find a place to rest. Yet. Itaka nodded. The two of them immediately came to the forest and found a secluded place to start making seals. After a while, their spirits the body appeared in the base of Akatsuki in the form of a phantom. Itaka looked around and found that the other groups of people were also connected to the leader's technique, and their spirits appeared here in the form of phantoms. There is no doubt about it. This is the phantom body technique of Nagato's Samsara Eye. The caster can use the pupil power of the Samsara Eye to create a huge network of thought waves. Anyone in the network can connect to the network as long as they make the corresponding seal. The spirit appears around the caster in the form of a phantom. This technique is Nagato's main means of remotely contacting various groups. At this time, the location they are in is exactly the underground base where the Outer Path Demon statue is stored in the organization. They appear in the form of phantoms and stand on the huge fingers of the Outer Path Demon statue facing the sky. Haydn was the first to ask, hey, Did you succeed? Deidara shrugged. I only encountered an ordinary monster, and didn't encounter the high-level monsters with upper string and lower string engraved in their eyes. Biwajozo said, it's the same here. Hirako said, our group hasn't encountered any targets yet. Hirako's partner is Kuriko Rega, one of the 7 former ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, but their group is not very lucky. After entering the Land of Grass, they didn't encounter any ghosts. Then, everyone talked about the information they collected about the Land of Grass, as well as the various characteristics and shortcomings of the ghosts, and reported to Nagato one by one. Nagato, who appeared in the image of Heavenly Path Pain, swept his eyes across everyone with a cold look, continued to head towards the grass village. Got it. Yet. What a hassle. Each member nodded, complained, or muttered, and disappeared one after another at the fingertips of the Outer Path Demon statue. After everyone disconnected from the network, Zionin said to Nagato, the situation in the grass country is more complicated than expected. Nagato, you'd better not go. Nagato shook his head. I have a feeling that those monsters will be a huge obstacle to our future plans. I must get rid of them. Zionin was a little worried, but the ninja armies of the 5 major ninja villages are also gathering in the grass country. We are likely to meet them. Nagato said lightly, then take this opportunity to get rid of them. Nagato is the one who dares to destroy Konoha alone, so for him, as long as the plan requires, he will not have any fear or hesitation. In the quiet direct space, Shinji, who was sitting in the main seat, swept his eyes across the projections in front of the round table. Obviously. While Nagato was having a meeting, Shinji was also having a meeting. The grass country is too big. In order to ensure the rapid sharing of information, Shinji had to open the direct space that had not been used for a long time and captured the spirits of all people. Among the people under his command, some had been to this Hibi space before, while some were entering this Hibi space for the first time. Suzuki was here for the first time. When his spirit entered this Hibi space, he was in a tense state, observing the surroundings with vigilance. Then he found himself in a mysterious space, with only an ancient round table in front of him, surrounded by a grey haze, full of illusion. And on the round table in front of him, including himself, there were 7 figures sitting around. Except for the figure on the main seat, which could be seen as the leader A, the others were all blurred projections, not to mention their appearance, even their figures could only be seen roughly. This strange environment made Suzuki a little impatient, and he asked, where is this place? Shinji on the main seat said lightly, don't worry, this is a spiritual space I created. Here your appearance, voice, and even the nature of your chakra are covered up, so you can speak freely and exchange information here. Suzuki looked at the others. Are all the people here members of the organization? Yes. Shinji nodded gently. Suzuki thought secretly, the cover on these people is so great that even my Mangeki Sharingan can't see through it. Is it because of this mysterious space? Ito, who was also pulled into the direct space for the first time, was secretly delighted. Ha ha ha, the master brought me in, but not Yakumo. The master really likes me more. Kimimaro suppressed the shock in his heart and thought, it turns out that there are 7 members of the Akatsuki organization, and it seems that some of them, like me, are also brought into this mysterious space for the first time. Because Bai and Karin did not enter the direct space at the same time, they skipped the adaptation stage directly. Bai said, I found a huge monster in Kyuzagakure village. It is the same size as the tailed beast and can fly. Shinji on the main seat frowned and guessed the identity of the monster Bai saw. It's just a small effort, please help. Please leave. Please leave. Something happened at home today, I'm so sorry. Chapter 446 Chessboard. The reason why the grass country went to great lengths to plant Karin into Konoha and steal the 9 tails was to open this war weapon called the Box of Bliss. Before, because of the authority of the archives after upgrading, Shinji went to investigate the Box of Bliss just in case. Many historical documents and legends have records about the Box of Bliss. A few hundred years ago, when the ninja world was still in the Warring States period, the grass country used the Box of Bliss to sweep across several surrounding countries and established a huge empire. During this period, the grass country was indeed able to run rampant in the ninja world. However, the Box of Bliss is not something that can be tamed by human power after all. As time went by, the grass country gradually lost its control over the Box of Bliss, and the empire that rose from the Box of Bliss also collapsed rapidly. This period of history slowly became the past. After the first generation pacified the troubled times, the ninja world bid farewell to the chaotic warring states period and entered the relatively stable ninja village era. The grass country also established its own Kyuzagakure village soon after, but after entering the era of ninja villages, the strength of Kyuzagakure village was completely incomparable to the 5 major ninja villages, and it soon became a second-rate ninja village and completely lost its voice in the ninja world. The cruel reality and past glory made the ninjas of Kyuzagakure village feel tormented in the sense of disparity. So they pinned their hopes on the box of bliss and tried to use this war weapon to rise again. Maybe this is why the ghosts can easily infiltrate Kyuzagakure village. Shinji sighed lightly. He has not been idle these days. As he continued to collect intelligence, he has roughly sorted out the causes and consequences of the big melee in Kyuzagakure village. At first, it should be the ambitious Kusa-no-shi faction that contacted the ghosts, and under the instigation of the ghosts, they became the first ghosts among the natives of the ninja world. Then the Kusa-no-shi faction that boarded the pirate ship was controlled by the demons, causing Kyuzagakure village to become a paradise for demons, and then the entire grass country became a hunting ground for demons. The demons he encountered were not upper string or lower string, but their strength was comparable to that of upper string demons. They should be demons that were raised in batches during this period of time using the flesh and blood of ninjas containing chakra. What about the real upper string demons? What tricks are they playing? The thought turned, and Shinji fell into deep thought. Although he killed several upper string demons, the upper string one demonized Tanjiro, the upper string one Kokushibo, and the upper string demons that controlled the infinite castle, such as Naruto, still exist, and they are the real threat. At this time, Ito, who had adapted to the direct space, said like offering a treasure, "Sir, we found someone from Dark Akatsuki here." Shinji's face darkened. Akatsuki people? Without waiting for Shinji to ask in detail, Sasuke on the opposite side stood up and asked anxiously, "Have you seen Uchiha Itachi?" Everyone looked over. Sasuke's performance was too eager, and he did not hide it at all. Therefore, although his figure and voice were covered in the direct space, the members present who did not know his identity still had all kinds of guesses in their hearts. Ito shrugged, "I don't know what Uchiha Itachi looks like." Sasuke was anxious, "You guy." Shinji raised his hand to interrupt the argument between the two, and then ordered Ito, "Describe what you met." Ito quickly described the figure characteristics of the group of Akatsuki members she saw from afar. After listening, Shinji said, "The 2 people you found should be Kakuzu and Haiden." Kakuzu and Haiden. Ito muttered, recalling the information about the 2 people. Seeing that it was not Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke also quieted down. At this time, Karin asked, "Sir, why did they also come to the grass country?" Shinji shook his head. To be honest, he was also confused at this moment. Bai said, "Sir, the ninja army of the 5 major ninja villages is gathering towards the grass country, and the people of Dark Dawn are also active in the grass country. In addition to the demons that are wreaking havoc in the grass country, I am afraid that the grass country will be in chaos in the next week." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Bai's worries hit the point. The grass country has now become a large powder keg, with demons, the 5 major ninja villages, Dark Dawn and their Dawn, and many forces mixed together. If there is no charter, it will definitely fall into a big melee in the future. Feeling the gazes of the people at the round table, Shinji, who was sitting at the main seat, fell into thought. Demons infiltrating Kyuzagakure was beyond his expectation, but it was not surprising. What really made him uneasy at the moment was the collective hiding of the upper string demons and the traces of the mysterious lantern bearer in the demon slayer world. The other party is so unscrupulous, just wanting to pollute the ninja world, so when my lamp was suppressed, I had already lost the possibility of perfectly solving this invasion. Knock knock. Knock knock. Tapping the round table with his fingers, Shinji continued to sort out his thoughts. If I still hold the idea of perfectly solving the situation, I will only lose sight of one thing and fall into the other's rhythm completely. Shinji now realized that he had to change his thinking. With his lamp suppressed, simple defense was too passive, so he had to turn passivity into initiative, even if the ninja world was polluted and corpses were everywhere. The reason for his passivity was not those demons, but the mysterious lantern bearer who had been planning the invasion behind the scenes. He is my target. Shinji's eyes gradually became firm. If the mysterious lantern bearer is not dealt with, even if more ghosts are eliminated, the other party will not be able to stop him. Constantly creating new ghosts. So even the powerful upper-rank ghost is just a smokescreen thrown by the other party. The only ones who can really influence the fate of the two worlds are the two lantern bearers. So he did all this not only to pollute the ninja world, but more importantly to lure me out and get rid of me. After understanding that the key to this confrontation lies in the two lantern bearers, the fog that had been interfering with him before quickly dissipated, and he straightened out his thoughts and guessed the other party's real intention of arranging all this. The other party's target is him. Knock knock. Knock knock. Shinji is still knocking on the round table, but at this time he has already had an idea. If the grass country is compared to a chessboard, then the chess players who have entered the game now are the ghosts, the Akatsuki organization, the 5 major ninja villages, and Shinji himself. In this way, the complicated situation has become much clearer. Thinking about his opponents, Shinji pondered, how should I make the next move? Here is the first update. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 447 Misjudgment. Knock knock. Knock knock. The sound of Shinji tapping the round table not only echoed in the mysterious and strange direct space, but also echoed in everyone's heart. Everyone sitting around the round table looked at Shinji, waiting for his order. For them, who were only 10 years old on average, the complicated situation in the grass country was completely beyond their ability to handle. And the bloody cruelty of the demons was constantly impacting their hearts. The only one they could count on now was the mysterious and reliable leader on the main seat. At this time, Shinji ignored everyone's thoughts and continued to think. When the chess players on the board were reduced to 4, he began to sort out the relationship between the chess players and every point that could be used. I have been operating under the name of Akatsuki, which must have misled Oni, so Oni pretended to be Akatsuki to attack the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages, trying to suppress me with the power of the 5 major ninja villages. But Oni didn't know that my Akatsuki was a fake, so they targeted the real Akatsuki and later raided the Hidden Rain village. I should not have revealed my identity during this period. Nagato, who is committed to intimidating the ninja world with his own strength and creating long-term peace, would not have made peace with a monster like Oni in private. So Akatsuki and Oni should still be in a state of opposition. Thinking of this, it explains why Akatsuki appeared in the land of grass, because Oni's various actions against Akatsuki forced Akatsuki to respond. So a point that can be used appeared. Under Shinji's initial casual misleading, the mysterious lantern bearer of the demon slayer world made a misjudgment, thinking that the lantern bearer of the ninja world was the leader of Akatsuki. If the land of grass is a trap carefully set up by the other party, as long as Shinji himself does not jump out in a hurry, then the other party's target of this hunting should be Nagato, who took the blame for Shinji. After making up his mind, Shinji immediately stopped knocking, swept his eyes over the people in front of the round table, and began to arrange tasks. Under the dim sunset, a Konoha ninja army of about 500 people led by the 3rd generation personally stopped at the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, several Anbyo came to the 3rd generation. Hokage, the daimyo of the land of grass, has approved our entry application and officially sent a rescue request to our Konoha. This is the document. The Anbyo reported and presented the document signed by the daimyo of the land of grass. The 3rd generation, dressed in military uniform, took the document, but did not open it in a hurry. His eyes swept to the Anbyo next to him. The Anbyo on the side reported, Hokage, we have successfully contacted Kirigakuer. The 4th Mizukage has led the Kirigakuer ninja army to enter the grass country ahead of us, and is currently heading towards the grass village. According to the distance, the ninja armies of Kumigakuer, Iwagakuer, and Sand village should have entered the grass country. The 3rd generation nodded and looked at the last Anbyo. Is there no news about the reconnaissance team yet? The Anbyo who was asked replied, I'm sorry, we haven't contacted the reconnaissance team yet. But according to the last news sent back by the reconnaissance team, they have dispersed and broken through after the attack, and should still be stranded in the area near the grass village. The 3rd generation waved his hand immediately after hearing this, all troops attack. Yes. The Konoha ninja army received the order loudly. As the Konoha ninja army crossed the border and advanced into the grass country, if you look down from a very high altitude, you can find that the 5 major ninja villages at this time are almost from 5 different directions, like a big net, rushing towards the grass village. Although all the villages had received the news that demons could only move at night, the 5 ninja armies did not hesitate and chose to march overnight, because in their eyes, they needed to deal with more than just demons. Soon, the battle between demons and ninja armies broke out in the grass country. As the battle broke out, the ninja armies of the 5 villages realized that the scale of demons far exceeded their previous expectations. It turned out that during the days when the grass village fell, a large number of demons in the Demon Slayer world, a large number of demons were sent to the land of grass, and took advantage of the opportunity of the collapse of the order of the land of grass to prey on the ninjas of the grass village and accumulate chakra. When the ninja army of the 5 major ninja villages advanced into the land of grass, they happened to encounter this large number of demons with full chakra and in the best condition. For a time, almost the entire land of grass was erupting in fierce battles. In the underground palace of the grass village, a figure wearing a feather webbing and a lantern hanging around his waist sat on the main seat, staring coldly at the people in the hall. In the hall, there were 2 clearly divided groups of people, one on the left and one on the right. The group on the left was the upper-rank demons with the word upper string engraved in their pupils. They were headed by the demon transformed Tanjiro of upper string 1, followed by the upper string 1 of Kokushibo, the upper string 2, the Naruto whose eyes were covered by hair and could not be seen clearly, the giant demon of upper string 5 and the upper string 6 of Inu. On the right side, all the swordsmen were wearing swords at their waists. The figure on the main seat first glanced at the upper string demon on the left, then set his eyes on the swordsman on the right, and said in a calm tone, "I know the humiliation in your heart, but the situation has come to this point, we have no choice." Among the swordsmen, a tall figure stood up. He was none other than Rock Pillar, Gyumei the god of war. The Rock Pillar put his hands together. "If our world survives by chance, please abide by the agreement and ensure that only you can exist in the future world." "Humph, so you mean we all have to die?" The upper string demon, Kokushibo, snorted lightly. The Rock Pillar looked at Kokushibo. "That's right." Clang! Kokushibo drew out the long sword from his waist. "Just you." The Rock Pillar put his hands together again. "It won't be me who kills you, just like it won't be you who kills me." Kuroshibo looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" The Rock Pillar said slowly, "We can save our world at all costs, and the ninjas in the ninja world will fight to the death like us to save their world. So we will all die here." The upper string demons became agitated after hearing this, but the swordsmen were as calm as before. Swordsmen became demons in order to have stronger power to save their world, and in their world, monsters like demons should not exist, so dying in the ninja world and dying on the battlefield to save their world is the best destination for swordsmen. The figure with a lamp hanging on his waist on the main seat stood up and opened his arms. "Go pollute. Go kill. Lead that person out, I will deal with him personally, end this dispute, and save our world. It's just a small favor, please everyone." Chapter 448 Attack. Clang clang clang. In a dark forest, a large number of mist ninjas are hunting down 2 fleeing ghosts, and the sound of metal clashing is endless. "Don't let them escape." At 4 o'clock. Got them. As the encirclement gradually narrowed, the mist ninjas finally surrounded the 2 fleeing ghosts. The 2 ghosts surrounded in the center were full of panic. They were covered with wounds and bleeding. The exaggerated self-healing ability of ghosts seemed to be ineffective at this moment. The leader of the mist ninja said, "The chakra of these 2 monsters has been exhausted. Everyone should work harder." "Yes." The mist ninjas around responded in unison. When they first entered the land of grass with the 4th Mizu cage, they were indeed caught off guard by the ghosts and lost a considerable number of people. But ninjas are ninjas after all. Gathering intelligence and finding the enemy's weaknesses are what they are best at. So as the battle continued, the various abilities and weaknesses of the ghosts were found out one by the Kirigakure ninjas, and the reverse hunting began. A large number of Kirigakure ninjas dispersed and began hunting ghosts in the grass country. The status of hunters and prey was reversed in an instant. "Damn, you damn ninjas, I'm going to kill you all." As if they had realized their fate, the surrounded ghosts roared. "Do it." The leader of Kirigakure gave the order without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the Kirigakure ninjas shot kunai with detonating talismans tied to the tails from all directions. Boom! A series of explosions illuminated the entire forest red. When the explosion ended, the flames extinguished, and the smoke and dust dissipated. The 2 ghosts had already been blown to ashes. After confirming that the 2 ghosts had been eliminated, the leader of the Kirigakure ninja said, "Rest for 15 minutes, and then continue on." Swish! Just when everyone in Kirigakure relaxed and prepared to rest, a black shadow suddenly fell behind the leader of the Kirigakure ninja. The leader of the Kirigakure ninja was startled, and just as he was about to turn around, he saw only a cold light. Then, the leader of the Kirigakure ninja saw his headless body fall to the ground with a bang, and heard the screams of his colleagues. In the rapidly flipping vision, he tried his best to find the enemy who attacked him, and finally saw the samurai standing behind his headless body, holding a long sword in his hand, and the words upper string engraved in his eyes. Upper string? I die. This thought finally flashed through the mind of the leader of the Kirigakure ninja. The death of the captain instantly plunged the Kirigakure troop into chaos, and then, accompanied by a whoosh, the mist ninja's distress signal flare was fired into the night sky, exploding into a striking firework. However, what the mist ninja in the forest did not expect was that when they fired the distress signal flare to seek help, several fireworks for help also exploded in the nearby night sky. The faces of all the mist ninja in the forest sank. The distress signal flares were fired at the same time, which clearly showed that the nearby teams were in trouble almost at the same time. The upper string Kokushibo glanced at the distress fireworks that exploded in the night sky, snorted coldly, and then walked towards the mist ninja in the forest with a knife, and a killing began. The southern part of the grass country. A sand ninja army led by the 4th Kazekage was heading towards the grass village. In order to clear the ghosts along the way, the sand ninja army that entered the grass country was also divided into several troops, one led by Elder Cho and the other led by the elite ninja of Sand Ninja, Yakang. So at this time, the number of ninjas under the command of the 4th Kazekage was about 170. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the team. Is it an enemy? Only him. Looking for death. Seeing this, the people of Sand Village kept moving. After all, this was the ninja army led by the 4th Kazekage himself, and the team was full of Sand Village's elite, so they did not take the lonely figure in front of them seriously. After getting closer, the people of Sand Village found that the one who blocked their way was a boy wearing a haori and a long sword hanging on his waist. So the team began to commotion. Because soon someone noticed that the words upper string 1 were engraved in the boy's eyes. Upper string 1. The 4th Kazekage's face darkened slightly. The last time the joint forces of the 5 major ninja villages fought against the upper string 1 in the Infinite City, Elder Cho had already described in detail to the top leaders of Sand Village. The strength of the upper string is extremely strong. When in full chakra state, it is an absolute cage-level powerhouse. Ordinary jonin can't even protect themselves in front of the opponent, so it is listed as extremely dangerous by the 5 major ninja villages, which is the same danger level as A and B in the Akatsuki organization. If the upper string is so strong, then the upper string 1 should not be underestimated. So, the 4th Kazekage ordered the ninjas of the communication squad around him, let Elder Cho and Yakang come and join us as soon as possible. The northern part of the grass country. The temporary base of the Uegakure ninja army. Report, the vanguard troops encountered a strong enemy, requesting support. Report, the rear guard troops encountered a mysterious enemy, requesting support. Report, all reconnaissance troops have lost contact. One piece of bad news after another was merged into the Uegakure headquarters, making the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki's already gloomy face even gloomier. Huang Tu said, "Will we be targeted?" Onoki snorted, "Are you saying that Akatsuki thinks we are a soft persimmon in Uegakure?" Huang Tu said, "The situation is like this. It's too risky for us to continue to advance alone. Why don't we join forces with other villages first?" The ninja from the communication squad on the side immediately stepped forward and reported, "Lord Tsuchikage, the closest to us is the ninja army of Kumigakure, which is about a day's journey away." Kurigakure. Onoki hesitated. He would not be so resistant to joining forces with ninja armies from other villages, but he felt a little embarrassed to join forces with Kumigakure. Swish! At this moment, a ninja from the communication squad of Kumigakure, covered in blood, entered the temporary command post with the help of the ninja from Uegakure. Onoki stood up immediately. "What's going on?" The ninja of the Cloud Village Communications Squad said while trying to hold back his injuries, "Lord Tsuchikage, we were attacked by a large number of mysterious warriors. Lord Reikage hopes to join your group and march to Kusagakure village together." Onoki, who was still hesitant just now, waved his hand immediately. "Since the Reikage asked us for help, then we, the Rock Village, will naturally not stand by and watch. The army is going to rescue the Cloud Village." The ninja of the Cloud Village Communications Squad was confused and asked in confusion, "Did I not make it clear just now? Lord Rakage clearly just wanted to join us, not ask for help. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 449 The Other Party's Eyes. By a small river. The villagers who fled from the Kyuzagakuer village replenished drinking water and cleaned their wounds by the river. Due to his special physique, Longshi's injuries had already healed, so he was busy in the crowd. Shinji and Yakumo, who had been protecting the Kyuzagakuer refugees all the way, stood on a nearby high ground, keeping watch on all sides. Yakumo suddenly asked, "Shinji, the village's reinforcements should be arriving soon, right?" "Maybe." Shinji answered absent-mindedly. Yakumo looked worried. "I wonder how Tsunade-sensei and the others are doing. She is one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, isn't it a bit redundant for you to worry about her?" After a slight smile, Shinji continued, "You should worry more about ourselves." Yakumo nodded and turned his gaze to the Kyuzagakuer refugees by the river. If it were just her and Shinji, it would be much easier to escape from the Kingdom of Grass or anything else. But with such a large group of people, the situation was different for the refugees from Kyuzagakuer. At this time, Shinji suddenly said, "Trouble is coming." Yakumo hurriedly followed Shinji's gaze and found that in the far downstream of the river, a figure with lightning all over his body was going upstream and rushing towards him. So fast. Yakumo's expression was stern. The opponent's speed was very fast even for a blood successor ninja like her who possessed the red dragon eye. "You go and get everyone together, I'll stop him." After calmly explaining, Shinji's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Shinji. Yakumo originally wanted to stop the enemy herself, but seeing that Shinji had already gone, she had to rush to the riverside and call on the refugees from Kyuzagakuer to gather and prepare to set off again. Shinji sighed. His speed was not slow either, and he soon intercepted the invading enemy about 1 or 2 kilometers away from the river section where everyone was resting. After carefully looking at the other party, especially the words upper 6 in the other party's eyes, Shinji already knew the other party's identity. The person in front of him with electric light around him should be the substitute for the upper 6. While Shinji was looking at the other party, the upper 6 Inu was also observing Shinji and the people behind Shinji. Then his eyes fell on Yakumo, who was organizing everyone to gather, and slowly grinned, "Finally found you. Humph, a woman who can control blood, I wonder what her blood tastes like." Shinji frowned. From the other party's words, he keenly perceived a piece of information, that is, the Ghost King, or the mysterious lantern-bearer of the demon world, has the ability to share all ghost information. Because all the ghosts they met before were completely destroyed by them, so under normal circumstances, the upper 6 Inu in front of him should not know Yakumo's ability. So every ghost that is aimlessly hunting around in the land of grass is that guy's spy. Shinji's thoughts turned, and he finally figured out the other party's means of finding him. If he, the lantern-bearer of the ninja world, is not prepared, facing so many ghosts attacking from all sides in the land of grass, his position will inevitably be exposed. Once exposed, the other party can lock the position through shared information, and then come to the door. Clang! At this time, the upper 6 Inu drew the long sword from his waist. "All this fresh blood is mine." Shinji blocked the opponent. "Hey, your opponent is me." Thunder breathing, at type, rice soul. Inu exhaled a breath of turbid air from his mouth, and then the whole person turned into a black lightning and slashed at Shinji. Boom! With a bang, Shinji was completely swallowed by Inu's slash and dissipated into smoke. Gyu spitted disdainfully, "A small fry dares to stand in front of me." Just as Gyu took a step and prepared to pounce on Yakumo in the distance, a voice came from behind him, "Hey, your opponent is me." Gyu turned his head and looked a little embarrassed. "Damn ninjutsu. You seem to have some misunderstanding about ninjas." After a pause, Shinji whispered, "If you turn your back to me, you will die." After that, Shinji quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Boom! The huge fireball that illuminated half of the night sky surged and pounced on Gyu. Although he had an unparalleled recovery ability, only a fool would fight against the flames, so Gyu quickly dodged and tried to avoid Shinji's fire escape. Swish, swish, swish. However, while Shinji was performing the fire style, his hands, which had already completed the seals, did not stop, but immediately threw out several kunai with steel wires and detonating talismans tied to the ends. Under the cover of the fire style, those kunai silently formed a large steel wire net in the air, covering the fire style, evading the fire style. I'm going to tear you apart, you bastard. The steel wire net covered the Gyaku and started to curse. Just then, he heard a hissing sound, and when he turned his eyes, he found that many detonating talismans were ignited on the steel wire that caught him. Damn it! Boom boom! In an instant, a gorgeous firework exploded in the night sky. The blasted and shattered Gyaku fell to the ground with smoke and dust, but as an upper-rank demon, he quickly recovered and got up from the ground, cursing, "Okay, trash, I won't let you die so easily." Wood release, Tree Realm descends. Yakumo came over at this time and immediately activated wood release. Then countless branches broke out of the ground and entangled Gyaku, who had just recovered. However, Gyaku was an upper-rank land after all, not the demons he had met before. He was not immediately submerged by Yakumo's wood release, but activated his sword skills to fight against wood release. Thunder breathing, 3 type, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Thunder breathing, 4 type, far thunder. Thunder breathing, 5 type, heat realm thunder. One after another, lightning flashed in the sea of trees, but no matter how fierce these lightnings were, they were eventually buried by the constantly regenerating branches. After a long time, this competition between wood release and thunder breathing is coming to an end. Gyu's resilience is beyond Shinji's expectations, but even so, in the chakra competition, he is still not as good as Utsusimi. Yakumo, who had entered the cells of the first generation, eventually used up all his chakra and the blood and flesh power of a demon in the wood release, and then died in hatred after Yakumo drained all his blood. Swish! At this time, Tsunade and Shizune hurried to the battlefield. After learning that Yakumo and Shinji cooperated and killed the upper 6 in one fell swoop, the two of them were shocked. Then they brought a message to Shinji, that is, the Konoha ninja army led by the third generation was attacked by the monster named Satoru in the Paradise Box and was delayed near the border. The second update is here. It's a new week soon, and I beg for the support of recommendation tickets and monthly tickets, please. Chapter 450. I don't agree. After settling everyone, Tsunade, Shizune, Yakumo, and Shinji sat around a campfire and discussed the current situation. The grass country is in chaos now. The 5 Kage chose to attack at the same time in order to control the grass village as soon as possible. But according to the news we received, the ninja armies of all villages, including our Konoha, were blocked and suffered heavy losses. Shizune told Yakumo and Shinji about the news they had. After Shizune finished speaking, Tsunade looked at the two and asked, "What do you think?" After learning that Yakumo and Shinji not only successfully broke through, but also rescued a group of refugees who escaped from the grass village and just killed the upper 6. Tsunade no longer regarded them as children, but as real ninjas. Yakumo shook her head. Faced with such a complicated situation, she couldn't figure it out at all. Shinji asked, "Tsunade-sama, has our mission been cancelled?" Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, "No, the Hokage has not issued any order to cancel our reconnaissance team's mission." Shinji shrugged and spread his hands and said, "Then what we need to discuss now is not to find the traces of the members of the Akatsuki organization and provide intelligence support for the subsequent clearing operations." Tsunade looked at Shinji with a little surprise on her face. In her opinion, Shinji, a teenager who has not yet left the ninja school, suddenly encountered such a dangerous mission, he should be at a loss, but she didn't expect Shinji to behave so calmly and competently. Shizune said at this time, "The situation is different now. Didn't you hear what I said just now? A large number of mysterious and powerful enemies appeared in the land of grass. These people are extremely powerful, especially several upper strings and a group of mysterious swordsmen wearing feathers, which caused great casualties to the ninja army of our 5 major ninja villages. In addition, with the monster in the box of bliss in the land of grass, it will be difficult for reinforcements to arrive here in a short time." Tsunade added, "Well, the appearance of these mysterious and powerful enemies is too abnormal. Many people suspect that these mysterious enemies may not be members of the Akatsuki organization. With the upper string demons and the demonized demon slayer core as the core, and supplemented by a large number of demons, this force that contains almost all the power of the demon slayer world has the ability to destroy the country. Therefore, this has aroused the suspicion of many people. Because if the Akatsuki organization really has such a terrifying power in private, they don't need to lie dormant at all, they could have overturned the table long ago." Shinji asked calmly, "Tsunade-sama, what do you mean?" "Evacuate now." Tsunade said, the current situation in the land of grass is completely inconsistent with our judgment before departure, and there are still these refugees from the grass village, so I decided to give up the mission and retreat to the land of fire. Yakumo nodded immediately. I have no objection. Tsunade's words are well founded, and Tsunade is the commander of the reconnaissance team, so it is reasonable for her to order to abandon the mission. Then Shizun also said, me too. Just when several people thought that they only needed to go through the motions, Shinji stood up and shook his head. I disagree. What? Several people looked at Shinji together. Shinji said slowly, the situation in the land of grass is so chaotic now, and the village needs more intelligence support. But Tsunade-sama's words make sense, and these refugees from the grass village also need people to escort them, so you evacuate first, and I can stay alone. Tsunade frowned. Shizun looked surprised. Yakumo stood up and exclaimed, Shinji, what are you talking about? It's too dangerous for you to stay here alone. Shinji shook his head, if I'm alone, it would be safer. Yakumo was a little angry, you. Tsunade looked at Shinji, is this your decision after careful consideration? Yes. Shinji nodded slightly. Tsunade waved her hand to stop Yakumo and Shizun who were about to continue persuading, and said to Shinji seriously, be careful, if the situation is not right, I allow you to evacuate at any time. Yes. Shinji responded, then sorted out his equipment and left the team. Watching Shinji's figure disappear in the night, Yakumo was shocked and anxious. Tsunade teacher, how could you leave Shinji alone to perform the mission? Tsunade said, he is calm, which means that he wants to stay alone to perform the mission. It is not just a rant, but he must be fully prepared. In addition, his words make sense. The situation is so chaotic now, and first-hand intelligence is even more important to us. Yakumo was still a little worried, but... Yakumo, remember, we are ninjas. After saying that, Tsunade also looked in the direction where Shinji left. She was surprised and understood that Shinji chose to stay alone. She had experienced several ninja wars and had seen too many people who took risks to make great achievements. Shinji sighed. Finally getting rid of the burden, he ran quickly in the woods. Now was the time for him to fight the mysterious lantern-bearer in the demon world. No matter what, he would not retreat and flee back to Konoha. As for what others thought of him, he couldn't care about it at the moment. Shua. Jumping to the crown of a big tree, he looked around and thought in his heart, perfecting his plan. If that guy can share the information of every ghost, then before he shows up, I must keep a low profile and avoid fighting with the ghosts as much as possible. After analyzing this important information from Jun of the Upper Six, Shinji also responded accordingly. If every ghost is the eye of the mysterious lantern-bearer, then he and his forces must avoid meeting the ghosts as much as possible. Only in this way can they ensure that their own information is not leaked and hide in the dark to give the opponent an unexpected blow. Fortunately, I have Naobi, otherwise, I would be unilaterally beaten by the opponent's information war. After secretly complaining, Shinji launched the Naobi and ordered Karin, Ito, Suzuki, Haku, Niji, and Kimimaro, who were lurking nearby, to keep a low profile, avoid fighting with the demons as much as possible, and collect the traces of Akatsuki members. After giving the order, he cut off the Naobi contact with the 6 people and continued to analyze. The Akatsuki organization should not know the details of the demons. Since they have come to the land of grass, they will definitely fight with the demons. What I need to confirm now is how many groups of people from the Akatsuki organization have come, and whether they are enough to attract the lantern-bearer to show up. Thinking of this, Shinji changed his mind and launched the Naobi again, but this time he contacted not someone else, but Deidara of Akatsuki. Here is the first update. Please recommend and vote.